absolutely perfect as well. We'll move back to the left.
The Englishwoman Shadoff, one of the best players without yet a victory on the LPGA Tour. So many close calls. Back to the Jackrabbit.
Well, we've gone from one Englishwoman to another one, Bronte Law. This for an opening birdie and to take the lead in the US Women's Open. She is a feisty competitor and expect to see more of that this week.
A victory last year at Kingsmill on the LPGA Tour. Here is Brock Larson.
Yeah, nice opening par there. Drove it way right off the tee, only making her second appearance at the U.S. Women's Open.
Billy Ray, just about every hole out here on this Cypress Creek course, par is a good hole, score, isn't it?
No doubt. You know, majority of the time you go through stretches of a golf course where you feel like you can make up some ground, but here at the Cypress course, not at all. It is right in front of you. It's long. It's difficult. As we said, the big greens. I think at the end of the day, par is going to be a fantastic number. And we have great weather as well.
Temperatures in the low 50s.
Key there, though, is not much wind at all. Just a light breeze.
All right, go Frogs. That must be hard for you to watch, Billy Ray, as a Houston Cougar, but TCU Frog, Angela Stanford.
Oh, no. I always pull for TCU, that's for sure. You know, it's not like, you know, when she won last week, it was something that was out of the blue. She's been playing very well. She's already had 3 top 10s this year. Judy, I chalk that up to nerves a bit.
Yeah, I do too, Billy Ray. I think there's she just almost couldn't wait to get started, and this is not a championship where you want to be behind the 8 ball.
All right, 6 months after it was originally scheduled, this 75th U.S. Women's Open is underway. NBC Sports on Peacock and the United States Golf Association are proud to present the 75th U.S. Women's Open Championship with uninterrupted coverage presented by Rolex. The oldest championship in women's golf returns today like never before. A date in December. A pair of courses offering early examinations in what is always the toughest test of the sport. And a first-time host built by Texas Giants Jimmy DeMeritt and living legend Jackie Burke Jr., who each achieved Grand Slam glory and created a club short on pretense, rich in substance, and eminently worthy of identifying golf's next great champion. All right, so we had an early birdie from Bronte Law. How about the Norwegian? Marianne Skarpnord, the 34-year-old, over the Jackrabbit course. Well, that's a bonus, isn't it? Played the LPGA back in 2010, and here's something to frame. You're tied for the lead at the U.S. Women's Open. Law, a winner on the LPGA Tour. Skarpnord playing in the U.S. a rare appearance. Welcome to Champions Golf Club. Grant Boone alongside the LPGA Hall of Fame member Judy Rankin and our entire team. Judy, we are literally 10 minutes into this U.S. Women's Open. All the anticipation, waiting 6 extra months. You've played in so many. You've called so many. What is this moment like for these players that we're now seeing get onto the golf course?
You know, there's a great deal of excitement. There is a great deal of the word you just used, anticipation, about getting started in the U.S. Open. You know that this is not a championship where you want to make a double bogey, which Angela Stanford just did. You know this is not a championship where you want to get where you have to come back from mistakes. So you are trying to find out if you can start out nice and even and calm, or are you going to start out a little anxious? Are you going to start out a little nervous, which is what we just saw, no doubt, from a player who should be just brimming with confidence? You also have 41 players this week who have not done this before. So their anticipation is really interesting. But I can tell you, and it's been true for years gone by, it is true today, the fewer mistakes you can make in the U.S. Open, the better chance you have to be a contender come Sunday. It's not always about how low I can go. It's about how even I can play. And USGA championships in general prove that every time we see one.
Great point. In this golf course, both of them will get your attention very early, especially that first tee at Cypress Creek. All right, Judy and I are joined, as you've heard already, from Karen Stupples and Billy Ray Brown. Kate Cockrell will be on the course. Catherine Belanger will handle any rules questions. And Cara Banks will interview players as we take you to the second. And Angela Stanford. Billy Ray, if there's anyone who can handle the early disappointment, it would be Stanford.
Took off looking good. And, you know, she has that ability to recover. Her short game is so improved. That's one of the things she's talked about. And that's what you're going to need on this course.
All right, starting on the 10th tee, Perrine Delacour, the French woman. Plays full-time on the LPGA Tour from France. And to the 11th.
And we're looking at Cheyenne Knight, getting ready for her second shot. See the ball just slightly above her feet here, and that's one of the features of these golf courses. The fairways are somewhat undulating and gives the players a bit of a challenge. At playing 429 yards today, going in here with a hybrid. Hole location on 30 and 7 from the right. And even early going, the greens are fairly firm.
And the second, again, our first group off of the first hole. Billy Ray?
Yeah, this is one of the characteristic greens here at the Cypress Creek course, a big green here at the second hole location. And at back right, it's about 2 paces over a gentle ridge that bisects the screen from left to right. She's got 155 yards and not the best of angles coming from that right-hand side. Imagine this ball would be out to the left. Not a breath of wind right now, as I mentioned. Perfect conditions.
How different is this golf course June versus December, Billy Ray?
Well, the only difference is basically the rough itself has gone dormant. And it's hit or miss the lie that you catch when you do miss the fairways. Other than that, this golf course year-round stays in championship shape.
Nicole is a very powerful player. She does not have good accuracy statistics, both off the tee and into greens.
And it just puts it in the center of the green. You'll see a lot of that throughout the championship. Players going just to the center of the greens.
Over to the Jackrabbit.
Coming off that birdie at the first, Bronte Law. Again, this second hole, it gives the players a nice little birdie opportunity. Hole location really tucked in the back right. Have to be a little bit cautious with the approach, because if you miss the green to the right, it's going to be a bit of trouble. But just a short shot in here. And that'll leave a bit of a breaking putt.
And the second shot for Angela Stanford at the second hole at Cypress Creek.
Well, that was a huge tee shot, in my opinion, coming off that double bogey at the first hole. Puts it in the fairway there. That was an 8-iron from 142 yards. And that's going to be the first indication how big these greens are. That's going to be a very long birdie attempt for Angela, coming back up the hill and over the slope.
And a birdie putt for Perrine Delacour to get a share of the early lead. All right, so England, Norway, and France with early birdies to take the lead at the 75th U.S. Women's Open. And the 75th United States Women's Open Championship is presented by Rolex. Billy Ray was talking about these greens, Judy, and to your point earlier about you don't necessarily need to go low in USGAs. Two putts aren't the most exciting thing that we would see in golf, but they're treasured here, aren't they?
Yes, another interesting point about U.S. Opens, but you really have to point to this golf course, Cypress Creek, because the greens are so large.
This is Nishimura on the 10th hole at Jackrabbit. That's her third shot, playing 544 yards. It's definitely a three-shot hole for most of the players in the field, and with trouble on the right, players be cautious.
All right, Christina Kim, the veteran American, poor pitch shot and gets that to drop. And she's very careful with her distancing. And she always pulls that sleeve over her hand to pull the flag out of the hole as we take you back to the second.
And Grant, it will be Angela Stanford first to play here, putting for birdie, coming back up the hill, long birdie attempt, some 50 feet plus, coming back up and over the ridge, just trying to gauge what it does.
All right, so Angela Stanford is trying to do something that very few have ever done, and that is win the week before the U.S. Women's Open and then win the Open. And B. Park did it most recently in 2013 when she won the first three majors of that year. Amy Alcott 40 years ago. You know those other two, Judy, Mickey Wright and Carol Mann.
I do, and two of the great people, the great players in the game that have been lost to us recently.
And Billy Ray, she has some experience in this position. She won the week before the 2003 U.S. Women's Open and then went all the way to overtime there at Pumpkin Ridge before Hillary Lunke authored one of the great Cinderella victories of all time.
I do remember that was a three-person playoff there, too, as well. I think Kelly Robbins might have been the other participant in that playoff. Now this putt comes back up the hill. It will turn right to left, coming back up the slope, and once it turns left, then it'll straighten up.
We're going to hear from Hillary Lunke in the broadcast later in the week.
Very well done. And that's going to be, as Judy mentioned, talking about being patient. One thing this week, throughout the week, lag putts are going to be crucial given the size of the greens here at Cypress.
You know, I can't always say that, but as that ball rolled, you can actually see the speed of these greens. That ball just turned over, turned over, turned over.
And now Nicole Brock Larson.
Yeah, really not much in this putt as it gently works its way back up the hill, just to the left of the hole. Really doesn't have to navigate much of that little gentle ridge. Still, from this distance here, all you're concerned about, just getting around the hole. Greens are just about 12.5 on the stent meter.
I would not be surprised to see a lot of players very tentative with the putter starting out.
This is the 10th on the Jackrabbit. Nishimura, this to complete her birdie. She does have a win on the Japanese Ladies Tour, not a member of the LPGA, so this is great that the USGA has given us an opportunity to see quite a few international players this week.
Yeah, 4 different countries represented there at 1 under, and 41 players, Judy, playing in their first ever U.S. Women's Open. Here is J. Marie Green, one of the contenders last year in Charleston at the U.S. Women's Open.
And no secret, one of my favorite golf swings on the LPGA Tour.
Looking for her first victory. Jody Ewart shot off at the second.
Yeah, coming back down the hill, coming off the bogey at 1. That was a great chance to right the ship quickly.
And across the street to Jackrabbit again.
Now can Bronte capitalise on this. This is a tricky putt. It's going to break quite a bit to the left. She's going to be concentrating on the speed.
Not a great job, Karen.
Mm-mm.
All right, here is another Texan, Brittany Lang, on the 10th hole at Cypress Creek. She played well last week in North Texas.
She did. Brittany Lang is a player with a little steeper golf swing. She actually has a little soft cut shot in her arsenal, and that can serve you very well.
A U.S. Women's Open champion, Lang. Here's Stanford for par. Oh dear. Well, there was so much talk earlier in the week when it was announced that Stanford was going to hit the first tee shot. She felt that weight. That was something significant to her when it was announced she would hit that first shot of the U.S. Women's Open.
She's well versed on the history of this game. She loves this game dearly and has been through she's been through all of the phases that you go through as a professional player. She was going to retire earlier on. Then she has come back to work really hard, and we'll get back to her after we see Bronte Law here at the second.
Bronte's a player that got her first win on the LPGA Tour in Kingsmill at the Pure Silk. And I think it was something that was really expected of her. She is, as I mentioned earlier, a fiery competitor and one that really likes to get in the mix. We saw that when she played in the Solheim Cup.
A very daunting match play opponent.
That is for sure.
Yeah.
Could you imagine Danielle Kang and Bronte Law going head to head?
Not a lot of conversation.
Oh.
I think when you start out, Karen, the short putts, you just have nerves, and it's so important whether you make them or miss them as to how you go forward.
Can really set the tone for the week, can't it?
Follow all the action from the 75th U.S. Women's Open, including real-time scoring and the latest video highlights, news, and photos, all at uswomensopen.com. All right, we have a third shot at the first for Benedetta Moresco, one of the 24 amateurs in the field this week. That was your first U.S. Open experience, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think, yes. I weighed 80 pounds and I was 14, and neither one is true anymore. Creative. Here, a long way off the putting surface with the putter.
A Texas wedge for the Italian. Worked out okay.
And you know what will keep you from getting gray hair early is if you can roll those first putts and have a few tap-ins. You tend to find on greens this large and just with the importance of the event that you always have a second putt you have to work on.
Plays at Alabama. She won the AJGA Annika Invitational earlier this year. 11.
This is Pajari Ananarukan on the 11th hole. This is her second shot. Doesn't have to hit quite as much club in here as we saw Cheyenne Knight. This, a long iron still. There's just a little slope that's not quite going to get up on top.
Just off the green of the first J. Marie green. Almost won the U.S. Women's Open last year. It's been a wild 2020 for all of us, but certainly for J. Marie in a different way, Judy.
Yeah, well, she just bought her own place, and she lives on the east coast of Florida, and with as COVID came along, she thought, this is a real opportunity for me to really get in shape. I'm going to do everything I can, and so she started riding a bike. She had a horrific accident during COVID, and she suffered a concussion. She fractured her right elbow. She was hospitalized for several days. It was not a little accident, much like our friend David Faraday, who has, hurt his body a good deal riding a bike. J. Marie Green really had some time to rethink how much she wanted to play golf and what was important to her. I think she is an underrated talent. Certainly her resume is underrated. And wow, what a great putt.
That will not be underrated. Jing Yan moves to 1 under, 6th year on the LPGA Tour, looking for her first victory. From China, Shanghai, and played collegiately at Washington. All right, Catherine Belanger, our rules official, is here. Catherine, what can you tell us?
So Yan actually arrived about 2 minutes late to her first tee, and so she got a 2-stroke penalty on this first hole since she arrived after the starting time, but within 5 minutes.
Okay, Catherine, thank you. So instead of an early birdie, it goes down as a bogey. So the anticipation was a little too long for Jing Yan.
You know, I'm not positive, but I'm going to guess there's a language barrier here. And it's just really, really unfortunate. These players who come from other countries, and maybe for the first time or even not for the first time, if they have not learned the language really well, someone should be in charge of not letting them make that kind of mistake.
Did you see her mouth to J. Marie Green? 5, and then she smiled like, that's maybe the best 5 I've ever made in my life. All right, here is a player who tends to make her presence known verbally, sartorially. Christina Kim. 3 times a winner on the LPGA Tour, a Solheim Cup participant.
A lot of speed in her golf swing, and I want to tell you, I don't know how many golf balls she hits in a week, but it is a lot.
All right, Brittany Lang over on the other side of the course at the 10th. Ooh. She won a testy playoff with Anna Nordquist, a tournament that saw Lydia Ko and Sunghyun Park have chances to get into that playoff as well. Lang outlasted Nordquist up in Northern California. All right, this is Moresco for par at the first.
I did not like to miss a shorter putt right off the bat playing golf. It always kind of put the wrong thought in my mind.
To 3. And this is Stanford, Billy Ray.
Now, this is the first look that we've seen so far in this grouping here as the ball sits down in the rough for Angela. And like I said, it's hit or miss. This ball's sitting down. There's enough Bermuda grass now that's going to get caught between the
bunker's not bad. The bunker's fine. Yeah. Try to hit it over here. The bunker's probably easier than short. Front right. I don't think it's going to fly. No, not. It's kind of thick. I'll hit it like it's cut. Okay.
As I was saying, there's going to be enough grass get caught between the club face and the ball. It's going to force her to go out right and no chance to take it at the flagstick, which is just about 6 paces over that bunker. Yeah, it'll come out nicely, but it's very tough control of that dormant grass. You see there, no chance to put any spin on it. That should go over the green, and it will. It's, like I said, it's a really hit or miss, and definitely can sit up in the rough, but you catch a lie like that.
Let's see, she teed off with a Meg Mallon visor on the first hole, and Meg made a couple of double bogeys the week she won at the U.S. Women's Open at Colonial in '91. So Angela's got plenty of time here.
Well, the only way that would work if Meg did it in the first hole, you know, if you're drawing a parallel.
But what do they say, Billy Ray? It really only matters how you finish, not how you start.
You know what? I wish that was the case. I used to start off very good and finish poorly at times.
Yeah, didn't we all?
Just go to the TV tower. Yep. All right. Come on. Good swing. Good routine.
Okay, this ball is also left. Doesn't cause any issues whatsoever. Coming pretty high, a little left to right. Initial huge bounce there. And with this low humidity throughout the week, the greens will only get firmer as time goes.
Well, we told you about Jing Yan, the young player from China who went to University of Washington. She realizes she's late, comes hustling up to the first tee, gets her scorecard, and then huffing and puffing, which we can't really see through the mask. Maybe a little extra adrenaline. Now she finally catches up. So assessed a 2-stroke penalty, as Catherine Belanger, USGA, told us. Made birdie, net, bogey to Jackrabbit.
This was Sydney Glanton just a little bit earlier. One of the longer players on the LPGA Tour, been able to get it into that front bunker. And leave herself a nice little uphill putt there. So after that, you play a nice little bunker shot. You've got to try and finish it off. Here's a winner on the LPGA Tour. She won in the team event, the Dow Great Lakes Bay Invitational. Her partner was Jasmine Sawanapour, and Sydney doing her job just nicely there, tied for the lead.
All right, so this unusual situation, never before done. 2 courses here hosting the U.S. Women's Open. Jackrabbit, George Fazio, a fine player in his own right, lost a playoff to Ben Hogan at Marion in a U.S. Open. His nephew Tom redesigned it. You were quite impressed with Jackrabbit. I know you've called a lot of events here at Cypress Creek, but what'd you call it? Sneaky?
I thought it was very tricky.
Tricky.
Everything about the Jackrabbit course is a little bit smaller than at the Cypress Creek course. It is very tricky off the tee. It's narrower off the tee. There's a lot of out of bounds on this golf course, and the greens are smaller. So everything about it is different than Cypress Creek.
All right, this is the 3rd, and it's Angela Stanford. Billy Ray, she's shaking her head.
She's got a horrendous slice. You cannot go forward whatsoever.
And Billy Ray, this is a horrendous start.
Yeah. 3-putt for double bogey, then a bogey, and here's Shadoff.
And just over the green, we saw that shot from 113 yards, hit just past the flag and go past the green, now pitching back up the slope initially, then 3/4 of the way down, back down to the hole as it gets over the ridge. Start picking up some pace about right here.
If you go long on one of these Cypress Creek greens, Billy Ray, you've really done something.
You have. You either caught a flyer or a total miss club, that's for sure.
And back to the Jackrabbit course.
Lauren Stevenson also on the first for her birdie, player that's just starting to come into her own LPGA Tour. This first hole playing under par at 4.67 so far today, and she's now tied for the lead also. Still early days in this first round of the US Women Open Championship.
Well, we see where she's aiming at 3 here, Billy Ray. And that's incredible. Just where she had to aim, just had nothing, did she?
Well, fortunately, the green's so big that there was some direction she could try to go, but it sure wasn't toward the flagstick.
This was Christina Kim for birdie at the 2nd.
Kind of a different looking setup. She's really got the putter very flat.
And another of our amateurs in the field, Pauline Roussin-Bouchard. Just to see one go in early, Judy, what does it mean?
I think it means a lot. I tell you, how you start out putting, because putting is not your big muscles, but your little muscles.
This is the 3rd again, and Nicole Brock-Larson.
You know, she definitely got a decent read from the pitch shot as it came back down the hill. And once it gets over the ridge, it actually doesn't have much break. Initially, go a little bit from right to left. Definitely, Angela Stanford will be watching this putt. She'll have a putt just inside of Larson for her par.
we showed you the Jackrabbit course numbers. Let's take a look at Cypress Creek, the first course built here. Ralph Plummer, who designed a number of courses, including where you make your home, Midland Country Club up there, 1959, under the watchful eye of Jackie Burke Jr. and Jimmy DeMerit.
Yeah, it is. It's just a magnificent golf course, and when you consider that it's a completely flat piece of land, that it could be this good is pretty amazing. It's 173 yards longer than the Jackrabbit course. It has pretty generous fairways. It has enormous greens, and water comes into play, but not as often as it does at the Jackrabbit course.
And this is a par putt here for Angela Stanford.
Well, after the start, the double bogey start, and this for par here. And just take your medicine here, just 2 putts and move on as you go to the par 3 fourth, just trying to lag it down this slope here. Yeah, really tough break with that second shot where it was ended up in the bunker.
And we have a birdie putt at the 10th hole for Sarah Jane Smith.
Young Australian makes her home in the Orlando area. She's playing as a new mom this year.
How about that? 7 players tied for the early lead. Yeah, the maternity exemption in play for the first time. Brittany Lincecum given it as well. Over at the first, this is the Spaniard Athajara Munoz.
Certainly makes a move from the left to the right.
And that run out will be something to watch all week, won't it? Jody Ewart shot off for par at 3.
You know, this would be a very good 2-putt coming from that back portion of the green, about 12 feet. Nice save there. Judy, those putts like that early on the round in a U.S. Women's Open carries a lot of weight.
Yeah, not only does it affect your score, but it really affects your, is there a golf psyche? I believe there is.
Yes, there is.
And a putt of some 3.5, 4 feet for bogey for Stanford.
Yeah, that distance, the one the players, you know, usually on Sunday gives the players fits, but she desperate need to hold this one out here.
Yeah, she's just missed 2 of them, so finally sees one go in, and boy, how do you fix this golf psyche, Billy Ray?
Yeah.
That's the big question. I wouldn't be doing this, Judy, if I could figure that out right now.
All right, some tough starts, but some early birdies. 6 players tied for the lead at 1 under par, including the Americans Lauren Stevenson and Sydney Clanton. It's time now for a message from our hosts, the USGA.
Golf has a power unlike any other sport. And not just because it gets us to set our alarms for 5 a.m. on a Saturday. It's good for us physically, emotionally, and spiritually. It's why every day on tees around the world, people from so many different walks of life will meet for the first time. And it's why we're so dedicated to helping golf achieve its full potential, growing and sharing it with as many people as possible for generations to come. Because we know the only thing better than what golf is what it can be.
Just the second time the U.S. Women's Open has been held in the state of Texas. Talked about Meg Mallon winning the U.S. Women's Open at Colonial in Fort Worth, not too far from where Brittany Lang grew up, McKinney, Texas. Good start with a solid par at the 10th hole for Brittany.
Plug. Sit right there.
That's a word I've not heard before when you're trying to get the ball to stop. Plug.
Now, these roll-offs are so dangerous, and that's why she was telling it to stop. Landed on the green and finished in the water.
But the player knows what kind of spin that ball has and what the slope looks like, and that's why you heard that word I've not heard before, plug.
Well, Angela Stanford off to a rough start. It doesn't get any easier. You can see the stark layout here at the par 3 fourth.
And Grant, it's very interesting. They've got everything in their advantage today. Forward tee today, 169 yards in helping breeze. Well, early on, we've seen the initial bouncing of the ball on the greens. Hole location only on 17 paces. To get it close and keep it below the hole, you have to bring that penalty area into play.
Billy Ray, this champions hosted the 1969 U.S. Open, won by Orville Moody. But in 1971, Ben Hogan played the very last round of tournament golf right here, and it was at this fourth hole where his tournament effectively ended. He hit it in the water, had to hit another one, went down into that penalty area to try to play it out, struggled on the fourth hole, wound up walking off after the 12th tee shot and told his fellow competitors Charles Cootie and Dick Lotz, "I just don't think I can go anymore." And Ben Hogan would never play another hole or event on the PGA Tour. It's time to look at our tracer presented by Lexus with Nicole Brock Larson.
Yeah, it's a daunting tee shot no matter what. I've been playing in this hole for even back in the high school days, all through college here. No matter what the conditions are and what's at stake, it's still very difficult bringing this ball in very high. And that lands nice and soft there, and a great look there for birdie there just right of the hole.
Yeah, that's a gorgeous shot. Great opportunity.
Over to the Jackrabbit course.
And this is Momoko Ueda. Hit it in the greenside bunker on the right side of this hole and played a fairly nice shot too here. Little uphill putt. Played for many years on the LPGA Tour, but has gone back to Japan.
And Jody Ewart Shadoff.
You know, one of these types of shots here, if you're looking for the stock shot, what you like to do, bring it high and soft like Larson, and she's a very strong player. Someone that has a ball flight that is flat and penetrating. You'll see an initial first bounce here pretty big. And checks off a little bit. That's going to be very quick coming back down the hill.
Uninterrupted coverage of the USGA Championships on Peacock is presented by Rolex, and this is the 75th U.S. Women's Open Championship.
Billy Ray, the thing we saw with the tracer and Jody Ewart Shadoff is that was about as straight as you can hit a golf shot.
Well, and when you have that shot in your bag, that's good. But here, you know, on this par 3, if I were sitting back at the tee, you'd like to move something from a right-handed player a little bit from left to right here and try to get the ball to land a bit softly. As I said, though, you have to take a bit of chance if you want to keep it below the hole, because that penalty area is just here at Cypress Creek, right in the view of the player that stands back to the tee. This is left. This needs to go.
Oh, wow.
And it kicked back into the penalty area, into some heavy grass. Might be playable. I'll get a read for you soon.
She's got Shady Oaks on that left sleeve. That was where Ben Hogan played and spent his last years. And here we are again at the 4th, where Hogan had his mishap. All right, this is a 4th for Brittany Lang, who hit the green here, but then saw it spin off into the water.
And the good news here, Grant, is that even though she is fairly well below the green surface, everything slopes towards that water on this green, so she should play this quite aggressively because she can get this one to stop. Now this is now onto the Jackrabbit course. This is Mina Haragai. This is the 10th hole, also a par 5. What a smooth roll there. Off to the very best of starts.
She was a teenage sensation in California in her young amateur years.
All right, you can see what Angela Stanford is looking at towards that 4th penalty area. Billy Ray, what are her options?
Well, her options now are she's trying to determine, we have some people down in the penalty area trying to search and find the ball before she plays her third. The ball did not carry the penalty area, so her next play would be more than likely from the original teeing ground.
Just heard her say, I'm going to re-tee. Just a nightmare start after a dream finish last week. And the Volunteers of America Classic. And in many ways, Stacey Lewis is our unofficial hostess of the week, but Stanford is the Texan that hit the first tee shot.
I tell you, if you play golf, and certainly if you ever compete playing golf, you have much empathy for what is happening to her and what she's going through and what's in her head and what's in her stomach. I mean, it's hard, and it's hard to regroup. You have to have the greatest respect for anybody who, you know, gets down in the pit of a horrible round of golf and recovers from it in any sort of way.
Yeah. Think about Rory McIlroy at the Open last year in Ireland, all eyes on him, and he really struggled. At the 12th, this is Kelly Tan of Malaysia, who has had a really fine season this year on the LPGA Tour, continuing to stack up top 25 finishes. Could she stack up a birdie? Wow, that was worth the wait. Marianne Scarpnord has taken the lead by 1.
Yeah, Kelly, if you could mimic that perfect speed on that putt all week long, you'd be looking really good.
Back down to the Jackrabbit, the 10th hole, Teresa Liu. Another player who played for a number of years on the LPGA, but now plays primarily on the Japanese tour. Whoa! How about that? Eagle there, tying her for the lead straight away.
That's a Jackrabbit start right there.
Boy, and we do forget that players come to the U.S. and they play the LPGA Tour, or whether maybe also the PGA Tour, and that they actually really get homesick, and eventually they want to go home and they want to play at home.
I mean, everything about that was pretty pure. Landing it just where she needed to, and I don't know whether the caddy gave her a good read on the roll or not, but either way, that's a nice eagle. And nice not to have to stress over a putt.
All right, this is a third shot from the drop zone at the 4th. Stanford has begun double bogey, 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 and she's got that for a bogey. So we have a couple of players who've reached 2 under par. The Norwegian Marianne Scarpnord. Her countrywoman Suzanne Pedersen had a walk-off winning putt for the European Solheim Cup team last fall, and here's Scarpnord on top of the leaderboard. And then from Chinese Taipei, Teresa Liu, she won on the LPGA Tour back in 2013, and she's won 4 majors on the Japan LPGA Tour. You see the New Zealander Amelia Garvey, and this is how she got to 1 under par. Oh, yes. We've got almost the entire Southern Cal women's golf team here, Judy.
That's right. 1 and 10 on the Cypress Creek course are pretty tough par 4s. Jack Rabbit starts with 2 par 5s.
11.
Brittany Lang trying to just drop the 1 shot. Nicely done. Those are kind of momentum builders too. Just to keep away those double bogeys, vitally important in major championships.
Yeah, good bogey has a lot of resonance at a championship like this.
Well, what would Angela Stanford do for a bogey here? Goodness, what a tough start for Angela. Jody, you were at Shadoff. You can see crouching down there. Holly Clyburn is her good friend, Billy Ray, who's a player in her own right. Played on the LET and the Symetra Tours, but not being a member of the LPGA, she's allowed to caddy, and she has been for most of this restart for Jody.
Yeah, that's always, you know, a plus for a player that can see shots as well as know how to play them themselves. That's always a bonus. Now this putt comes down the hill very quick initially. It will move to the left. And what green there is, a little green in the greens, but it's just a little help with the grain here. Wind's starting to pick up just a little bit. It's still just a breeze. But you couldn't actually ask for a better morning to start off the 75th U.S. Women's Open, that's for sure.
For December.
Yeah, no doubt.
Thank you, Mother Nature.
Yes. And making my home here, it could be 85 and it could be 35. We got the best of both worlds right now.
It could be that in the same day,
yeah,
sometimes.
Yeah, no doubt. Leaving the flag stick in here. Just gets it started. All the way across the hole at the end, and that runs out, Judy, that's something to pay attention to. That runs out a good maybe 10 feet now left for her par.
Boy, not a good read.
Wow.
And not a good touch.
I got to tell you, I thought that ball was going to be pretty much stone dead, about 2.5 to 3 feet. And that last little bit, as I said, it's 12.5 on the centimeter. That surprised me as well, that ball running out as much.
A good foot faster or a little bit more than that would be the norm on the LPGA Tour.
For both of you who've been in situations like this, how hard is it just to concentrate on the putt right now if you're Angela, given what's happened in the last 45 minutes or so?
It's hard. I'm telling you, your brain is spinning. You're playing some of the best golf of your life, and you've just played some of the worst holes of your life.
Yeah, and with all the expectations, too, everything seems to really, really start to move at a fast pace. And right now, Judy, internally right now, everything's moving so fast, where as a player you'd love to have things slow down and the game come to you. Now it's just, okay, how can I regroup?
Your caddy needs to go to you before this next tee, and he needs to say, wipe it all out, forget it. We're going to say it was a one-off. We're starting completely over.
And now a birdie putt for Nicole Brock Larson.
Yeah, this will definitely move from hard from right to left. And once it starts turning left, it'll pick up speed. You got to get this probably a good 3 cups out to the right, and it's going to snap left. Very well done here.
Beauty.
So she moves to 1 under. 15 players at the moment are under par as round 1 is underway. We really don't have morning and afternoon waves. We have kind of one wave this week, Judy.
You know, it's great for the competitors, for competition, because tee times go, I think, from what, 9:30 until 11:32.
to 11:30, yeah.
So everybody is virtually playing in equal conditions.
And here's something that a Cypress Creek and Champions member Steve Elkington told us this week. Putts rolling out much further than the players would expect. It's for par.
And back up the hill, just inside left here. All safe now.
Good
That's
putt.
not the 2 putts you wanted, though, Judy.
Yeah.
Well, she curled one in at the 3rd, curls it in here. And now Stanford for double bogey. She has a par 5 to come. How about that?
Right.
A reachable one at that.
I mean, you know, I say wipe it out, forget it. Par is 71 on this course. If she could maybe shoot 75 today, if she could do that, she would consider that a victory.
And here is her good friend, Cheyenne Knight, for birdie at the 13th. Only par 5 on the back 9, and Cheyenne Knight gets it back to even par. Part of a terrific program at Alabama. At the 10th, one of the contenders last week in North Texas. She's just 19 years old. From Northern California, Yelimi No.
And let me tell you, she plays golf like she's 39. She is so experienced at such a very young age.
2 players at 2 under. Teresa Liu holing out over at the Jackrabbit course for an eagle. And you got experience there. You've got winners. You've got players looking for their first LPGA Tour title. As we said, come day's end, par will be a good score, most believe. There's Emily Pedersen from Denmark. She won the last 3 events on the Ladies European Tour and has now come back to the LPGA this week. Well, we are about 50 miles from the Johnson Space Center in southeast Houston, a complex of more than 100 buildings on more than 1,600 acres. NASA's Center of Human Spaceflight Training, Research, and Flight Control, renamed in 1973 for former President Lyndon Baines Johnson. And there is a NASA in the field this week,
I was going to say, can we have a little fun? Nasa Hataoka, one of the really, really good players in the world, was named after NASA in Houston because her mother wanted her to reach for the stars. It sounds not true, but it is.
Benedetta Moresco for par at the 3rd.
It's hard to make putts. That really looked good.
Huge greens, very tricky. Here at the Cypress Creek course, a little different across the street at the Jackrabbit course, where there's a little more of a runoff on a lot of the greens there. And we're showing you coverage of both here. The par putt for J. Marie Green. Hasn't won on the LPGA Tour, Judy, but I think everyone believes wins are coming, and possibly the kind of a ball striker who could absolutely win a major, don't you think?
Well, I feel that watching her, and the way she hits the golf ball, she hits it very solid, and she hits it very solid all the time. When you don't have very many mishits, all you really have to know is how to aim. And I think that this is one of those kind of players. You just have to have some success at the right time to build the confidence to do that.
You can see the respect for the speed. We've seen a number of putts come up quite a bit short already. We're about an hour into round 1. 2 different courses. Players teeing off 1 and 10, and then they'll go and play the opposite course tomorrow. Then all who make the cut will play Cypress Creek for the weekend. This is Jing Yan.
And I have to say that the fact that she was late to the first tee and penalized, as I study it a little deeper, is totally her own fault. She went to the University of Washington. She makes a home in the Dallas area, and I don't know what prompted her to be late, but I think she's going to have to blame herself.
She needed the police escort that Rory McIlroy got to the first tee at the Ryder Cup back in 2012. All right, after the terrific approach from Yelimino, this for an early birdie.
She goes back and forth with leaving the flagstick in or not.
She tied for 2nd last week in North Texas, playing with her idols in B Park and Soyeon Yu.
Back over at the Jackrabbit, this is Megan Kang, just starting off around at the first. This is her 3rd shot on a par 5. Playing from that Bermuda rough, but able to judge that nicely, and she's pretty handy with the putter, so I'd be inclined to feel fairly comfortable with her making that for birdie. Oof, so nice from that unpredictable rough.
And this is the 5th. Larson.
Well, this par 5, a lot of times reachable. But back into the breeze today. Larson coming out of the rough, just laying up. And she did, Judy, I believe, have the firepower to get here in 2, but after the wayward drive, forced to lay up.
Here is a former top-ranked amateur, now a veteran pro, looking for her first LPGA Tour title, Sue O of Australia.
Yeah, she is from Australia, has a home, though, in the Dallas area, spends a lot of time in the U.S. And, oh, Sue.
These look like U.S. Open greens so far, don't they, Judy?
Wow. It's just, as I said at the very opening of our show, as you watch the ball roll on these greens, you can actually see the speed happening, and that's not always true on fast greens. You see speed sometimes when a putt is, you know, dramatically downhill, but these greens just roll like you're on a little bit of glass.
Part of a strong contingent of young Australians, including Minjee Lee and a major champion, Hannah Green.
You with it? Okay.
Here's another major champion, Morgan Pressel.
Yep.
You see the amateur, Lucien Bouchard. Remember, Morgan Pressel in 2005 was contending to win a U.S. Women's Open in the Denver area as an amateur. Birdie Kim broke her heart with one of the all-time great last hole shots. Well, here comes our defending champion, I정은 6. Won at the Country Club of Charleston in come-from-behind fashion last year, en route to winning LPGA Tour Rookie of the Year honors. Back at the 10th, and here is the American Jennifer Song, a storied amateur career USGA champion. Another player like J. Marie Green, Jody Ewart-Shadoff, lots of times in contention, still looking for a first victory. You could say the same about this player, Amy Olson.
Player with enormous potential. Strong, tall, and technically very sound.
She had the lead by 1 going to the last hole at Evian in 2018, made double bogey, and it allowed Angela Stanford to hoist a major championship trophy.
And let's see if Megan can finish off the birdie at the first on the Jackrabbit course. Yeah, no problem at all.
I watch some of these players and I feel like I was a little more nervous for them than they are nervous.
All right, we're back at the par 5 fifth. As you see, Annie Park has moved into a tie for the lead at 2 under. The American with 1 victory to her credit.
And now Shadoff. Billy Ray?
Well, she's got 106 yards, but you have to be very committed to the shot in which you want to play here. That whole location is in that back portion just over a ridge. I would think you'd like to bring something in low and try to chase it up the hill. She's trying to take a direct line. I'll land it. One of the spots you can actually land it in right there. Fantastic shot there. Picked her spot, and she was committed there, that's for sure.
And she'll have that to get back to even par. Now Angela Stanford.
You know, see if she has a chance here. You know, she's looking at a shot. It's only 92 yards, Karen, and again, you taking the chance of flying it back there, flying it down and chasing it up this, but a little ridge. It is slightly back uphill and just a slight breeze back in. She flights it down. This ball does have some spin on it, though.
She can generate quite a bit, but just a hair off.
Wow. little surprised right now. Karen, performance right now from Angela, but there is some time left. It's not all lost right now. Pars are a good score here today, no matter what.
Yeah, if she can just dust herself off a bit and maybe sort of pick away at that number and then come out tomorrow on the other golf course, she could still be fine. I'm not writing her off just yet. Now Larson.
I'm very impressed with her play up to this point, coming off that birdie at the par 3/4. Just a short pitch back up, 77 yards.
Looks like she's trying to add just a bit of loft to this too, extra, trying to get more spin maybe.
Yeah, she sends it straight up in the air. This is actually going to catch right into that ridge and probably will not bounce forward, and that's the case. Pretty average there on that shot.
Now 211. This is Kim Kaufman for a par. Penalty area causing problems again for these players. Everything slopes so quickly down towards it, but Kim on a nice bit of a roll now after a double bogey start.
To learn more about how to obtain a USGA handicap, golf volunteer opportunities within your community, or where to compete against other local amateurs, contact the Allied Golf Association within your state or region. To locate or for more information, go to usga.org and click Playing. And so some early stumbles, a few birdies, and even an eagle hole out mixed in here so far. Judy, what do you think about what you've seen? About what you expected?
I think the putting is so very difficult, and I think if you're not playing from the fairway, you're going to be putting for a lot of pars.
Right, to the first tee we go.
This is the 10:37 tee time from Republic of Korea. Our 2019 U.S. Women's Open champion, Jung-Eun Lee.
First hole for the defending champion, the 10th here at Cypress Creek, and Kay Cockrell is going to follow this group.
I'm excited for her as much as I'm sure she's trying to calm her own adrenaline and nerves. This has to be an exciting moment for Jung-Eun Lee 6. And it looks pretty good down the right center with a little bit of a draw, very high tee shot.
Our 2019 U.S. Women's Amateur champion, Gabriella Ruffles.
And almost the 2020 U.S. Women's Amateur champion, Kay.
Oh, it was such a great match between her and between she and Rose Zhang. Went 38 holes. You almost felt like either one should have won that. He unfortunately can't give the trophy to two people, but this is a player that I think we're going to be watching for many, many years. Extremely talented.
Great setup, closed stance.
And another beautiful tee shot. She flies it with a lower trajectory, but that was dead down the middle.
Well, the AIG Women's Open has given us some amazing stories the last couple of years. Sophia Popov this year, and then last year, the smiling Cinderella, Hinako Shibuno.
And she made everyone smile.
This one starting further down the right-hand side, going towards the bunkers.
Well, there is Jung-Eun Lee 6. She had been a superstar on the LPGA Tour of Korea, and then a rookie on the LPGA Tour in 2019. And on Sunday at the Country Club of Charleston, with temperatures soaring and players wilting down the stretch, it was Lee 6 vaulting to the top of the leaderboard. And when the dust settled, she had a major championship. Went on to win Rookie of the Year honors. What a moment for a tremendous player who's only just now come back to the LPGA Tour, had spent this pandemic shutdown time in her homeland of Korea. Up on the green at 10, Morgan Pressel. Oh, that looked like it was going to die in to the hole. Over to the Jackrabbit course.
Well, we got Christy Kerr, and really a nice sort of surprise actually to see her playing. Got into quite a bad accident last week, had to withdraw, bad rib injuries, some bruising to her legs and to her hands, and really hasn't had much of a chance to practice. And this was her 4th shot, so she'll have a long putt for par, but the fact that she's even out here is really quite remarkable in itself.
She's had a remarkable career, and when you look at consecutive starts at the U.S. Women's Open, Kari, of course, the back-to-back winner in 2000, 2001. Christy won it in 2007, and she's hurting and has been.
You know, we have some research information that says, I had not heard this before, but that part of that accident was dislocated 3 ribs. And I will tell you that I know from experience that really hurts. And hopefully if things are back to normal, it is just very sore. I'm surprised she's playing this week. I really am, because the bruises are visible.
And so much of a golf swing, Judy, is rotational around your core, around those ribs. And she'll still have a couple of feet left for her bogey.
Tells you what this championship means to her as a past winner and 3rd all-time in career earnings. One of the faces of this generation of the LPGA Tour, Christy Kerr. Back at the Cypress Creek course. And Kay, is Shibuno away here?
She is. First to hit from that fairway bunker that she drove into. Has a good lie, but I don't think she's going to have enough club to get it all the way to the hole location. I think she'd do quite well to get it to the front of the green, because she's towards the front of this bunker, and the lip will make her have to hit a more lofted club. A little bit of breeze helping, so if she, let's see, she has 163 to the hole, 146 to the front, so if she can pull off like a 150-yard shot playing downwind, that would be very good. She's pulling out a 6-iron. And that was very aggressive and really well played. A much more to the line of the flagstick shot than I thought she would have played.
The 75th United States Women's Open Championship is presented by Rolex. So a little over half of the groups have now teed off here in round 1. Again, no morning or afternoon wave. You've got 2 courses teeing off 1 and 10. So really, it's so different in every way, Kay, isn't it?
Well, most definitely. Good tee shot here for 6. Jong-Eun Lee 6. She goes by 6. Usually draws a 6 on her golf ball. Her fan club is Lucky 6, so she's embraced that number that goes at the end of her name. 149 yards to the hole.
You're going to have to do a quick explanation about 6, Grant.
That was a 7-iron, just a little short left of the flag.
Yeah, but good solid start.
Yeah, there are 2 Jong-Eun Lees in the field. Jong-Eun Lee 5 is playing, and there have been 6 players with that name, Jong-Eun Lee. So they add the number as we go over to Jackrabbit.
Well, in the same group as Christy Kerr is Jarena Pillar. This for her birdie. And that is an impressive way to start. Jarena's been starting to find some form just recently.
And back we go to the 10th at Cypress Creek, and Gabriella Ruffles.
Coming off a little bit of a downhill lie, but she's a very high ball striker, has great distance control with her irons, and there's proof of it right there.
Right on cue. She's got some moxie, Kay, doesn't she?
She does. She's just brimming with confidence, and she keeps getting better and better with every year.
At the third, this is Emily Pedersen. You mentioned earlier the Dane, who has just run roughshod the last couple of weeks on the Ladies European Tour.
Right. You talk about Angela Stanford coming in here on a high. This player should be the most confident she's ever been in her life.
So 2 under is the lowest anyone has gone. Marianne Scarp-Nord over on the Jackrabbit course. So you see JR, Jackrabbit, CC, Cypress Creek. And a birdie and some pars for Pauline Rosen-Bouchard of France. Saw Teresa Liu hole out a 3rd shot on her first hole of the championship. And teeing off shortly will be the likes of Lexi Thompson and Nellie Korda and Jessica Korda, Jennifer Kupcho, who won the Augusta National Women's Amateur last year. At the first, it's Anna Nordquist, who contended last week up in North Texas and twice as a major champion. And doesn't like something on her ball or near it.
Focus.
Well, you see a good straightaway look at a hole location that is on the right front of the green. There is a little area off the right side, about hole high, that will take the ball to the right. So at the flagstick or just to the left of it.
For all the latest news and information about the 75th U.S. Women's Open Championship, follow the U.S. Women's Open on Twitter and Instagram and join the conversation using hashtag US Women's Open. Day 1 of the 75th U.S. Women's Open, and the USGA champ twice over, Kay Cockrell, watching this marquee group at the 10th.
And Hinako Shibuno will be first to putt. Again, a great leave from that right fairway bunker. Didn't try to get too much out of the shot, just ensured she got it on the green. But this is where the second part of the big test out here, probably the biggest part, Judy, is nailing down the speed of these greens, because you're going to have a handful of 35, 40, 50 footers throughout the day.
Of course, this is a great start with one that's, you know, up into the slope a little bit, and maybe you don't have to be real tentative, but if you get a really hard putt for the first one, it's a different story.
Yeah, that didn't have much break to it. All she had to think about was be aggressive.
All right, at the third, this is a Georgia Bulldog, Katarina Don. Okay. It's never too early to get excited when a putt drops in the U.S. Women's Open, is it? And she's got the Georgia logo on her cap, and she's got a former Bulldog pulling for her, Judy. The U.S. Women's Open is this week. I'm pulling for Katarina Don to make some noise on the weekend. Hashtag women worth watching. Harris English, a multiple winner on the PGA Tour. It's fun to watch a lot of the men's players cheering on their favorites this week. And this is Lee 6.
Similar putt to what Shibuno had, just shorter. Again, uphill, so she can be aggressive. This doesn't have to worry about this putt getting away from her.
There's that 6 you mentioned on the ball, Judy.
Yeah, you know, some people might say, geez, that's really odd, you know, but it's something that all of these Lees have embraced, and she is the one who's made the most of it.
She also blended her name together. Instead of being two separate names, Jong-un, she put it all together to separate herself further.
Yeah, Lee 5 is two names, Jong-un. What a shot to start this U.S. Women's Open for Gabby Ruffles.
Yeah, not looking like she's uncomfortable in this situation at all. Beautiful 8-iron to hole high. This will have just a little bit of movement right to left. Three great shots.
Making it look easy. This is the first hole, and Billy Ray Brown has caught up with Anna Nordquist's group.
Now this putt coming up the hill, turning hard back to the right for birdie. Yeah, very good putt there, Judy. I thought that ball was going to come up a couple feet short. Then we're getting to see a lot of that run out, and the breeze is starting to freshen a bit.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of flags trying to stand out. I don't think of this part of Texas as being as windy as so many parts of Texas. I always think of Houston as being a little quieter, but I guess that's not the case this time of year.
That is not the case. We can get some heavy winds, and the closer you get to the coast, it definitely will pick up some pace as well. Now, Kang will be next here for par at the first. Hit her second shot, Judy, over the green right. Had to play out to the right. She couldn't take a direct line at the flag. Had to come over the bunker, so she had to play out to the right. She got a pretty good read from the putt of Nordquist, knowing this putt will definitely move back to the right here. This would be a good start. You can make this putt and chalk one up for a good save, because throughout this week, players that will play well here will have a number of these putts left for par, and who converts them is going to be the question.
Well, it'll tell you a little bit about her personality. She is not one to lay up.
Walks it in.
That's a lot of that ball was about 2.5 to 3 feet before the cup. You know,
that's
early
Danielle.
call, ball won't fall, but that's not the case.
That is Danielle Kang, the spectacular American. Now Emily Pedersen. It doesn't matter either side of the pond. They just keep going in for Emily Pedersen. And here is world number 1. Jin Young Ko playing with Nordquist and Kang, other major champions.
You know, her second shot came up short to the left and didn't have a very good line. Hit a nice little pitch, kept it below the hole. And he's got to keep this ball just on that top left edge here. Keep it firm, though.
She's, like Jong-un 6, only played a couple of events, spent this pandemic shutdown time in her homeland of Korea. The LPGA Tour shut down after mid-February, along with just about every other sports league around the world, and restarted late July, early August. But so many of the players from abroad outside the U.S., like Jin Young Ko and Jong-un 6, opted not to come back. So 2 players tied at the top, Marianne Skarpnord, who doesn't play in the U.S. full-time, and Andy Park, who does. It's time again for another message from the USGA.
It's people like you who make golf great. It's why the USGA aspires for a game that is thriving, welcoming, and sustainable for everyone.
Well, it's tough today, but it was a lot of fun. A lot of fun.
We develop solutions to help manage critical resources and improve the golfer experience. We invest in the game's future by funding programs for juniors and golfers with disabilities.
Hi.
We honor and celebrate the game's history by preserving golf's greatest stories. Our championships provide opportunities for golfers to compete at the highest level, inspiring millions of fans around the world. And we are working to make golf more enjoyable, affordable, and accessible to all golfers. Join us, and together we will make golf better for future generations by supporting the game we all love.
Judy, the USGA and champions, they seem to go hand in glove, don't they?
Well, yes, certainly. Excellence all the way around. I have to say, as I watch that, I think of Mickey Wright and the fact that she left everything she had to the USGA and wanted her ashes to be sprinkled there. So talk about a real love for the game and love for the roots of the game.
And talk about another great story. Sophia Popov won the AIG Women's Open from outside the top 300 in the world ranking. She's just getting started.
Back to the Jackrabbit, and this is Minjee Lee, just getting her round started. This for a birdie, and probably if you were to ask anybody in our business, Judy, she's probably the best player to not have won a major yet.
Yeah, we have one eye on her this week, don't we, Karen?
Yes, we do.
Nelly Korda would certainly be in that conversation as well. Fifth hole at Cypress Creek. And Christina Kim. See how she'll pull the sleeve over her hand. Well, here is a ball striker deluxe from Spain, Judy, Carlota Saganda.
And she has played well in the US Open in the past. She is still trying to learn to be a closer when it comes to winning golf tournaments. She can get there, and she gets there often, but she has got to become more of a closer on Sunday afternoon.
Well, to your point, take a look at the best cumulative score to par in the last 3 U.S. Women's Opens. No one better than the Spaniard Carlota Saganda, who turned 30 this year in her 43rd major championship. She's had 180 events. She's had 40 top 10s in her career, but only 2 wins.
I think that kind of supports what I'm saying.
Yeah. Scarp Nord and Park. Andy Park, a winner at the ShopRite LPGA Classic in New Jersey, grew up on Long Island. Andy did. Now a Solheim Cup player. And some amateurs, Judy, among those under par so far early.
You know, a great conversation for Kay and Karen and myself is, how do these young players become so composed so early? We were a little nervous and wondered if we were where we were supposed to be.
And this is the veteran from Korea, MJ Her, makes her home up in the North Texas area. And had a bit of a renaissance last year with a couple of victories in the second half of the season.
Yeah, she's
classy player.
She's a very good player that you don't hear in the build-up very often.
11.
This is Morgan Pressel. Oh, that was for par, so she's going to drop a couple of shots there. She's currently even par, made a par on the first hole, and I was actually standing with Morgan Pressel when she watched Birdie Kim hole out a number of years ago.
Well, that was Lorena Ochoa was in that mix. Annika was trying to continue her calendar Grand Slam that year, 2005. This is Saganda. And there is that odd hole or moment for Saganda late on Sundays that seems to creep up. This is the 4th hole, and Minami Katsu for birdie.
She is the very best putter statistically on the Japanese tour.
Looked like it there. And let's see how Saganda handles this early opportunity for a birdie. And that drifts as we go to the 11th.
And Jong-un 6 away here, Kay?
She is. This is just a good old-fashioned, long, tough par 4. Very narrow fairway, but all 3 players in this group hit this fairway. 186 for Jong-un 6 all the way back to the hole. Karen, it's so bizarre looking at greens that are, 40, 46, 50 in depth. So having a hole located 30 on isn't all the way back.
No, and that's something very unusual that the players definitely have to get used to. Unless you're playing at St Andrews, that's another one where the greens are significantly long. Just landing that little upslope softly there.
And that's the case where you're going to see players with high greens and regulation numbers, but how close to the hole locations do you get?
Oh, that's no question about it. I think getting the right distance control, ball striking, knowing how far the ball is releasing on these greens is pretty important. The relative firmness of both courses' greens are very similar. That's what the USGA was telling me this morning, so they should have that going for them. Now Shibuno.
Going with the 5-iron, Karen. This is the first iron in her bag. Just tug that one a little bit, but on the putting surface.
She hits a little bit of what we call kind of a push cut. It's not actually a cut even, but she sets up left of her target.
Now, Ruffles.
A little bit of breeze starting to pick up. Maybe the initial winds that are going to bring that front coming in. Slightly helping left to right.
This is more breeze than any practice round, isn't it, Kay?
Yeah, it's been dead calm the last 3 days and warm. This is a 6-iron for Gabby.
You've had a chance to follow Gabby quite a bit through the amateur ranks, and how impressive is she to watch in person?
Oh, very impressive, considering she really didn't come to the game of golf till 2014. Followed her older brother Ryan into the sport. Her parents are accomplished tennis players. She used to play tennis, left tennis, and she didn't play in her first golf tournament till 2015. 4 years later, she wins the U.S. Women's Amateur Championship. That's a pretty quick learning curve.
Yeah, do you call that possibly an athlete that could have played almost any sport?
I do. I think she's got that great eye-hand coordination and that real tenacity and athlete's mentality.
Now back to the first hole. This is Sung-Hyun Park, past champion. And I think a little bit of a surprise since her return to the LPGA Tour. Hasn't really performed as most people would expect, but nothing like a US Open to get her adrenaline flowing. Now on to the other side, this is Se-Young Kim. Also par 5, strong hole though, this 10th, playing slightly longer than the first.
Yeah, much talk about Inbee Park being the odds-on favorite. I'm not so sure this player isn't the odds-on favorite.
Would you like some graphic evidence? Take a look at.
Well, there you go.
At Se-Young Kim. Women's majors since 2017. No one has played better than Se-Young. She got a long-awaited first major championship just a couple of months ago, the KPMG Women's PGA, and she did it in style, running away from the likes of Inbee Park. Marianne Skarpnord is alone at the top. Annie Park with a double bogey. Drop her back from 2 under to even. And this is the first hole and a marquee group that will be an interesting one to watch to see how Hee-Jong Lim handles playing with 2 of the very best in the world, Lexi Thompson and Nelly Korda. And Jim Bones Mackay is going to follow this group for the next little bit. Morning, Jim.
Good morning. Thrilled to be out here with this fantastic threesome. Pin cut up against the right side after a beautiful tee shot from Lim. Nice club selection to get the day started.
3 wins on the KLPGA for Hee-Jong Lim, the 20-year-old. And You may recognize the caddy for Lexi Thompson. Jim, I know you do. It's Tim Tucker. Bryson DeChambeau's caddy.
Yeah, can't miss Tim Tucker. He's got a very distinctive walk and a very, very hard-working caddy. He's got a lot to do with Bryson DeChambeau out there, and they've had a ton of success together. So, again, from the middle of the fairway here, they'll be taking into account the left to right wind. Not so sure they'll be talking about the rotation of the earth as he does with Bryson, but
I kind of feel like if he could pull off the win this week, he could change his schedule and only do U.S. Open golf.
there you go.
And Lexi is a player who says, what's the number? Give me the club. I'll hit it. To 11.
Jong-Eun 6 for her birdie, Kay.
And this is her first experience in this U.S. Open of a very lengthy putt. This is just inside 80 feet.
And everybody I spoke to, Kay, on this 11th hole says that this green breaks just a little bit more to the water than you would imagine.
Well, it looks like she hits a really fine putt, and now she's got a whole world of work left.
Right, over on the 15th, we have Min Young Tu Lee. And we mentioned how in Korea so many players have the same names, and they have to add the numbers, and you can add a birdie for Min Young Tu Lee, a cancer survivor who has won on both the KLPGA and the Japan LPGA tours. We're at the second, and Anna Nordquist has a putt for birdie.
Yeah, this putt coming back up the hill, drove it just on the left-hand side of the fairway. Played a shot, as you see, a lot of players don't want to go long here because it's so quick coming back down the hill. She got a really good read from the putt of Kang, who's just outside of her. So initially coming up this slope, it's very slow, and once it gets on top, it levels out. So early on, players very cautious.
Well, Marianne Skarpnord of Norway has some company now again atop the leaderboard. It's Megan Kang, who played in her first Solheim Cup last fall, looking for her first LPGA Tour title.
This is the 10th hole, and Jackrabbit, and can Se-Young Kim start her round off exactly as she would have liked? Absolutely, she can.
Wow. Incredible.
And now over to the first on the same course. Can Sunghoon Park convert hers? Smooth looking stroke, head nice and still. Lovely patient speed on that putt. Yes, she's pretty focused.
And back we go and check in on world number 1 Jin Young Ko for birdie.
Coming off that bogey at the first. Good look here at the second.
Player of the Year last year on the LPGA Tour, Rookie of the Year 2 years ago, won 4 times last year. 2 of them were majors. And she did it from in front. She came from behind to win majors. She did it all.
Yeah, she seemed to have the loudest footsteps on the leaderboard last year.
All right, and a player who contended at the ANA Inspiration, lost a playoff to Mirim Lee. This is Nelly Korda.
Challenging putt here from just over 30 feet. So much of what goes on out here this week will be the player's ability to control their speed and not leave themselves too much work from this distance.
Uninterrupted coverage of the USGA Championships on Peacock is presented by Rolex, and this is the 75th U.S. Women's Open Championship. Good to see Nelly back. She withdrew from the KPMG Women's PGA after trying to crack her back during the first round. Had to withdraw. Hasn't played since then. Number 3 in the world. And Jim, you all those years caddying with Phil Mickelson, young players who hadn't played with Mickelson, maybe you, I'm sure, saw a little bit of everything. Some had inspired them. Others might have given them a few nerves.
No question about it, but you got to give Lim a lot of credit. She striped it off the tee here. Quality second shot, but half a club too much. So she's got some speed to deal with. And that is not a leave you're going to want on your first hole of the tournament.
A little work left to 11.
And talking about a little bit of work left, this is I정은 6 for her par at 11. Yeah, it just looked like she couldn't quite close that club face, and it popped off that face a little bit quickly. And this 11th hole catching a number of players out. She'll move to 1 over par.
And Lexi Thompson, who has won each year on the LPGA Tour since 2013, is yet to win in this shortened season of 2020.
She and Tim Tucker are batting 1,000 in the early going. Not only a makeable putt here, but a little bit back up the hill, so they pulled the exact right club from the fairway, and Tim was very involved in reading this putt, which should break a little from left to right.
This will be a fun partnership to watch this week, Judy.
Very much so, because Lexi really, she doesn't even carry a yardage book. She really wants a caddy to do that bit of work, not be too complicated in what he tells her. And if she has a question or two, she'll ask it, and then it's just let me fire.
And she wants a friendly face. She wants affirmation from the caddy. I know, I would imagine every player does, but especially Lexi. She's had her brother caddy for her. He's going to caddy for her next week as well. Curtis, a player, fine player in his own right.
And now Inbee Park, former world #1, LPGA Hall of Fame member, and still super competitive on the LPGA Tour, and showing us just why then.
And back we go to the Cypress Creek course. Hee-Jung Lim.
Knee knocker here, guys, and you got to be careful with what kind of speed you use, because if you were to miss this one, this could get away several feet past the hole. Well done.
And her first U.S. Women's Open, just 20 years old. This is Perrine Delacour from France at the 15th, 6th hole of the day. Okay. Nelly finishing up. Says she's okay after the back ailment. Good to see her back. Looking to get closer to the action of the U.S. Open, become part of the Victory Club, the official home of U.S. Open fans. You'll receive access to exclusive content, merchandise, offers, and more. Who will join the Players Victory Club this week at Champions? Take a look at the 8th. Karen?
Well, and it's a bit of a tricky hole location today. It's just tucked on that sort of front left half of the green, but the big slope at the front will... If you're a little bit short of left, you can hit that bank and roll straight back into the water. It's a very steep slope, and not much will stop it. So fully anticipate most players picking a target just a little bit long, just a little bit right.
Yeah, for sure, just a little bit right, because I'm going to tell you, it slopes, and I wouldn't call it a shaved bank, but there is nothing to hold the ball.
Shadoff is even par. She made a birdie on the 5th, the par 5. And she had a bogey at the 1st, so she's just playing some steady golf, Judy.
It's kind of what she does, isn't it?
That is very true. Now Angela. And as you can see, just a really brutal start. Double bogey at the 1st, double bogey at the 4th, some other bogeys, but it looks like she's kind of settled down a bit here, Judy, and some quality shots wouldn't go amiss.
Yeah, I think that 5th tee was the restart tee. And if she could play under par from here, regardless of the terrible start, it would be a victory.
And yeah, you can see from those two shots, Judy, that no one really wants any part of the front side of this green today.
Yes. And now you're going to have to putt a putt that kind of runs away from you.
And over to the par 3 12th, and Jung-in 6.
Her two fellow competitors have both successfully found the green, coming in with long clubs. This hole playing 193 yards, a little bit of wind slightly helping. Lee 6 going with 4-iron. And that flag is almost in the middle of this green, middle front part, so just go to the, just left of the flag stick is perfect. The push that came out of it most likely will find the bunker.
It doesn't find the bunker, stays just short, but I'm going to guess that maybe only a quarter of the field carries a 4-iron.
You're probably good with that guess, aren't you?
Yeah.
Now over on the Jackrabbit at 10th hole, Imby Park. This for birdie. A little bit downhill. You almost have to give those to Imby. She's in good form too, played quite well last week.
This is the 3rd hole at Cypress Creek, and Anna Nordquist. Billy Wright?
She has definitely put it in the perfect position off the tee, just 122 yards. And as we talked about the breeze picking up, it's helping from the left here with this short shot. Now she has only 6 paces of green to work with over this bunker. And there's a little shoulder just over that bunker. If you land on the downslope, the ball will definitely pitch forward pretty hard. So very small window to land this in to get it close. And that's that window right there. Just carried over that shoulder. Beautiful shot there.
And now our world number 1, Jin Young Ko.
Ball just trickled in the primary cutter rough, and it's got a really nasty lie here. A ton of that dormant Bermuda grass behind the ball. She's going to be forced to go out to the right. She only has 121 yards, but 105 will get to that front right. She's missed 2 consecutive fairways off the tee to the left. That could be something to watch throughout the day. This ball came out pretty hot here.
Wait. You need to play from the fairway.
3 straight birdies for Megan Kang, the American whose parents came to the U.S. from Laos, grew up in New England, and now a Solheim Cup veteran and trying to win for the first time in a big way. That's Megan K-H-A-N-G, and her fellow American Solheim Cup star Danielle Kang at 3.
You know, coming off 2 straight pars to start the day. 113 yards. Well, this looks good here. All right, got it just below the hole there, and that'll be another good look there.
Golf swing seems just a little bit shorter, a little bit tighter at the top than what I remember. She doesn't have much of a wrist set, so, you know, we have 4 days now to watch that.
Coverage of the 75th United States Women's Open Championship continues next on Golf Channel. We came on, what, 10 minutes into play? At the 12th, this is Jung-in 6th, 3rd hole of the day for her.
There was nothing she
Lovely.
didn't do well last year, but 11th in scrambling in her first year on American courses. This is the second. It's Lexi Thompson. Bones?
Yeah, wayward off the tee, came up and out of it. She's got a very poor lie, 162 yards, but the good thing she has is a big pitch in the green towards her if she lands this ball short, so she'll be able to take some steam off the knuckleball that's ultimately going to come out of this rough.
Go.
Up the right edge, needs a bounce. That's not a bad play considering she left it under the hole.
We're going to go back to the tee here and look at this swing now from a good position at the top. Watch how high she gets, not on her toes, but almost off of her toes, and then tries to recover her balance for the finish. She is super powerful. I just wonder if she could control her lower body a little bit better, maybe even more so.
To 5.
This is Catherine Kirk. She's even par for her round. Very boring round so far.
Yeah.
Just made pars until now. Where nice solid birdie there.
You said it. Boring is good at a U.S. Open.
Boring is good, boy.
To 11.
Now Hannah Green for a par, trying to keep some momentum going. Had a par at the first, now par at the second. KPMG Women's PGA champion from a couple of years ago.
And at the third, Jin Young Ko.
Just over the green, ball sitting down in that dormant Bermuda. Has some green to work with. Well, that got away from her as well. Lands on the downslope. That possibly could go off the green.
Yeah. Well, on a brighter note, can I say happy birthday to Beth Ann Nichols. She's a longtime Golf Week writer. She knows every single thing about women's golf, and she reports it in a beautiful fashion all the time.
To the 8th.
Now this par 3, with this whole location, you're going to see a lot of players putt from this spot. She's 6 over par, but most of that damage really happened early on in her round, and this is so much about pace, and even though she's still got a little tester coming up, so difficult to get those close.
To the par 5 13th, then the young American Yelimi No. Here she comes.
There's kind of a rhythm to it when you say her name, and you should start working on that name because you're going to be saying it for a long time.
Yes. Parents are Korean. She grew up in Northern California. This is world number 1, who just is playing in her 3rd event on the LPGA Tour since the restart.
You know, Judy, I don't care where your ranking is in the world, but when you take that layoff as a player, you can play, do all the practicing you want, and you can come in good form. But once you get to Thursday and that bell rings, it takes on a new light.
We talk about that all the time, don't we, Billy Ray? I think that, no, you cannot practice for competition away from competition. There's something called your tournament legs, and you need to get those tournament legs under you.
Lexi Thompson in the bottom right, putting for birdie at 2, while Danielle Kang lines up the putt at 3. All right, back to 3.
She did not play. Danielle did not play just prior to this U.S. Open. She took the couple of weeks to kind of regroup, get her strength up, and practice. Her home is in Las Vegas. She works with Butch Harmon. I think that's pretty well known at this point, and he has brought her to being what I would call the player that we know today.
She won the first 2 events after the restart at Inverness and then across the way at the Marathon.
Uninterrupted coverage of the 75th United States Women's Open Championship was presented by Rolex. As you look at Megan Kang with those 3 straight birdies to take the lead by 1. And some of the great players are getting on course as we speak. Inbee Park, an early birdie. Coverage continues next on Golf Channel and all week presented by Rolex. All right, so we'll say so long for our Peacock coverage for Judy Rankin and Karen Stupples and Kay Cockrell and Jim Bones Mackay. I'm Grant Boone. Thanks for watching the U.S. Women's Open on Peacock.
Can you not see me? I turned it down.
Tommy. Okay. Okay, hold on a sec. Let me get some around. Oh. Hold on a sec.
Hold on. Gotta get a pen.
You got a card? Here, I can write on. Thanks, man. Teresa Liu. 3rd at 10. What? Where was Teresa Liu? All Jackrabbit. Okay. Scarp Nord is on Jackrabbit, right? They're all on Jackrabbit. Okay. 3rd at 10. What did you say, Scarp Nord?
It was a pleasure, Judy, as always.
Okay. Give me the Scarp Nord. Where was that again? Birdie at 10. Okay, gotcha. And then Megan Kang's 3rd at 10th. They're all at the 10th, and they're all at Jackrabbit. Okay.
Remember, I turned.
You all have a good one.
Thank you.
Thanks, Judy.
Now that it's finally warmed up in here, right?
Yeah, totally. It's like, yeah. 3rd at 1 on Jackrabbit. You got the Jackrabbit holes? Thanks, man.
Here. 45.
Okay.
Scarp Nord. Jeez.
I'll back her up just a little. It's going to come out just a little more.
You got that page, right?
Teresa Liu. Yeah, I'm just gonna, yep, I think. Here we go. Things warming up on a beautiful day in Houston, Texas for the 75th United States Women's Open, golf's final major of the year. Can you believe it? For the first time being played in the month of December at Champions Golf Club. They're using 2 courses because of the time of year and the lack of daylight. Cypress Creek and Jackrabbit. And the highlights we show you here are all from Jackrabbit. Teresa Liu's third at the 10th, the par 5. This is how you get things going. 33-year-old veteran from Chinese Taipei, not an LPGA member in 2020, but a shot she'll remember for a very long time. And Liu hanging in there through 5 holes at 1 under. Mariana Skarpnor, birdie at the 10th. And Skarpnor is hanging in there near the top of the leaderboard at 2 under. After that birdie at the 10th. And then Megan King, who is leading everybody right now, her third at the Jackrabbit course as well, at the first. And King in good shape at 3 under par as we are in the early going of this final major of the year. It's the 75th U.S. Women's Open at a most unusual time on the calendar. This holiday season reminds us how different a year it has been. A year unlike any we've ever seen. Yet here in the city of Houston, another silver lining awaits at a place where Texas pride runs deep alongside a rich USGA history. The perfect place for the greatest championship in women's golf to celebrate its long-awaited return to the Lone Star State, where the latest star-studded field eyes the prize that can instantly change the course of a career. And this year, for the first 2 days, for the first time ever, it will be played on 2 different courses. But for this title, for this championship, they'll do whatever it takes to join that legendary list.
The United States Women's Open Golf Championship.
And there it is. Kramer has broken through. She's got it. Back-to-back championships. Veronica Soren style.
This is the 75th edition at Champions Golf Club. Indeed, just the right place at this unique time to crown the latest U.S. Women's Open champion. Golf Channel and the United States Golf Association are proud to present the 75th U.S. Women's Open Championship with uninterrupted coverage presented by Rolex. The proud state of Texas welcoming the biggest championship in women's golf again for just the second time ever, the last and only time, 1991, when Meg Mallon won her U.S. Women's Open there at Colonial. Yet this is the 5th USGA championship contested at Champions Golf Club. No stranger to staging big-time events through the years. They've had a Ryder Cup here, a U.S. Open among the history here. The vision of co-founders and fellow Texans, Jackie Burke Jr. and Jimmy DeMerit, both multiple major champions, and we'll be seeing Jackie Burke Jr. at 97 years old on the grounds here throughout the week. Megan King, as we mentioned, has the lead by 1 over Mariana Skarpnor. In B Park, always dangerous with her multiple major titles already secured. Again, they've gone off both tees beginning at 9:20 local time this morning on 2 courses. Cypress Creek, which will be the main course on the weekend, the only course on the weekend after the field and both sides gets a look at it on Thursday and Friday. There's Yelimi No, an impressive young player who was in the mix last week and the last stop here in Texas. And Lexi Thompson, still just one major championship, but still looking for this U.S. Women's Open. As we head over to the 4th, and this is Danielle Kang after a par start here at the par 3 4th. And this is going to be a very interesting hole to watch, Paige McKenzie, as this championship continues.
There's a lot of great par 3s that we're going to be seeing in the next couple of days on both golf courses.
This was a moment ago over at the 12th, par 3 for Hannah Green, scrambling just short. And I would say that's a pretty good scramble.
It's amazing. The golf course doesn't give you a lot if you are missing the greens, but able to take advantage of that even after probably not an ill-placed tee shot. But you can see how creative she uses. A little bit lower lofted club, it looks like, on this shot, able to pitch it nicely and allow it to release. These greens are so fast, so a lot of the players just trying to drip it on the edge of the greens and letting it release.
Hannah already with a major championship, the KPMG. Jin Young Ko on the tee back at the 4th. The top-ranked player in the world off to a bit of a shaky start, Paige, with a couple of bogeys in the first 3 holes.
Yeah, still getting her feet under her a little bit. Had a great 5th place finish last week on the LPGA Tour, but has not played a lot. Only 3rd start on the LPGA Tour this season.
Over on the other course, the Jackrabbit course, Kang made another birdie and now has a 2-shot lead. So through the first 5 holes, 4 under. Marianne Skarpnord trying to keep pace at 2 under, and the rest of the players under par in the early going. There's been a lot of talk, Paige, this week about where will the final score end up. Well, that remains to be determined. We've got some weather coming in, so Friday for tomorrow, so we will see what that final number is on the weekend. This is the 13th, and the defending champ, John Eung Lee, 6, getting ready at the 13th, the par 5 with her 3rd. Kay Cockrell's with the group.
Dan, a little bit of the feeling of that weather front coming in as the wind is picked up for the first time out of the west, hurting. Even though this flag is still, that wind is up there. So this 95-yard shot will play just a little bit longer, play it more like 100, 105. It's just on top of a ridge. She hoisted that really high in the air.
Well, that's a beauty. Lee off to a +1 start. Bogey came at the 11th as this group began at the 10th. And Paige, what's the main difference between the 2 courses?
A lot of it's the green size. As far as course conditions, they're trying to keep it as similar as possible, green speed, etc. But the green size and the narrowness of the fairways on the Jackrabbit, it's just a little tighter golf course than what we're seeing here on Cypress.
This is Gabby Ruffles, U.S. Women's Amateur Champion from 2019. Had flirted with it again this year and started off with a birdie, coming off a bogey at 12, so even in the early going.
Yeah, stuck it in close at her very first hole and made an easy birdie, then had a 3-putt bogey at the 12th. This a sand wedge from 87 yards. Just coming out of that light rough.
And another good shot by Ruffles. Well, Megan Kang, we mentioned, just made another birdie. So look at this run. Normally in a U.S. Open, Page, you're just scrambling for pars, but this could not have gone much better for Megan Kang at 4 under as we welcome in the former LPGA Touring Pro Paige McKenzie. And Paige, you were one of those little girls who dreamt of winning this championship one day. What makes the U.S. Women's Open the one in the minds of all of these women?
It's the apex of the major championships for a couple of reasons. Number one, the history. It's the oldest championship that the women get an opportunity to play. So the idea that you would be able to etch your name into the same trophy as some of the greatest legends that have ever played this game is one of the reasons why it inspires. But the other is what I think the players look forward to the most, and that's the most difficult test that the players will face. Megan Kang making it look easy so far, but typically the USGA pushes the golf courses to the limit, makes it that much more challenging for each of these players, so you know that the best player that week will come out on top. And I think that's what the players look forward to the most when they play this championship.
And speaking of challenges, it has been a big challenge to try to learn both of these courses. Now, I know if you do make it to the weekend, you're still only going to play the Jackrabbit course once, but nonetheless, we saw a lot of caddies out there trying to get yardage for their players. So this is a very new thing for them.
It's a whole new test. It's playing in December, which is one test that's different for the players, but 2 golf courses. Talked to a lot of the players about how they were pacing themselves early in the week. And for the most part, the veteran players were saying, I would rather hit it straight than necessarily know where I'm going. So conserving energy was a big part of early in the week and relying on their caddies to do the homework, because it's almost impossible in a couple of days to learn the variety of shots necessary on this golf course.
Plus, when the pressure ratchets up this weekend to try to win this championship, it only gets more interesting. You've already heard from Kay Cockrell out there on the course. We've got Tom Abbott calling the holes. He'll be handling the Jackrabbit course in addition to Cypress Creek here. Billy Ray Brown, Houston native, on the ground with our own Jim Bones Mackay. Catherine Belanger, our USGA rules expert. We'll be checking in with her from time to time. And Cara Banks handling the interviews after the players wind up their opening rounds. And this is Jia Shen over at the 14th.
Yeah, Jenny has a chance here. Jenny didn't play last week at the Volunteers of America Classic. She had to withdraw because of an issue with COVID. She didn't have the COVID, but she had to withdraw due to an issue with COVID, which she didn't quite disclose. But good that she's back in the field now as we go to the 4th.
Marco has missed her birdie. And so Anna Norquist for a par. We're going to see a lot of putts like this for par this week, Paige.
No doubt, Dan. Her first original putt was from the back of the green, some 75 feet coming down the hill. Now a good 18 feet left for a par coming back up the hill. Green's absolutely perfect this week. And we'll see a lot of that as well, Dan. A lot of 3 putts.
And rolling pretty quick, Billy Ray. A little faster than they look even, right?
Right, that's it. 12.5 on the stent meter. And those putts downhill, you better be cautious.
That's one of the biggest learning curves, I think, for players that have never played in a U.S. Open. Danielle Kang actually even spoke of it in her press conference, kind of getting slapped in the face a little bit. First time playing the U.S. Open, that the greens are so fast. You have to learn how to play it conservatively. I certainly can speak from experience as well. My first U.S. Open, I had, I think, 3 putts, a 4-putt, and a 5-putt. So it can get you.
Now, you're not the only one, Paige, and this will be a perfect example of being cautious about putts here for Kang. This is a putt that swings hard from right to left for birdie here, and once it starts turning left, we'll pick up the pace. And putts like this, you play the maximum amount of break and just a speed or just bleeds over the edge.
Well, no one had a better restart than Danielle Kang did. 28-year-old just coming out of the blocks after the pause, winning 2 in a row, won the drive-on championship in Toledo in the LPGA's return in August, and then won the very next week to make it 2 in a row for her 5th LPGA Tour victory.
And she's playing about 3.5, maybe 4 feet of break on this putt from 12 feet.
Just not quite enough pace on that as we take a look at our marquee grouping presented by Rolex. And you talk about a pretty good power grouping here. Lexi Thompson has the 1 major. Nelly Korda there. Hee-Jong Lim also a part of one of our marquee groups that we'll be keeping an eye on. And here is Lexi over at the 3rd. And Bones Mackay, you're right there.
Yeah, poor second from Lexi. She had just a wedge in her hands. She came up and out of it, much like she did on the tee shot on 2. But she's got plenty of green to work with here and a good lie. Sounds a little heavy, looking for it to run out. That's going to be a little bit more than she wanted for 4.
Yeah, her tendency is to get a little bit steep, and the bunkers are different between the 2 golf courses, and one of the players spoke to me about the greens on the bunkers on the Cypress just a little fluffier. So I think if she had a little shallower impact, wouldn't have created quite as big of a splash and kind of contributed to her coming up short.
Back to the defending champion for birdie over at the 13th. And she can roll it. And so she is back to even, birdie and a bogey in the early going for the defending champion from Charleston last year. Back to the third. And we've got Lim here for birdie to get into red figures.
Great looking second shot from the fairway. It looked like it might have a chance to go in. She's very calm out here this morning. Seems not rattled at all by the marquee pairing and the fact it's such a major championship.
It's amazing to have a player kind of thrown into the spotlight of this group. Plays her golf in Korea, does not play in the United States on the LPGA Tour, and is paired with two of the biggest names in the game.
The 75th United States Women's Open Championship is presented by Rolex on a gorgeous opening Thursday afternoon here in the Houston area. And Lexi Thompson, who is just 25 years old, but already in her 14th U.S. Women's Open. So it's just been an amazing early start for her. And there's a familiar face from the PGA Tour and a familiar face from the recent U.S. Open. Tim Tucker on the bag of Bryson DeChambeau at that U.S. Open victory for him at Winged Foot. And Bryson joining in among the guys, wishing the ladies good luck, and specifically here to Lexi this week with my man Timmy on the bag. This kind of came about, Paige, as they share the same agent. And Lexi said that she was introduced to Tim through her agent. And Lexi, who's had a number of caddies this year, said, why not give this a shot at work for Bryson at Winged Foot?
Well, and she talked about how impressed she was with his number calculation. She's a much simpler player. She's not going to be kind of part of that conversation. She'll be listening to the final number, but impressed with what he's been able to do for her so far this week, at least.
Yeah, so it's almost like a week off for Tucker. He doesn't have to go through all of the arithmetic like he does with Bryson. Lexi says, I've never been one to have a yardage book, so the less information, the better. But, boy, he gives her some precise stuff. One of 24 amateurs in the field, Amelia Garvey over at the 16th. This was just earlier.
One of my favorite golf swings that I've seen in college golf. She is a star kind of in the making. Good to see her playing in this championship.
And playing with Kim Kaufman, who is up to a +4 start.
Kim had full LPGA status for some years, lost it, played mostly Symetra Tour. Whoa! But played very well in those events and those starts, and an unfortunate break. My goodness.
Yeah, that would have been obviously a lot closer for Kaufman. Let's listen to this. That is what you call rattling the stick for Kaufman, another one of those players here with Texas roots. Even though she was born in South Dakota, she makes her home in Fort Worth, went to Texas Tech in college. Nelly Korda over at the third for birdie, and good to see Nelly back after taking some time off after kind of a freaky back accident at the KPMG.
Yeah, said she was just trying to crack her back. Just didn't think it was going to be a lingering injury, but ultimately had to take up to 8 weeks off between her withdrawal of KPMG and teeing it up here.
Again, back over to that beautiful par 3 fourth. And you talk about one of the great stories in golf in recent years, Sophia Popov, winning the AIG Women's British Open.
And has played excellent since then. It just proves a lot of times these great players waiting in the wings, just needing those starts, and she was prepared and ready.
Yeah, this was just out of nowhere, was ranked more than 300 or so in the world before she just came out of nowhere. She had the confidence. There was many, many times in her career, Paige, where she thought, I don't know if I can do this. She went through a number of injuries, lost her confidence. As you mentioned, a former Symetra Tour player and LPGA caddy entered the final round with a 3-shot lead, birdied 16, made the par at 18 there, and ended up in the final round 68 to win by 2 shots at Royal Troon. One of the great stories, again, we have seen. It's been a rough start for Angela Stanford, who won last week in Texas. She hit the very first tee shot of the 75th U.S. Women's Open with her Texas roots. Could not wait to get here, but maybe it kind of all has been a little overwhelming for even a veteran like Angela Stanford, who's out in 43. As we join Shibuno over at the 14th, Kay.
Dan, I think this 14th hole is going to be a true test throughout the week, and particularly this weekend when they decide to move the flagstick way over to the left-hand side on this amoeba-shaped green. Today, Paige, generally pretty easy hole location, front right, and Shibuno with 166 yards for her second.
It was Shibuno who won last year's AIG Women's Open.
Leaking a little right, gonna miss the green to the right.
Yeah, and even though it looks like a friendly hole location, that bunker and then the fall off on the short right of the green really come into the play. So this is a great example of playing conservative golf from the fairway.
Jong only 6.
Yeah, it's like this here, but up there it's 230.
And that's the voice of Jason Hamilton, who's been a long-time great caddy out here. Was not on the bag for her last year when she won this championship.
Still, it's okay. Still okay, yeah.
Most recently caddied for Lydia Ko, so successfully, Kay.
Definitely, he's a highly sought-after caddy. He's been around this game for a long time and has a great presence about him, but certainly indicating a swirling nature of the wind right now, and mostly hurting from right to left. It's basically coming out of the west, and she's going to go with a 7-iron, and I would assume trying to hit this a little short left of the flagstick.
She's posing.
Yep, look, it's on a good line.
It's
Maybe just
play.
a little further left than she would have liked, but I think 4 pars on this hole throughout the week would be well received.
Let's go to 16.
And this was earlier after the bad break. Kaufman, who banged it off the stick. This for par. Oh, man, how unfortunate is that?
Brutal, brutal break.
Well, now Garvey has a chance for the birdie. Mentioned the 24 amateurs in the field. 41 first-time participants. Nice birdie there by Garvey. And all of a sudden, Amelia Garvey has back-to-back birdies, 3 in all in the early going in her U.S. Women's Open, and she's got the lead in the amateur leaderboard. There's Rose Zhang, the reigning U.S. Women's Amateur champion, and Garvey is tied up there in the big time as well, or just 2 off the pace of Kang, tied with a number of players at 2 under. Back over at the 4th and see if Popov can convert this birdie at the par 3.
How quick that was.
Yeah, just gave it a tap, and it got there and then some. So should be a par for Sophia. Now the women's game needs your support. You can join the USGA now and be a champion for women's golf, because the game is better when more women and girls are playing. Become a USGA member today. And with the spotlight really on this championship, the PGA Tour's official season's over. There's no other tour events. There obviously is football this weekend, but everybody looking forward to the women really taking over the spotlight this weekend.
If you're a golf fan, this is typically empty territory in the TV schedule.
Back on the tee, as you look across that creek there, Cypress Creek, appropriately named, running down the left side. Nelly Corda getting ready to go here, and we will take a look at Nelly's shot using our tracer technology, brought to you by Lexus, the official vehicle of the USGA.
Sweet swing, and Nelly Corda with a 7-iron. This is tugged a little bit,
but safely across.
Yes, you definitely have to play enough club on this hole. She actually added new shafts to her clubs, and Caddy was saying they start to draw just a little bit more than her other shafts. So keep an eye on that. If there are a tendency for that left miss, that might be why.
Hee Jong Lim is next.
You guys mentioned the creek in front of this green. It got Angela Stanford early in her round today, and actually was a big factor in the very last competitive round that Ben Hogan never played on the men's tour. He made a 9 here injured himself actually playing the hole and had to withdraw a little bit later. So this hole has quite the reputation. Starting it right of the flag, trying to draw it back. Great club selection there, flying it just over the fringe.
Really strong play for the 20-year-old, making her championship debut amid all this star power, with Lexi coming up here next.
It's very annoying wind out here right now. Should be helping them, but it's more out of the right.
It's a scary wind for players that hit a right to left shot. When all the trouble's on the left.
Got some leaves blowing through here right now, which could create a bit of an issue in terms of something landing when you take your club back.
That lone major for Lexi coming 6 years ago at the ANA Inspiration. She's had a lot of chances, been in contention a lot. In fact, 16 top 10s in major championships through the years. But they've been a little elusive for her.
This is her third shot of the day that has started well right, but carries the front bunker. That is going to leave a very difficult second.
So Megan Kang continues to lead at 4 under. Several players tied for second at 2 under in this 75th U.S. Women's Open, as it's time now for this message from the United States Golf Association.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mike Davis. On behalf of all of us at the USGA, we hope you're enjoying the 75th playing of the Women's U.S. Open at Champions Golf Club. The Women's U.S. Open may look a little different this year, but we are proud and we're humbled to conduct this championship and to celebrate its diamond anniversary. This year's champion will receive the newly dedicated Mickey Wright Medal and add her name to the U.S. Open trophy along with Babe Saharias, Annika Sorenstam, and so many of the game's greats. We made a commitment to promote the growth of women's sports and empower female athletes by telling their inspirational stories. As a nonprofit, we're working to make the game more enjoyable, affordable, and accessible to golfers throughout the world. Thank you for your support of the U.S. Open, and thanks to our good partner Rolex, we are bringing you this entire championship with uninterrupted coverage.
Now you heard Mike Davis mention the name Mickey Wright, the great Mickey Wright, 4-time U.S. Women's Open winner, died earlier this year at the age of 85, and just one of the most respected golfers and sportswomen in history. Just what a swing Mickey Wright had. All right, over at the 14th.
Jung Lee 6 for a birdie. Slightly downhill from this part of the green to the hole location today. And does it have enough pace? Not quite. It's going to be a solid 4, and she will remain at even par for the championship. 1 bogey, 1 birdie. Let's go over to the 9th.
This is Megan McLaren, and her 4th shot at this par 5. And that is how you do it. So a birdie there, her first of the day, gets her to even. Let's check out another one of our marquee groups presented by Rolex. And there is some major firepower here. You've got a major for Danielle Kang, a couple of majors won by Anna Norquist, and Jin Young Ko, currently the top-ranked player in the world, won both her majors in a stellar year last year, Paige. There she is at the 5th.
Yeah, wasn't able to defend either one of those major championships, and I think that's part of what was so important about her coming back to the United States and playing LPGA Tour in the couple of weeks leading into this championship. She wanted an opportunity to be able to go for the U.S. Open this year.
Currently at +2, trying to not lose too much ground, already 6 back of the leader, but Kang has been off to an unbelievable start. Just can't expect that to continue. As we go back to that 4th for Lexi Thompson, Bones.
I tell you what, Dan, I would think that if you were one of the best putters in the world, you would only have about a 50% chance of 2-putting from where Lexi finds herself now. I mean, it's a good 60, 70 feet. It's going to go about 40 feet, turn a little bit to the left. But what's tricky is the last 25, 30 feet, as we saw with Popoff's putt in the group in front of us. It's extremely fast, going from the middle of the screen down towards this front hole location. So just getting this within a 5 or 6 foot circle around the hole would be an amazing accomplishment. She's got her hands full.
These greens, some of the biggest in the game, Paige, and this is going to be a recurring theme, trying to two-putt from, you know, 80, 90 feet on a consistent kind of basis.
And it's not something that you can typically practice week in and week out, let alone the fact that these greens are much, much faster than a typical tour week.
And Lexi's been known to experiment a bit with putters. This is a new putter in the bag. She said she's also got a new kind of stance, address as well.
It's the one part of her game that has shown some inconsistency. She can get on a run and putt great and have great putting weeks, but other times it's almost like a different person shows up. And we've seen her at least willingness to experiment. She's trying to figure it out. She's trying to find the right combination of putting grip and putter.
Well, that was fantastic speed. As we go over to the Jackrabbit course and check in with Tom Abbott, who's covering that course across the street for us.
Yes, obviously in play this year because the championship was moved to December, so needed 36 holes to be able to get all 156 players around the championship over the first 2 days. Megan Kang off to a wonderful start. I was just looking at the leaderboard, top 23. There are 10 players from Cypress Creek course and 13 players from Jackrabbit. So you would say this one is slightly easier, but not that much in it. 143 yards today, the 7th. And Megan Kang continues this really nice form here.
Yeah, just beyond the hole, it slopes actually away from the players.
Well, a lot of preparation, a lot of time to try to figure out both courses. And there was Megan Kang's post from yesterday. Practice rounds got me like, I am already tired.
That's what I mentioned on the top of the show. It's really about energy conservation. It's that way with every single U.S. Open, let alone a week where you're playing 2 different golf courses.
All right, back here at Cypress on the 4th, and a birdie attempt for Hee-Jung Lim.
Down the hole for a 2 and a potential skin, you would feel really good about yourself going to the 5th tee if you can make a birdie here.
By the way, Bones, how good was that putt by Lexi? Pretty darn good.
I tell you what, yeah, hats off. It was very good, and she's going to feel great about herself also if she can just knock this next one home.
So all pars for Hee-Jung Lim thus far. And over at the 6th, Suo for birdie from just off the green. Also at even in the early going.
Yeah.
Bang. Was even. You'll take those. A couple of birdies in the last 4 holes after the bogey start for Suo.
Every birdie's so precious in a U.S. Open.
And back at 4, as Lexi Thompson gets ready to try and save, which would be a remarkable par from where she was. Youngest to qualify, Lexi was just a little more than 12 years old. 13 years ago, Morgan Pressel also was 13 years old back in 2001. But Lucy Lee, remember the Pinehurst #2 U.S. Women's Open where she was eating ice cream and giggling her way around?
Pigtails, I remember.
But when you start that early like Lexi did, that's how you amass 14 U.S. Women's Open when you're only 25 years old. That is a phenomenal par.
It gives you so much confidence, too, for the remainder of the tournament. You get that first test of needing to two-putt, needing to get that pace right and being able to get it done.
To the 5th.
Jin Young Ko just didn't get it over the ridge, which is right there. And now it's downhill to the hole. And a good try, and it should bleed a little bit to the left, but it's very subtle breaks on these greens. It's going to be a safe 5 for the defending champion. Let's go over to 3.
And this is Narin An, 24-year-old, with a couple of wins on the Korean LPGA Tour. That will work, and it was a tough start for Narin An, and now is at +1 after a couple bogeys and that birdie.
Anna Norquist has a putt coming up for par here, Billy Ray.
You know, Tom, she hit her third shot just on the front edge of the green, had just 65 feet back up and over that ridge. It makes this be a fantastic 2-putt.
Well, Billy Ray, this was what we talked about at the beginning of the week, wasn't it? Having these putts and how important they're going to be, because you're going to have long birdie putts at some stage.
No doubt, throughout the whole championship this week. And nice save there. We'll see that throughout the week, these long birdie attempts, you know, from over 50, 60, maybe sometimes 70 feet.
2-putting is going to be key. Let's go back 1 to 4.
And this was a moment ago. Nelly Korda for par. And so after a par start, quickly to +1 for Nelly. And as you look at the Champions Golf Course in the background, we'll remind you that uninterrupted coverage of the USGA Championships on Golf Channel is presented by Rolex in the 75th U.S. Women's Open Championship as we head over to 5.
Wonderful to have uninterrupted coverage. It means we can't have any bathroom breaks, so we'll make it through without leaving the towers.
Pace yourself for the beverages, Tom.
Yeah.
You know the drill.
Full credit to our production team led by Tommy Roy. Long day today, but what an exciting day it is.
No gifts on the 5th hole. It's the first par 5 on the scorecard, only 3 on the Cypress course, so not a lot of opportunity for scoring. Hole location all the way in the back today, making it not much of a birdie opportunity, at least for this group.
Yeah, this would be a nice up and down. She hit her third shot over the green in a terrible lie. This would be a fantastic up and down to save par here. And sneaks it in on the left-hand side. It all counts that way.
Yeah, it certainly does. All pars so far for Danielle Kang.
So Tom Kang hanging on nicely so far, although as you look at the scoring average in career majors for Danielle, who won the KPMG Women's PGA Championship a few years ago, this particular championship has been the toughest test for her. Any reason why, Paige, you think?
A little bit to do with the scoring. Typically, the U.S. Open scoring is a little bit more difficult. And there could be an extra level of desire. She won the U.S. Amateur twice. People that have played well in USGA events typically want to continue that streak. So I'm sure she has extra desire to win this championship.
This is Yuka Saso over at the 2nd from the Philippines, rolling it in to get to 1 under in the early going. Just 19 years old. Yuka Saso has a couple of wins on the Japan LPGA Tour and is off to a great start. You can download the official U.S. Women's Open app and be a part of the action like never before. Track your favorite players' win probability in real time. Follow along with video highlights right in the scoreboards. Download it now in the App Store for iOS and in the Google Play Store for Android. There is the hole location at the par 4 15th, 415-yard par 4, and Gabby Ruffles is set to play. Okay.
All 3 players again hit the fairway here. Very long straight drivers of the golf ball. Her caddy and USC coach Justin Silverstein on the bag, as he was for her U.S. Amateur Championship win and runner-up.
Yeah, Justin, a former player at Arizona. You know, Kay, we had to get that in there.
Of course, I'm all about Pac-12.
Hey, when the Bruins opportunities come up, you take your shots as well. But
of course I do.
He was a good player at Arizona, but before heading over to USC, and boy, has his team been loaded. The Trojans.
Oh man, year in and year out, they're able to reload. Yeah, how about that, Kay?
Got away with that. Did not hit it well, and it got a favorable bounce.
Sometimes you just need a little bit of luck as well. This championship often will eat up those shots that are just a little off.
I think having the wind helping from left to right enabled that just to get the carry it needed.
All right, Lee 6 is next, just on the edge of the fairway.
Yeah, she's just a couple paces ahead and going with the same club that Gabby did, a 7-iron. Jung-Eun Lee 6 is a lot more deliberate with her whole routine, really has quite a few practice swings, takes her time behind the ball, whereas Gabby is really kind of grab the club and go. Very seldom takes extra thought into the shot. Only 5 or 6 paces behind this hole location, so plenty to leave it a little short of the hole. the screen sits at an angle, so it looks smaller than it is, but it's still 41 paces deep. And that was pretty nice right there.
Yeah, judged pretty well to get it back on that quadrant. As we hop on over to Jackrabbit again with our man Tom.
I see what you did there, hopping over to Jackrabbit. Very good. Kang now for a birdie. Back up the hill. Good chance, but didn't like that one right away. So not going to be her 5th birdie of the round. We'll go back over to Cypress Creek.
And this was just seconds ago. Amy Olsen at this short par 3 today, just 139 yards. Amy coming to 16 at +1. And there you go. Just seconds ago. Amy Olsen lights up what crowd there is there. Again, this U.S. Women's Open being staged without spectators, but what a way to get to 1 under for Amy Olsen.
This hole, it almost has a green within a green where the hole location is today. It's a very large green up and around the bunker on the left, but when the hole location's on that front right, it is green light all the way. What a way to start the U.S. Open for Amy Olsen.
Amy now 28 years old, in her 7th year on the LPGA Tour. Playing with Morgan Pressel, who has had quite a distinguished USGA career. And she will talk to it.
And you can see that the greens are receptive right now. That was one of the things leading into tournament starting, is a lot of the players were saying while they are fast, still receptive.
Back over to Jackrabbit.
And Kang for par. Coming off a career best 32nd on the money list in 2019. Played on that Solheim Cup team at Glen Eagles. First time she'd represented the U.S. in the Solheim Cup. She's having a great time out there chatting away to her caddy. Doesn't look like she's leading one of the biggest championships in the game, does it? Let's go back over to Cypress Creek, and Amy Olsen smiling as well.
Yeah, this is always a fun walk, but even more fun in a U.S. Women's Open on the opening round page.
Without question, and she's had some challenges in preparing for this event. She still resides in North Dakota, and of course normally the season is over this time of year, so she spent some time in Florida before the Florida event, went down to California where Coach Ron Stockton is in preparation for the Dallas event, and was just trying to spend as much time as she could in the warmer weather, because North Dakota, not a great place to prepare necessarily for a U.S. Open in December.
You talked about being from North Dakota. Her college career was pretty legendary.
Incredible.
Won 20 times. She broke Julie Inkster's Division I record of 17 victories there, and just hasn't really worked out as the promise is advertised. You might have thought that Amy, who was known as Amy Anderson before she got married, now Amy Olsen, you thought she might have a better career at this point, but that's a thrill nonetheless.
A heck of a shot, 8-iron into this green, and you're right, Dan. I think she's one of those players that once she does get into contention more, I think she'll know how to close, because she's been there before. That's a skill that she has. Just hasn't put herself in position nearly as much as she would like and we would have expected.
That's the 28th hole-in-one in U.S. Women's Open history as well. Time to check out our course insights, brought to you by American Express Champions Golf Club, founded in 1957, as we mentioned, by the Texas legends Jackie Burke Jr. and Jimmy DeMeritt. They hired fellow Houstonian Ralph Plummer to design the Cypress Creek course, and again, for the first time, both courses in play for the first time in a Women's Open.
It's an excellent facility all around, and this golf course in particular, the players have talked about how wonderful it is and fair, and a golf course that you want is to be fair, to reward those good shots. And on this hole that we just saw, that 139-yard 16th, I love the beginning of a closing stretch to have that par 3 that really challenges the players or provides opportunity for scoring. So in this case, the 16th sits at the beginning of that finishing 3-hole stretch.
Sweet 16 indeed for Amy Olsen, who moves to 1 under. still looking for that elusive first win on the LPGA Tour. And as the laughter and celebration has died down a little bit, Morgan Pressel here getting down to business. Now 32 years old. Morgan seems like she's been playing in these things forever. 17th start for Morgan.
When you mentioned her career within the USGA, she won the US Amateur back in 2005. Runner-up in the US Open, 2005.
I just didn't give that enough. As we go up to the 6th and the second shot for Danielle Kang, and Billy Ray Brown is there.
Well, Dan, she left it in a perfect position in the right-hand side of the fairway. Great angle to that hole location on the left. Taking dead aim there. That was 149 yards. Paige, you see, just landing over the bunker on the downslope. That's one of the things coming downwind, and players are having difficulty stopping the ball at times.
Something to pay attention to as well, and part of the importance of the December versus earlier in the year is the wind direction does typically change and come out of a different direction this time of year.
Back to 5.
Carlota Saganda for a par. Wasn't able to get to the green in 2 at this par 5. I thought she would be a player that could have a crack at this green in 2. Less than 500 yards today. I haven't seen too many players give it a go, but Bones, Lexi Thompson looks like she's going to have a go at it.
Yeah, she's certainly got the speed to do it, Tom. 260 total, but just 223 front door. A little bit of hurting wind. Fairway wood in hand. It was a long wait for her here, so she's definitely got to kind of loosen up before she gets ready to go, and she is now.
Not too much danger here, Bones. I mean, you can't really go too far past the flag, but apart from that, it's all right there in front of you.
Exactly right. I love this play here, and to your point, there's very little around the green that can take a bite out of you. Great place to get your first birdie of the tournament.
It is one of the most narrow entrances to the greens out here, especially for a par 5.
Turning left, but gets a friendly bounce, and she's got to pitch back into the wind, which will help her get it stopped.
Yeah, it pitched just on the edge of that bunker on the bank there, kicked it that way. Look at where she gets on her toes here, Paige.
It's remarkable, whether it's the tee or, as you can see, a fairway metal. That's airborne. Both of her
she's
feet
off the ground
actually
at some
moved.
stage,
yes.
yeah. And she takes like a 2-step back. Appropriate here in Texas, I guess.
Got to get every ounce of energy out of it.
Here's Jong-Eun Lee, 6 for birdie at 15. And we go back to 5.
Third shot for Lim.
84 yards, just taking it past a tree that was in a little bit of her sight line.
She's played that pretty well. I've seen some players come up short here and not get it over that ridge, but she's going to have a much flatter putt. Now, how about Nelly Corder? She'd be a player, Bones, that would be able to get home in 2, I would have thought.
Yeah, it's been a tough early going here, Tom, for Nelly. She's certainly struck the ball quite well, but she is not getting along with her putter at all in the early going. She's going to have to take this up in the air as the trees are directly in her line here from 83 yards. Boy, this came out poorly there. I think she misread the lie.
Yeah, the dormant Bermuda, it's a little clumpy, so it doesn't provide a lot of restriction or resistance getting through it because it is quite dry, but a little inconsistent.
This is Canadian Elena Sharp on the tee at the 4th. Again, 169 over the creek, and a beauty in there by Sharp. Good chance for her first birdie of the day. And back to the ace hole at 16. Kay.
Going to be hard to match that. But I tell you, after you've had a lot of long and mid irons in your hands up to this point, it's nice to be on a tee with just a 9-iron, as that's what Lee 6 has pulled out. She has only played in 4 LPGA events this year and hasn't had any great finishes, but 13 starts over on the KLPGA with 5 top 10s, so no wins, but some good consistent play over there. Wind helping a little. Pretty good line. Ooh. Must not have caught the center of the face on that one. Or she thought the wind was going to help and it died down a little.
Kang still on top at 4 under. We get 5 players, 2 back at 2 under, including Jarena Pillar, who's continuing to bring her game back.
Saw her husband Martin Pillar out here, Dan, walking Jarena to the first tee. Now Gabby. I mentioned that earlier that she, you know, her parents were fabulous tennis players. She started out in tennis but got really burned out with the tennis scene and the tournaments. Followed her older brother Ryan into golf. And she just enjoyed immediately the tranquility of the golf course, the beauty of the course. That a big pull. The fact that the course changes every day.
And back to the 5th.
Lexi Thompson with her 3rd shot. Just coming over that bunker and having to... no, not a good strike there. Well, that's going to make it tricky. What happened, Paige? Just quit on it?
Well, a little bit with this dormant Bermuda. It tees up and it's so spongy underneath. So that's looks like exactly what happened. That the club came down, got through the rough, and then the ball came up the top half of the club softly.
A little easier out of the sand, Bones?
Actually, I think this is going to be tougher.
Really?
I was very surprised, you know, with her 3rd. You know, it was an easy shot to spin, and it was back into the wind. Now she's going to have a much tougher time getting this stopped around the hole.
She played it really well, though, didn't she?
Yeah, that was a nice play, but considering she drove it in the fairway, had a chance to get here in 2. The fact she's got that for 5 has got to sting.
Yeah, struggling for a par on a hole that she wanted to have an eagle chance. Over on the Jackrabbit is the leader, Megan Kang, with her 2nd to the 8th. And another wonderful iron shot. She has it dialed in. Little unfortunate that's run by, but really impressive play so far from from Megan Kang.
Well, we mentioned the 5th USGA Championship being staged here. There's been some other big-time events here, including the 67 Ryder Cup, where none other than Ben Hogan was the captain of that incredible U.S. squad. Orville Moody won the U.S. Open here. Been U.S. Amateurs, Mid-Ams. There's been Houston Opens here, as well as Tour Championships, 5 of them in all, including Tiger Woods won one of them back in '99, and welcoming the very first U.S. Women's Open here. And there is one of the co-founders, Jackie Burke Jr., 97 years young. I had a chance to visit with him in his office yesterday. He and his wife, Robin, just opening up the office and looking at all the memorabilia in there. It's like a walk through a museum. All the people that he has rubbed shoulders with through the years. PGA of America just posted this on its Instagram. There's Jackie Burke, 1956 Masters champion, as well as the PGA champion that year. You know, he's such a character, a colorful guy who's got all sorts of stories, but sometimes you forget what a great player he was.
Now Lim for a birdie at the 5th.
And Lim has played by far the best golf in the early going. Cora missed her birdie putt.
Just a bit of movement on that one. So she will likely start with 5 straight pars. Got into the field through the Rolex rankings, being in the top 75 on the original cutoff date for the championship when it was in June, and also from her position on the KLPGA money list. Back over to the 8th on the Jackrabbit, and Megan Kang for a birdie. Paige, I mean, she's a player that has gained a lot of experience, came out on the tour 4 years ago, hasn't won yet, best finish is 3rd, but this would be the biggest stage that she has played on in terms of being at the top of the leaderboard.
Without question, and obviously the Solheim Cup experience was incredibly invaluable, and I think she received one of the greatest compliments, could it be? One of the greatest compliments from Julie Inkster during the team selection period, and she said, that Megan could partner with anybody on the team, kind of a well-rounded game.
Lexi for par. No, speed was off there.
Yeah, tempo on her putting stroke tends to be kind of where she loses it, tends to get a little quick in transition. Sometimes that just didn't look like a comfortable stroke.
Well, I guess she changed to that mallet putter because she says, I've always putted the best with one, so she's got the new mallet style putter going, but that was just not a good stroke, as you said.
I'll tell you what, it's frustrating as a player when your mind's right, you've read the putt, you feel good over it, and then your body's just not performing. They're not making that connection between, you know, mind and body, and it can be extraordinarily frustrating.
Tim Tucker doing a nice job of stepping in there and reminding Lexi just to take her time.
It's a bogey on a hole where she was hoping to have an eagle putt. And that is very frustrating for Lexi. The short game can let her down at times, there's no doubt about it.
All right, Lee 6, who came up a little short at the par 3 16th. And it's still short.
Just caught the edge of that fringe. If she'd carried it onto the green, it probably wouldn't have checked up that way.
From 6 to 6, and Danielle Kang from just off the green. Still looking for that first birdie. But you keep stringing pars together and be patient and wait for your time.
It's definitely a golf course that rewards discipline and patience.
Over at the 4th, sharp for her birdie. Just touching it.
Wow.
So she'll remain at +1, 5 back of Kang. Brittany Lincecum, who was recovering from COVID last week, up high on the leaderboard, just 1 back. There's the amateur one of 24 in the field, hanging in there at 2 under. There's Pillar at 2 under. Lydia Ko just getting started through 6, 1 under. So Yeon Yu, former champion in this event, among the players in red figures as well. And back over to 16, we've got at least 6 for par.
Dan, I was surprised that she tried that chip shot with plenty of green to work with such a lofted club. She should have used more like a 9 or 8 iron, or even could have putted it. But now a lengthy par putt, uphill. And on this little hole, already Gabby Ruffles has made bogey, and that's going to be a bogey for Lee 6.
Yeah, the group ahead.
Frustrating.
Amy Olsen's ace ushered this group in, and they just did not perform.
Well, Shibuno has yet to putt. She's been waiting patiently to hit a short birdie putt upcoming.
Now we just saw Jackie Burke, one of the founders here at Champions. As we take a look at iconic venues presented by Rolex, we again zero in right here at Champions Golf Club.
When you think of Champions in Houston, you think about celebrities, you think about every great golfer that's ever come along in the last 60 years has walked this golf course. Not just come out to play, but in a competitive situation.
You know, they probably have the lowest handicap index of any course in the city.
It's old school golf. Like, this is how I think golf is meant to be played. It's really got just a little bit of everything on it.
And then you have these 2 amazing venues. Cypress, I think, is tough, and it's a championship golf course, but Jackrabbit, it'll sneak up and get you. It's tough over there.
It's one of those places, if you have the opportunity to come play, you do it. You drop what you're doing and you come play it.
There's a great deal of pride in Houston and Champions because of that.
Well, you don't even need to see Hal Sutton's face to know that that was Hal Sutton. He and the rest of the Texas-born and raised players talking about their high esteem for this place and the spirit of golf in Texas. Hal, by the way, has lived nearby this club full-time for the last 6 years. This is Anna Balatz at 13 for birdie from Slovenia. She was a senior at Duke in the spring and was a first-team All-American, and Baylotz rolls it in from long distance. That's her second birdie in the first 4 holes, making her championship debut.
Yeah, and performed well enough on the Symetra Tour to actually get into this event and will have some LPGA status moving forward in 2021.
Well, let's check out Amy Olsen at 17 after the ace at 16.
Gotta be careful you don't go long left here today. And that is going to run away towards the back of the green, but she'll have a chance for a birdie. And a chance to get it to couple under par. And we'll go back to 16.
Speaking of Texans, Stacey Lewis, who's got deep roots here. In fact, is sleeping in her own bed here for this championship. Could not wait to get here. +1 in the early going. Good shot for the former #1 player in the world. A couple of major championships for her among her 13 LPGA Tour wins. And here's a good look at the hole location at the par 4 7th, Paige.
Yeah, you can see just how intricate this kind of approach shot is. 7, one of the more interesting holes on the golf course, I think. And with that hole location, that front right drop-off area comes into play.
And Anna Norquist is away.
And Paige being on that front right is actually very accessible. These are.
Well, I don't think there's a big enough clump. I mean, maybe slow it down just a fraction. I mean, you've got. And you basically got 81 all the way here.
Yeah. I like this stuff.
Okay.
Just a little bit left of the TV tower.
Why don't you go at the TV tower? The wind's off the right, just a fraction, right?
Okay.
All right. All the calculations are done. And Paige, growing up and playing a lot of golf here, I always liked the whole location on the front part. Just because simply you talked about the fall off. Yeah, that's tough. But this green is 60 yards long. And when it got in that back portion, it was 4 clubs. Difference between the front and the back.
I mean, how many mud balls am I going to have?
Where'd that go, Billy Ray? Wow.
She just said she had some mud on the ball.
And I'm not sure that was the case where that affected it that much. I think that was a total mishit there.
That was remarkable.
Has an effect, I think.
It's not it's a pretty good swing there.
Well, you could hear Anna say that was a pretty good swing there. So. See if we can get a closer look at this and see.
Yeah, she was saying that it turned very hard in the air. Would have been a lot of mud because that moved so far.
All right, Jin Young Ko is next.
You know, this is the only second fairway she has hit today, and she just got it past the dog leg on the right-hand side. You got to hit it far enough to challenge that right-hand side. Now it's clear view, 151 yards. Now the breeze is back in and actually starting to gust at times. Really tough to gauge it. She's hit this heavy and out to the left.
Oh man, it just creeps up onto the surface.
And watch this. That was one of the netted collection areas the USGA puts out because they know a lot of golf balls are going to end up down there, and that's going to be a difficult little pitch.
Here's the amateur who's been so impressive so far, Garvey. This for par at 18. And Amelia rolls it in. Again, she's just making the turn and couldn't have gone much better for Amelia Garvey at -2.
I had a chance to watch her a little bit in February preparing for a college event. And I like what I saw. I'm anxious to see how she'll play this final 9.
Back at 7.
You got to think of the mindset here, Paige. You saw Norquist hit a poor one, then you saw Cole hit a poor one as well. Now you're back here, 149 yards, and you're looking right down the barrel of Flagstick here.
Probably wondering, this hole shouldn't be that difficult.
Well, you've got the hard part done, in my opinion, to actually put it in the fairway. This is right, too.
You wonder if that's a reaction from what she just saw.
I have to think so.
That'll be a delicate little up and down attempt as well. Well, the 75th United States Women's Open Championship is presented by Rolex. Just the second ever U.S. Women's Open staged in the great state of Texas. And back over at 17.
Amy Olsen for a birdie. Back up the hill. As you can see, movement from left to right. She's got it spot on.
There we go. Nice
There
little
you
run
go.
here.
Yeah, 1-3. And she gets it to a couple under par. So, you know, coming off that hole-in-one, sometimes it can throw a player off their game slightly because they weren't expecting it, but she seems very comfortable. Let's go to 6.
Well, Lexi's got more problems over here at this par 4, Bones.
Yeah, Dan, she obviously drove it to the right here. She's talking to Tim now a little bit about the club selection and the wind.
45. Yeah, I'd say that. I'd like to say that max. I was thinking the reason I was thinking 43 it jumps a few.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I like just stock or just a hair under, but I just out to the right, that one's going to move it left.
She got a great break, and then she's about a yard from the worst rough I've seen on property this week. So the ball's sitting nicely. There are a couple of trees in her way, but from a .148, she should have no trouble lofting it over them. Taking a rip at a 9-iron, looking for that right to left wind that Tim talked about.
Nice recovery.
Safe.
And a roll back just a bit for Lexi, but safely on in regulation. Well, it's been an abbreviated year for the USGA, just 4 championships being staged as we take a look presented by Rolex. The U.S. Women's Amateur started it off after 38 holes. Gabby Ruppels dethroned by 17-year-old Rose Zhang at Woodmont Country Club. Then we are at Abandoned Dunes for Tyler Strafacci in the U.S. Amateur. There with his father Frank on the bag, he won that prestigious title along the beautiful coast of Oregon. And then another U.S. Amateur winner won the big one at Wingfoot, Bryson DeChambeau, overpowering the A.W. Tillinghast gem and picking up his first major championship. And there is his caddy trying to do what we believe no one has ever done before, and that is caddy on winning bags in both the Women's Open and the U.S. Open. Mark Fulcher, the well-known caddy in the men's tour and also has caddied on the LPGA tour, has done it, but he did not do it in the same year. This is Stacy Lewis, 16. Looking for birdie. Nicely done by Stacy. Back to even, her first birdie of this championship. One that she would dearly love to win in her home state as well.
She talked about how winning the
Nelly Corda over at the 6th. Trying to get on track here. That is right over the stick.
and slopes a little bit away past the hole location, but it's difficult to get close to. You've got to be aggressive if you want to be able to have an uphill putt.
Back over to Jackrabbit.
And Megan Kang has reached the 9th. The par 5, 3-shotter for Megan. And the flag today over on the right side should feed a little towards the hole if she pitches it about middle of the green. There's a ridge that runs front to back. And she's gone right of the flag, so going to be putting back up the hill as long as that stays on the green. So she's going to have another look at birdie and has been playing so well tee to green. Let's go to 7.
This is the 4th shot for Norquist after the drop.
And this shot not much easier coming over the water and better angle. You really actually take off that collection area on the left-hand side, but come from this short distance, trying to do the best you can to have a good look for her bogey there.
The hard part was the distance control, and she got that. At least she'll have a good look to try to salvage.
To 17.
Just a moment ago, Hanako Shibuno with a 6-iron. Last year's AIG Women's Open champion. And this should feed towards the hole. Good shot there. They call her the Smiling Cinderella in Japan because she's always smiling and is very popular.
Well, lots of reasons for the Steelers to smile this year, even though they did get beat for the first time the other night. Sunday night, Big Ben and company head to Buffalo. This is going to be a good one to take on a Bills team pushing for their first division title in 25 years. Sunday night at 7 Eastern time kicks it off on Football Night in America. Steelers and Bills to round out this weekend. After you take in the final round,
I was going to say it's going to be a great day.
Women's Open.
Great day of sports.
Yep. There's Tim Tucker and Lexi Thompson going over things. Lexi said they hit it off right away. He said Tim likes to make her laugh. She likes to keep it loose on the golf course, and so that has been a natural fit from the get-go.
Well, with any caddy, you spend so much time, so many hours a day. There needs to be that level of just enjoyment in each other's company, as well as trust, obviously, in what both of you are doing.
Lexi's showing a lot of trust here in Tim. He's been reading a ton of putts here in the early going. This up and over ridge, working to her right the entire way. And because she got out of position off the tee, she's left with yet another tough 2-putt. Carrying plenty of speed.
Oh, that's got a lot of speed, Bones. Wow. Just seemingly totally confused.
Definitely out of sorts at the moment, Dan.
All right, back over at 7, Jin-Young Ko. This is that little area you talked about, Paige. This was just earlier.
Ooh. That's tremendous.
Yeah, it's going to be an easy tap in for par.
A little surprised when Billy Ray said she'd only hit 2 fairways. Typically just a great ball striker, but now relying on different parts of her game.
Best cumulative score to par in the women's majors since 2019, when Jin-Young Ko took 2 majors that year, and that is a ways ahead of the next best, Sung Hyun Park at 23 under. 20 under better.
She had an extraordinary year last year, if you even remember the par streak or no bogey streak she was on too.
Kang looking to save it at 7 as well. Should be able to do that. And 17 we go.
And Kay is down there for us, watching Jong-Eun 6.
Tom, how about a nice 96-footer? From the very front part of the screen to the hole that's 32 paces on. Yes, a green hit in regulation, but what a putt.
That was almost spot on for pace.
I think she could tap that one in and just run to the next tee box.
Couple of bogeys and a birdie so far for the defending champion.
It's going to take her a while to get to the tap.
Yeah, it's quite a walk.
It's a stroll.
We were talking about it yesterday. Sort of 3 club greens, these greens here on the Cypress Creek course to 7.
This is for bogey. This would be a great 5, but not to be for Anna Norquist, who pays the price with a double after the second shot found the water. Let's get you back over to Jack Rabbit.
Over on the 9th, making the turn, Megan Kang for her 5th birdie of the championship. Back up the hill, little movement from right to left. There's another putt that she's left just shy, but you don't want to get too tentative, Paige. You don't want to protect it too much when you're playing this well.
Without question, Tom, and the tendency obviously is to do that, but that affects your lag putting that much more. The more you think, the more you protect.
Well, a programming note for you. We have some impending weather perhaps coming through the area tomorrow, so they have moved up the tee times about an hour and a half. So the first local tee time will be 8 a.m., and our coverage has changed as well. It'll be at 10 a.m. Eastern time on Peacock. We'll remain in our same broadcast window here on Golf Channel at 3 o'clock Eastern time. So officials here trying to get ahead of that weather tomorrow and keep things moving, especially in the time of year where we've got less daylight. We've still got a field of 156 players to get through 2 rounds. That is our Rolex tune-in information for you. Once again, 10 a.m. Eastern time, Peacock, the same time as scheduled right here on Golf Channel. Lexi Thompson for her par at the 6th after blasting that birdie putt by. And that's going to be 3 bogeys in the last 4 holes for Lexi.
The hard part of the U.S. Open is you know that the birdies are so rare. A lot of times the U.S. Open is about actually just limiting mistakes.
17.
Birdie putt now for Hanako Shibuno.
And this putt is actually goes back uphill, Tom, and peels off from left to right.
And just didn't peel as much as she
it
thought.
didn't.
35th on the Japanese LPGA money list this year. She has come across and played a couple of events in the US. She played both the majors here in the US, the ANA Inspiration and the KPMG Women's PGA. Then went back to Japan in late October and finished 5th at an event over there. It was her first top 10 anywhere in the world in 2020.
Probably suffering a little bit of a mini slump after that enormous year last year when she won 4 times on the KLPGA plus the AIG Women's Open.
It was the first time she'd ever been outside of Japan, save for a trip to Thailand. So when she got to the golf course last year at Woburn, she thought it was going to be a links course. It was actually a tree line course, a little bit like this here at Champions. Over at the 8th, beautiful par 3 with the water in play today. If you're short left, it's going to feed back into the water, Billy Ray.
And you know that, Tom, standing back on the tee. And what's hard about this shot is the tee is surrounded by trees. You don't really feel much breeze. And also up at the green, the flag just barely moving from left to right. So you have to gauge that. But as a player, you know you've got to carry this ball deep enough up in this green to stay away from that really what I call a false front, because it comes down and definitely will come back into the penalty area. You got to think, Tom, given that hole location, you'd see majority of the shots, even though it's 159 yards, out to the right.
Yeah, the flag today is just on the left side of the camera tower there behind the green. So anywhere right of that tower is what Billy Ray is referencing.
Very safe shot there by Kang.
Yeah, maybe a little too far right there, but still no trouble but putting back down towards the water. All pars so far for Danielle. Players were allowed 3 practice rounds prior to the championship week, and she took advantage of all 3. She was in town during the men's Houston Open, so came across and played. Go across to the other side of the golf course to 17, and the second shot for Stacey Lewis. Stacey is a member here at Champions, member of a number of clubs in the area, so she knows this golf course very well. Do you think that's an advantage, Paige, or is there a little bit too much pressure on your shoulders when you're a member of the club?
It depends how you handle it, but I think for her, she loved the fact she came here and didn't have to learn the golf courses. So from that perspective, it's absolutely an advantage.
She's not going to like that, I don't think. A little too far out to the right. It's going to be okay. Didn't like the swing.
Well, we mentioned Stacey from this state of Texas, as it's now time for a message from the USGA as we hear from Stacey and several other influential women, all with Texas roots, especially here in Houston, and all helping to inspire the next generation.
Women Worth Watching means that seeing other women be successful in any field really inspires me and drives me to continue improving at what I pursue.
Every woman has a responsibility for training and teaching those that come behind them. So for each of you that have dreams, I say keep going, keep learning, keep achieving.
When you are pursuing something that you truly love, it's easy to push through in the difficult times. I can tell you, after training for 6 years, going through a lot of frustrating times, finally getting to space, in the end, it is truly worth it.
I want little girls to be able to dream a dream that maybe I didn't dream as a little girl because I didn't know it was possible. We're in a time where it's bold to be a woman, and it's bold to step out of your comfort zone and do something new and dream big.
Whether you're a student or an astronaut, a doctor or a soccer player, or chasing your dream of winning a US Open like me, women are worth watching.
And no one knows more than Stacy Lewis what a championship like this, having it in her home state of Texas, can do for women's golf, Paige. And the only thing she said, I just wish there could have been spectators here. It would have been so great to have all those little girls outside the ropes looking at these ladies and what they do this week.
Without a doubt, when players and when fans come and they get that tangible feel at an event, it touches people's lives. But Stacy Lewis has done a tremendous job of doing that throughout her career, whether she's in person or on camera.
A moment ago, another Texan, Angela Stanford, who won last week, having a rough time of it, but that one falls. At 2 doubles and 2 bogeys in her first 4 holes. She's kind of steadied the ship a little bit since playing +2, but not the opening day she was looking for. Christina Kim over at the par 3 12th for birdie, not having the day she was hoping for either. But that one falls. The lone bright spot for Christina today.
Yeah, and patience goes a long way. There's still a lot of golf left to be played, and all these players know that. Especially if the conditions change. We're seeing the wind pick up just a little bit. We're expecting expecting some storms to come in tomorrow, so patience is required.
Here's Olsen over at 18 on quite a streak. Coming off the ace and then the birdie at 17. That should be a nice 2-putt par at 18 as she makes the turn in 2 under. You never know in these championships, Paige. So many times in the men's and in the women's, you see people hang out there on that leaderboard longer than you had ever expected them to do. And maybe it'll be an amateur like Amelia Garvey. Maybe it'll be somebody else we don't know too well hanging with the superstars of the game today.
And it's true. I think that's what makes this championship so great. We've had those surprise winners. We've had the Hillary Lunke. We've had the Birdie Kim. And then you've also had those dominant wins from players that are legendary like Annika Sorenstam. It's a tremendous championship.
Lewis from long range at 17.
And a good try. But that's the difficulty of this golf course. You can have putts of that length, and it's getting the speed right. Making her 14th start in the US Women's Open. 4 top 10s, solo second in 2014 behind Michelle Wie. And we'll go over to the 7th.
Over to the 7th, Lim has hit it in trouble. And our rules tip today deals with exactly some of those extra elements that can be involved at this week's championship, as USGA's Catherine Belanger takes us through it. The rules of golf presented by Rolex.
As players navigate the U.S. Women's Open, they're likely to run into pine straw, often near trees like this one. Now, the pine straw is a loose impediment, so players are free to remove as much of it as they want. They just need to be careful not to cause the ball to move, because if it does, that's a 1-stroke penalty and the ball must be replaced. What's also interesting in this situation is the changing status of the moss. The moss on the ground is a loose impediment, which means players are free to remove it. But while it's hanging in the tree, players can't remove it if doing so were to improve one of the conditions affecting the stroke, like the area of intended swing. So when you're playing at home, remember to be careful when removing loose impediments near your ball.
And for more great rules content, you can download the USGA Rules of Golf app or try out the new digital products available at usga.org/rules.
They've done a tremendous job of simplifying it, the rules book, making it easier, more playable, and it certainly is beneficial to know the rules because a lot of times you can have them work in your favor.
And over at 18, Amy Olsen trying to finish off this 2-putt for par, make the turn at 2 under, 2 back of Megan King, and continue her hopes of being one of those players that breaks through at the biggest championship they play. Again, not a single win on the LPGA Tour thus far for Amy Olsen, but a great first 9 start. Back at 8.
Danielle Kang trying to get the speed right here. greens quicker today than they have been during the practice rounds. Getting quicker as the week has gone on. Let's go to 18.
And Shibuno getting ready, Kay.
Took the club head cover off one of her 5 woods that she carries in the bag. This is her 5 hybrid. Whole plane, initially when they teed off, it was dead down, or dead against the wind coming out of the south. It shifted back a little more southwest. And she left that one high to the right. That might be near the hole location maybe on Saturday or Sunday.
It's about a long field goal away on the football field green. I mean, you can hit a lot of greens in regulation here, but you can come out of this whole thing without scoring very well, because could be a lot of potential 3-putts on your card as well.
Paige, I love what NB Park said to that question and notion. She said, I'd rather have the putter in my hand than be chipping. So
good point. Good point. But this is a beast of a hole, Kay. Looks like tee up maybe today, but still over 400 yards, and something we're going to pay attention to throughout the week, because this green will be approached with a long iron or a hybrid.
Normally this is the longest par 4 on the course, and probably by the weekend it'll play.
If you normal 7, it's going to go too high and short. But a low 7, I think we'll get there.
And while Jong-Un Lee, 6, and her caddy continue to talk things over at 18 here, we'll remind you that uninterrupted coverage continues here of the USGA Championships on Golf Channel, and is presented by Rolex, the 75th U.S. Women's Open Championship on a first round Thursday.
Yeah, Dan, like I said, at its farthest back, this hole play 438, and today they have it 50 yards up, where it's 389 yards, and I think, Paige, that's in anticipation of tomorrow's rather dodgy weather.
Yeah, well, they've got a couple of different teeing grounds on some par 4s. They've got a couple of different ones for the par 3s as well. And when we were talking with the USGA in our meeting, they said we let the ladies take a look at them to kind of show them what could be in play.
Lee 6 deciding on 7 iron, and she's got to hit this pretty firmly. She hits a really high iron shots.
And that's a good thing to have in your arsenal on this course.
Well, especially as the greens firm out. And we're seeing these slopes just past the hole on several of the holes today where it can get away from you. You need to get it up to the pin, but it can trickle away. So high ball flight, certainly beneficial.
This is over at the 7th, Bones.
Well, we learned what Lim can and can't do here around her golf ball, and she needs a quality strike, because there is a penalty area between she and the green. 182. Good contact. Left edge of the green.
And just gets over the penalty area you talked about, Bones. Oh, man, that was a scary shot. Is it going to stay there? It should, right on the edge. Boy, a lot of things could have gone wrong here.
Yeah, the biggest thing on the pine straw is keeping a stable footing. You can't really dig in or do anything, but you want to make sure you're not over swinging on the backswing that would put your balance off. And that a well-balanced shot, and amazingly has an opportunity for birdie.
All right, so Nelly Korda is getting set next, positioned pretty nicely there. Tracer technology brought to you by Lexus, the official vehicle of the USGA.
Very gettable hole location if you drive it in the fairway, as Nelly has done, so a chance to get one back.
Just want to keep it just left of this hole location. It slopes away pretty quickly on the right side.
Yeah, good swing there, too.
Good look at birdie.
Ball still trickling there just a little bit. Back at 17.
And Stacey Lewis with the par putt. She was talking to Jackie Burke Jr. Earlier in the week when she was out on the range, and he said, Stacey, championships aren't won here on the range. They're won over there. And he pointed to the putting green.
He's got a million of those, Tom, doesn't he? What a classic guy he is. Golf Channel's coverage of the 75th U.S. Women's Open Championship is sponsored by Lexus. What amazing ideas will you inspire next? American Express, this holiday season, share joy and shop small. And by Cisco WebEx. Let's get you back over to the Jackrabbit.
Check in with Patty Tavatanakit a rookie on the LPGA this year. This for birdie at the 10th. And she's going along well. Lovely approach here on the par 5. So she climbs within 1. Remember, Megan Kang is also on the Jackrabbit course. Go over to the first hole. And Okayama for birdie. Trying to get it back to 2 over. One of the Japanese players here in the field this week. And the USGA having an all-exempt championship for the first time, not using qualifying, but they've based their exemption categories around the previous fields of the US Women's Open. Let's go to 7.
And Lexi looking to get back on track here after those 3 bogeys in the last 4 holes. Does keep that one left of the stick.
Yeah, and you get a sense of how deep her bunkers are. She's known for the angle of attack that she comes in at, also known as one of the best iron players on the LPGA Tour.
Back across the street, Tom.
And Megan Kang has made the turn. Now her 3rd to the 10th. No drop shots on the card so far. 4 birdies out in 32. Par 71 on both courses, and another really good approach. It's getting better and better and better. This is some golf. You would say she is in the zone right now with the way she's playing. As we take a look at the first page of the leaderboard in the 75th US Women's Open, Champions Golf Club in Houston. And we have an amateur on the first page. I always think that's a feature of this championship. One of the amateurs seems to come out of the pack and have a wonderful day on Thursday, and then the question is, can they keep it going for the rest of the week as the pressure increases? There's Lydia Ko off to a solid start, playing over on the Jackrabbit course.
Truly global event, the U.S. Women's Open, as it always is, Tom. We mentioned that there's a very large representation from Japan. I think the largest ever in the history of this championship, but the Americans still dominate the numbers with 41 total. Korea over there with 27, the second most represented country, but they come from all corners of the globe. You see Japan there with 17 players in the field, and that is indeed the 3rd most represented of all of the countries here in the 75th edition. And back here at Cyprus, just a moment ago, from just off the green at 18 from this dormant Bermuda.
Yeah, it's a little tricky sometimes coming with the short shots where you're not able to catch a lot of swing speed.
Well, the amateur win for Gabby Ruffles was impressive indeed. I mean, this is a young lady who we saw a lot of promise from a long time ago, even before she got to USC, Paige.
Yeah, but didn't actually pick up competitive golf until pretty late, but immediately started making an impact. And you could see just the transition between playing competitive tennis to competitive golf. She made that as seamless as I've ever seen.
She was born in Orlando, but moved at a young age. I think she was 9 years old when the family moved to Australia. So Jason Day figures she's an Aussie, and she is. And wishing good luck, Jay Day, to the rest of the Aussie women golfers here, including Hannah Green, and the rest of them represented here in this championship. And we come back out here to Jeong-Eun Lee 6K.
Dan, just to update our viewers, Shibuno cozied her 60-footer up to about 2.5 feet, so pretty well done from a long distance away. This certainly a makeable birdie opportunity. Uphill, little right to left movement. She's come up short on several of her birdie attempts, so let's see if she can consciously give this a little more hit and get it there, give it a chance.
Yep, just not quite enough. Got to get it there, right?
That's one of the more difficult adapting on the fly, is actually trying to hit it harder, because there's that normal tentative nature that you don't want to blow it by, especially on greens this fast. It's a lot easier to adjust and hit it softer than it is to adjust and hit it harder.
Back over to 7. Lexi Thompson certainly could use a birdie here. Oh, that was a very solid putt.
At least a better roll on it.
But Lexi's still looking for that first birdie. So a tap in for Lexi. And back over to Jackrabbit, Tom.
And Megan Kang with a great look at birdie here. Try and keep this round going. Get it to 5 under par.
Her lowest U.S. Open round is 69 back at the first round of the 2017 U.S. Women's Open. But she has shot 67 4 times in other majors.
Yeah, well done.
Not intimidated.
Making her 8th start in the championship. She's made 4 cuts. Her best finish was tied for 10th a couple of years ago. There are a few people out there watching because there are quite a few homes on this golf course, so folks are allowed to watch from their property. So you may hear a few round of applause out there.
And back here at the 5th at Cypress, we check in with Sasso again for birdie. This to get to 2 under, and she's making a nice run on this opening day. 2 birdies in her first 5 holes for Yuka Sasso. And back up to 7. And Lynn trying to save here for par.
Back up the hill. Good speed on the first putt after the heart-stopping second shot that we saw.
Boy, is that a good par.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're right too. But
His pace of play is quite slow at the moment, so I think it's tough for these ladies to get a lot of momentum over here on this Cypress Creek golf course at the moment.
Yep, it is a challenge again with less daylight this time of year in December. First ever December major.
Yeah, Nelly Korda appears to be waiting on a ruling here. The only thing I can guess is because of the incredible speed on these greens that maybe her ball moved. But her caddy is walking around as though he's looking for an official.
Yeah, you were talking about this whole page and how it trickled away on this side of the green, and as we went to the next shot, it was still kind of moving a little bit. It just wants to go down there on that slope.
Yeah, and they do have officials on every hole, so it shouldn't require too much time to get an official out to assist the players. And a lot of these players, they know the rules, they're aware of it, but given what's at stake, they want to make sure they do it right and they get it right. So oftentimes we'll call for a ruling for confirmation.
And while we have a moment, talk about the spotlight being on this U.S. Women's Open Championship. Did you know that of all sports covered in America, only 4% features female athletes? That has got to change. The USGA and Golf Channel are renewing their commitment to shine a brighter light on the incredible athletes that play in these championships, from the U.S. Women's Open to the U.S. Girls Junior. Join us and help show the world that women are worth watching. You've seen that hashtag throughout social media, and a lot of the PGA Tour players jumping on board. That has been great to see. So women's golf, women's sports needs some more momentum. It's been good the last several years, but it needs more.
I think it's just an understanding that an appreciation for the difference in how women play versus how men play. It's not one's better than the other. It's just different.
Yep.
And I think once you understand that and appreciate that.
Well, let's bring in Catherine Belanger of the USGA. Can you expand on this at all, Catherine? What's going on with Nelly Korda?
Yeah, we'll wait for the official to get in there and get all the facts, but it does sound like her ball moved on the putting green. So if that's the case, if it was accidental, no penalty, we'll put it back. So we'll just have to see what happened out there.
Okay. And Bones, I guess you can confirm something here as well?
And that's exactly right, Dan. The ball did move. As you mentioned, Nelly's on a part of the green with quite a bit of slope, and the ball did move 2 or 3 inches when she had repositioned it. And, it's a very important tournament first day, and she wants to make sure she does the right thing, which is understandable.
All right, Amy Olson has made the turn and looking to start this 9 with yet another birdie. Out in 34, and Amy Olson has got it going to 3 under. Tied with Brittany Lincecum and Jarena Pillar at that number, tied for second, 2 back of Megan Kang. Red hot start to 14.
And behind those autumnal leaves is Jodie Hewitt-Shadoff. Going to try and work one around the trees here. Lucky for her, the flag today over on the right side of the green. And she's just going to go right at it.
Wow.
And, well, we saw one hit the flag earlier and bounce off the green. That one didn't have enough pace, so it's probably helped her, I think, hitting the flag. And Jodie, who's been struggling with a bit of a back issue. It's not 100% yet, but she's obviously going along nicely. A chance to get to 2 under there. Back over to 7.
And after the long wait, Nelly Korda for birdie. You got to get it up that slope now.
Yeah, the official came and did remind Nelly that she does own the spot. She was able to put her ball back. Just lacking a little bit for speed. Easy to do when these greens are as scary as they are around the cups.
So Nelly will remain at +1. All pars, the lone bogey at least has a chuckle out of it all. Took a while, but they finally move on, and we move on to the par 5 9th, where we're going to pick up Anna Norquist in her 3rd shot to this par 5 from this dormant rough. Billy Ray?
Yeah, that ball sitting down in this dormant rough in a very difficult shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, coming out of this rough, really no opportunity to take it direct line at the flag. She's going to have to go left with that whole location over that bunker on the right-hand side. And this is a true 3-shot par 5. You have to be really, really careful where you lay it up.
And even beyond this hole, it slopes away again, playing on the smart side, leaving it just shy.
That's really, Paige, all she had from there. Not that bad of a play, actually.
No.
2-time major champion who won the KPMG back in '09, the Evian in 2017. We'll have a crack at birdie, and we'll keep it right here for Danielle Kang.
Yeah, 2 interesting plays from Danielle Kang off the tee. Driver off the tee, obviously, but a driver off the fairway. Just got to the front edge of the green, just off the putting surface. Now going to be faced with having to go over the bunker with this pitch off a very tight lie. Difficult play here.
All right, well, she continues to look that over. We head back over to Jackrabbit. Tom?
Yeah, they moved the tee up here about 20 yards. Just so the officials are looking at the forecast and bearing that in mind with the course setup. That's probably the worst shot that we've seen her hit today, but there is a bit of danger on the right side. As we go back over to Cypress Creek
And
to the
Kang,
9th.
Kang finally walking back to her ball. This looks like some angle.
Yeah, terrible angle. Or even though she was on the putting surface, Dan, she would certainly be hitting the same shot. Gets positioned over there, and you've got to be thinking everything's got to be missed left. It was 2 courageous shots that she played to here, but now she's got her hands full. One advantage around the greens, what they have done, they cut from the, when they make the cut here, they cut from the teeing ground up to the green, which the grain is going with her, which helps. If it's going back into the grain, it makes contact that much more important, but a little helping grain with this lie here.
Yeah, BR, you'd know a little bit about the grain here. Growing up here in Houston, I know you played this Champions Golf Club courses numerous times through the years.
Yeah, you know, I've been left with this shot many a time before, and you know, from the fairway you go, I've made a mistake now. And you try to get aggressive with your second. Now your hands are definitely full here. And one thing about Champions, you talk about the condition of the golf course, it stays that way year-round. And there it is right there, coming off that tight lie.
Boy, just got a little off with it, maybe a little bit too cute, aggressive. I don't know.
It was missed contact. You've got to
Yeah.
keep it as neutral as possible, use as much bounce as you can. You could just see, just didn't quite do that.
Yeah, not much room for error there, and she wasn't able to pull it off. Here's Lee 6 at the first.
First big fairway miss for Lee 6, and she has to conjure up some kind of a punch shot. She's underneath the oak trees. Decent lie in the Bermuda rough. She has 131 yards to the front, but needs to ensure she carries it 50 or 60 yards to clear the rough so it can start trundling towards the green. And she also has to keep it probably under about 25 feet to stay underneath the oak tree. Yeah, that was about right. really nice. I may not stay on the edge of the green, but that was pretty close to what she wanted to do.
And she'll get some relief there, obviously. Lee 6 making the turn in +1 as she starts her second 9 here at the first. And back to 9 for Danielle Kang.
You know, much easier fourth shot than her third shot. Nice lie in the bunker, boss. It's just slightly on the upslope here. Plenty of green to work with.
You're talking about the condition of the course, Billy Ray. I couldn't help but think about another one of those Jackie Burke Jr. sayings about course conditions, right? What does he say around here? If you're always ready, you don't have to get ready.
Exactly. And talking about the course, just keep it ready all the time for a championship. You never know when one's going to come here. And that's been his philosophy forever. One thing to help here, too. Clean this shot back into the breeze. How about this?
Man, looked like she might make a birdie after all. But it's going to be a nice up and down for Kang, who escapes that bad angle and that poor third and gets out of it with 9 straight pars now to start this championship. Patience indeed, and that is what Danielle Kang was preaching before it started, and she's been all about that today. Back to Jackrabbit.
And Brittany Lincecum has a chance here to get to 4 under par. Trying to ease it down the slope. Pretty quick putt there. Brittany with no bogeys on the front 9 and 3 birdies. So she's off to a nice start here at the 75th US Women's Open as we take a quick check on that first page of the leaderboard and some American stars towards the top there. We saw Brittany Lincecum, Dorina Pillar playing just about 4 hours from home, lives in the Dallas area. There's Charlie Hull, who's been on a good run. She said earlier in the week she feels very confident with her game, trending in the right direction. The big hitting Bianca Pagdananan there, playing in a group with a couple of other big hitters. The USGA having some fun with the pairings over the first couple of days. Back over to the 11th at the Jackrabbit, and Megan Kang pitching to the par 3. And that is a really
Beautiful.
Nice touch.
Beautiful. Out of the dormant, Bermuda got a little bit of spin, got it nice and high.
Go over to the 8th at Cypress Creek. And Lim for birdie. Back down the hill. Got to be careful with the speed here. Looks like she got the speed spot on. Wonderful putt. Is it going to drop? Oh, it's got to drop, surely. How do you, if somebody said, go and put the ball there behind the hole, see if you could actually putt it there. There's no way that it would stay there. I'm not sure I've seen that for a long time. It looks like it's going to go, and then it just doesn't.
That still might go in.
That's the sign of a well-cut hole. That's what you get from the USGA.
Well, with Kang still holding that 2-shot lead over 3 others, Olsen, Lincecum, and Pillar. Time now for signature moments presented by Rolex. And for Annika Sorenstam, that first big moment came in 1995 at the Broadmoor, where the fresh-faced young Swede won her first U.S. Women's Open title. Very next year, it was at Pine Needles, where Annika Sorenstam defended with a 6-shot win going away. Just the 6th of 7th to go back-to-back. The third, a little more elusive there at Newport. And then the final shot of her U.S. Women's Open career at Interlaken just a couple of years later. This is how the great ones go out.
Look at this. Look at this. It's in. It's in.
Little delayed reaction there from Annika, but going out like a true champion, the Hall of Famer she is. And we are thrilled as we are now going to connect with Annika Sorenstam, powered by Cisco WebEx, as the Hall of Famer and 3-time U.S. Women's Open champion joins us now. Annika, first of all, thanks for being with us. I want to start off, when you see that shot from 199 yards at Interlaken, you still kind of look in amazement and go, I cannot believe I ended my U.S. Women's Open career like that?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, I would say the U.S. Open started my career, and then to finish on that, and 199 yards, that's the longest 6-iron ever. I wish I hit it that far today.
Well, you continue to be so busy in the game of golf. You've got your finger on a lot of different things, continuing to grow the game. But congratulations are in order, as you were just elected the president of the International Golf Federation. What are you looking forward to most in that new post for you?
Well, first of all, I'm very honored and very excited, and it's going to be hard to fill Peter Dawson's shoes. I mean, he's been doing this for 10 years. He's done a great job, but you know, hopefully I can continue to share my passion and you know, just kind of keep on working hard to grow the game of golf around the world. As you know, I've been spending a lot of time the last 12 years working with actually 55 of the Annika alumni that's in your tournament, the US Open this week. So continue that passion for young girls, creating possibilities and opportunities for them, for sure.
Well, you're still the only woman to shoot 59, but Mrs. 59 just turned 50 back in October, I know. And I don't know what your plans are down the road, but I know how competitive you are and maybe will continue to be. I can't help but ask you if you have any thoughts or designs. There's a U.S. Senior Women's Open next summer at Brookline. It's a great course up in my neck of the woods in Connecticut. Any idea that you might show Ava and Will, your young kids, how to compete and play in a big championship one more time?
Well, Dan, you're a great salesperson. What can I say? You know, when I stepped away 12 years ago, that championship wasn't around, so I never really thought about it. But, you know, I always kept telling everybody, I'm too young. But now I'm not too young. Now I'm old enough. So, yeah, honestly, I've been looking at the schedule. I'm trying to consider playing a little bit the next few months. So hopefully that could be maybe one of them. But as you know, you can't just, you know, get off the bike and not bike for 12 years and then get back on and think that you're, you know, smooth as ever. So it's going to take a lot of planning, a lot of practicing. I have been doing that. You know, I'm playing in the PNC Championship next week and also announced that I'm playing in the Tournament Champions at Diamond Resort in January. So I will be playing a little bit. So who knows? Hopefully that competitive spirit is still there, and maybe I can tee it up this summer. We'll have to see.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing you and the rest of the gang at the PNC, where we'll see Charlie Woods, Tiger's 11-year-old son, playing for the first time with Tiger. You looking forward to seeing those guys as well?
Absolutely. You know, I'm playing with my dad. My dad is 79, so you know, it's certainly an honor to be able to be part of this event. We played last year, and it's so much fun. I mean, my parents introduced me to the game, so you can imagine what it feels like to play with him and walk inside the ropes with, you know, one of the men in my life that I respect the most. So, yeah, it's going to be really cool. And when we saw that Tiger and Charlie are playing, you should have seen my son, Will. His eyes just lit up. I said, no, hang on a minute. You have to wait a few years, but you got to practice. Maybe you can do it.
Speaking of Will and Ava, I know you've been very active on teaching them the game. There's a nice, I believe, Thanksgiving shot of you guys there, your husband, Mike, as well. I know it's important for you to get them involved in sports, but have they gotten the golf bug a little bit?
Will has gotten the golf bug for sure. He loves to practice. We go out and practice after school, and he takes lessons about once a week. Not for me, because I want him to listen. But, you know, Ava, on the other hand, she's a little bit more creative, and, you know, she likes to do, you know, cartwheels down the fairways. But that's okay. You know, we go out once a week as a family, play a few holes, and it's a great family sport, as you know. And through COVID, luckily, golf has been one of the sports that have been open, and we've been able to play a little bit.
Yeah, I know Will's got the bug, because I know you look out your office window and see him at that 16th hole at Lake Nona practicing all the time. Hey, Annika, always good to chat with you and catch up with you. We look forward to seeing you next week at the PNC and beyond, playing on the course or off the course. Thanks again for joining us.
Absolutely, my pleasure. Happy holidays.
Same to you and Mike and your family. And fellow Swede, Anna Norquist for birdie at the 9th just earlier at the par 5. And looking like Annika in her heyday. One of 10 Swedes in the field in this international competition. Norquist with her second birdie of this opening 9. And this is Lynn Grant, an amateur, one of the 24 at the 4th, having a good day so far. Even par as she takes aim at this 169-yard par 3. It's going to be another birdie, back-to-back birdies for Lynn Grant. She's going to get to red figures. How about that? Back over to Jackrabbit.
And Megan Kang for a par. We saw her miss the green left. Loosest shot that she's hit, and it does lead to a bogey. So first bogey of the championship for Megan Kang, and she is going to fall back to 4 under and go back over to the 16th at Cypress Creek.
This is Sung Young Lee, +4 for the championship. 22-year-old. Another one of those mini players looking to make her mark in the United States from South Korea. Back over at the second.
Radio check.
Bones has joined this group, which includes Morgan Pressel.
Up the hill. Hole location on a high spot here, so it's very difficult to get it to stop right around the cup, as it can run out easily. So coming up short, you'll see quite a bit from these players, I think, as they make it their way through the second hole today.
Pressel hanging in there at +1. Now 32 years old in her 15th year on the LPGA Tour. That lone major coming 13 years ago, Paige, at the ANA.
I don't think we talk enough about the longevity of some of the careers out here and how difficult it is to maintain that desire, that passion, the work ethic through the years out here.
Yeah, first played in her first U.S. Women's Open at the age of 13, as we documented. And here is Amy Olsen having quite a day. Has the best score on this course, on the Cypress Creek course, at 3 under.
It drove it in the right rough here, Dan. Backing off just as a bit of a gust of wind comes up. And much like with Pressel, there's not a lot of movement in this putt, but it's up a pretty significant slope, and she knows if it carries too much speed, it can get well past the hole.
Olsen was the one who flirted with a major at the 2018 Evian Championship, finished just a shot back of the eventual winner, Angela Stanford. As we shift you back over to Jack Rabbit.
And Jarina Piller on the tee here at the par 3. Jarina's had a tough year. Best to finish a tie for 33rd. That was in Scotland at the Aberdeen Standard Investments Ladies Scottish Open. Coming off a 70th place finish last week, shot 80 in the final round, so struggling to get things going, but has seemingly come out of the blocks well here, out in 33. And that just needs to sit down. It's going to drift off the green. The greens are smaller on Jack Rabbit. They sit up a little higher, and greens sort of fall away if you miss the putting surfaces. Over on the other golf course, Cypress Creek, massive greens that are not built up as much as they are on Jack Rabbit, which is only a few years younger than the main course. Now Brittany Lincecum back on the tee.
It's going to be difficult for her to challenge this whole location. She plays the ball right to left. You can see the wind from the right to left.
Brittany finished 9th in the last major championship, the KPMG Women's PGA. Got off to a lovely start there with a round of 67. Just trying to figure out the wind here, which is kicking up a little bit this afternoon. As we mentioned earlier, chance of some storms this afternoon, tomorrow afternoon, so they will play earlier than scheduled tomorrow. We're just trying to figure out what to do here.
There's not a ton of room behind the whole location. Got 10 paces. I can see looks like Missy has a hybrid or a fairway metal in her hand.
It's pretty unusual for Brittany Lincecum, isn't it?
Yes, that seems like a lot of club.
Hole 186 yards today. So much experience though for Brittany. Her 16th year on the tour, 8 wins, go all the way back to 2006. That was her first win at the old match play championship that the tour used to have. This one looks like it might be missing left. And as you say, Paige, that's her normal ball flight, the right to left flight. Tough to attack the flag today with that kind of ball flight. Over to the second on Cypress Creek.
And the defending champion with her second.
Oh, last hole she hit it in the left rough in the trees. This one she pushed one out to the right. Made a nice par on the first hole despite missing the fairway. And this one isn't too bad. Ball a little bit above her feet. It's sitting nicely 157 yards to that hole location that, well, it seems like it's a long way back, 27 on, but it's really only about midway through on the green. This one might jump just a little bit, wind helping.
This is another one that slopes away past the hole, so be aware of that jump. Didn't jump.
No.
It was a little high on the face.
And we'll keep it here for Gabby Ruffles. +1.
Nice to be able to have a wedge in after a good strong drive, just 134 yards. And she's been aggressive a couple times today with approach shots that she's hit well, but they've just released past the hole or just off the green. So I think being a little more, trying to make sure she keeps this short. Didn't catch it the way she wanted to, though.
Up to the par 4 10th. Norquist just short of the green, Billy Ray.
Yeah, he had a poor second shot coming back up the slope in that whole location, in that shelf on the right-hand side. Coming off that birdie, the par 5 9th.
That was her second of the day, so sitting at +1, trying to remain there at the 10th. And back over to the second, Kay.
Beautiful drive by Shibuno. I tell you what, I've been very impressed with her play today. She's looked strong, confident. She's hit a lot of quality shots. 1 under par kind of reflects that. I mean, she's really not gotten herself into any trouble. This is a 9-iron. Her iron shots all sound really crisp, Paige.
And you could tell her alignment was just left of that flag. She probably hit her target dead on.
Well, the golfer's looking for some history here at Champions, and you can own your own piece of history. Check out all the official U.S. Women's Open merchandise and USGA Championship gear right now by going to usgashop.com. Champions Golf Course, or Golf Club, I should say, hosting its 5th USGA Championship, and Danielle Kang looking to move up this leaderboard, Billy Ray.
Yeah, this is a good opportunity here. Played a wonderful shot and got it back on the proper level just from 139 yards. And the issue that she has here, how aggressive do you want to be here? It's coming back down the hill. You can add just a little bit of hit here and take out some of the break. I think it's one that you want to take a chance on. I know we've talked about being patient and par's a good score, but I think this is one here you try to go ahead and force in a little bit here.
So it will be yet another par for Danielle Kang. That's 10 in a row to start her first round Thursday in this 75th United States Women's Open Championship, being presented by Rolex. And back over to Jackrabbit we go, Tom.
And Brittany Lincecum trying to figure out what she's going to do here. Putting from off the green, which is not a surprise. Trying to pick out a line to start this golf ball.
Tom, I thought it was interesting in all this talk about, you know, the preparation for 2 courses, and obviously she had COVID, so she didn't have much time to get over here and get things in order. But she said, you know, no big deal. I don't really like to practice much anyway.
She is not really a practicer. She
Yeah.
likes to play.
In fact, she said, I love to see courses kind of blindly rather than go over them with a fine-tooth comb. It's kind of her mindset.
It's a simple approach. Good shots will be rewarded.
That's right.
And that is a really nice touch.
And how many times have you heard it? You know, you get up for a major championship and you wear yourself out before it starts, right? I know there's
physical fatigue, there's mental fatigue, and I think that's where conserving your energy is about both of those ingredients.
Back over here at Cypress, this is the 3rd shot for Lee 6 at the 2nd. Having to do a little scrambling here, missing some fairways, as Kay has documented, but that is a beauty.
Brilliant.
Defending champ will save par there. And back over to Jack Rabbit.
And Jarena Pillar may have learned something from watching her friend Brittany Lincecum. Pillar, as you can see, has a putt here to tie the lead. Started working with a new mental coach in the last few weeks, Brett McCabe, who's based in Birmingham, Alabama, and sometimes that can be the turnaround that a player needs, just a different attitude, some advice that maybe they hadn't heard before. And she's trying to ease that one down the slope because she saw how quick it was past the hole from Brittany Lincecum. So a defensive putt. And we go back over to the Cypress Creek.
The 10th, and the #1 player in the world, Jin Young Ko. 2+1 rattles that home. First birdie of the day for her after the rough start. And this was just a moment ago at the 15th. Pauline Rousson-Bouchard from long range. Back to 1 under.
Standout from South Carolina. I'm sure she's got a lot of Gamecock fans watching.
All right, one of the 24 amateurs again as we check in with that amateur leaderboard. Amelia Garvey got up to that great start. Had to lead by herself, but 3 of the 24 under par right now. And
good scores.
Yeah, among the evens there, you see a couple of U.S. women's amateur champions and Rose Zhang and Gabriella Ruffles, who is actually a +1, but just outside of the even par group. And they're pretty high up there on the leaderboard because not a lot of people are running away with this thing, that's for sure. It's only Thursday. You don't want to get carried away in that regard. But Megan King sure has been off to a great start. 4 under. Olsen with an ace at the 16th hole, just the 28th in U.S. Women's Open history. Let's check in with another former champion of this event.
Yeah, Christy Kerr, who didn't know if she was going to play the championship this year. This is for par at the 11th. She's going to drop back here to at least even. She was involved in a nasty golf cart accident last week and had to go to the emergency room, having come off the golf cart. And there were question marks as to whether it would mean she would miss the US Women's Open. But I saw her walking to the opening tee earlier today, so I thought, well, she's going to play. She's obviously ready to go and not playing too badly. But it was a very scary situation, I think, last week. And her caddy, Matt Gelchus, who's not here this week because he was injured in the crash too, so we wish him all the best. But certainly got a bruise there on her left arm. I think you can just see it. That was one of the injuries that she sustained. But it was a very scary time for Christy and her caddy, but great to see her playing. Back to Cypress Creek.
And this is Gabby Lopez at the 8th.
We've seen how quick this putt is coming back down the hill. Judge that.
And Gabby gets it back to 3 over, coming off that 7 at 7. A few balls have gone into the water on the 7th hole today. It's proved to be very tricky. And we'll go to 12.
And this is Suo on the tee at +2. Another one of those plays for Australia. Even though she was born in South Korea, moved to Australia at a young age of 8. That just creeps over and is a great looking shot for Suo, who's coming off a triple at the 11th. In the meantime, second shot over at the 3rd for Amy Olsen. 145.
It's one of the shorter par 4s on the card. Out of position off the tee, but another look at birdie.
Yep, just one bogey on Amy's card today. Came in her 2nd hole of the day. Since then, she made the ace at 16, the birdie at 17, and then a birdie at the turn at the 1st. And we'll have another look there at the 2nd. And over at the 9th. This is Lim for birdie at this par 5. All pars for her today to start.
Watch her head through this putt. She's been really good at keeping it down throughout. She actually peaked a little bit earlier than normal. Of course, I would point that out. But not her best effort.
And we'll keep it right here for Lexi Thompson, who has a birdie attempt at +3. Had that rough stretch with a putter early on that cost her some shots, Paige.
Yeah, it just seemed out of sorts. Had a couple poor putts. Was out of position off the tee on the 6th. Wasn't able to take advantage of the par 5 5th where she went for it in 2. Just hasn't quite settled in.
And kind of, you know, the pressure's on a little bit, you'd think, to kind of get a win for this year. I think the last season she was winless was 2012.
She's got, I believe, the longest streak on the LPGA Tour of winning per calendar year. And
it's only got this week and then the final event, the Tour Championship, right?
Which it came down to the final event in 2018. She got it done, but I'm sure there's a little extra pressure with this national championship. And she hasn't been as much in contention this year as we've seen her in the past. It's not been one of her best years. Just a little more inconsistent.
4th at the ANA, the major that she won 6 years ago. You know, and just a few other top 10s. That's been it. But again, it's been a strange year.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to get momentum.
Find rhythm. Yep. We go to 16 for the amateur again. Rusem Bouchard, 139 yards away, where we saw the ace earlier. Oh.
Wow!
Nearly dropped that one in on the fly.
I admire so much how well this group of amateurs are playing because they don't have any fear. They're not playing away from any pins. They're going for it. And of course, 16 is pretty tasty on the tee.
Well, if you just joined us, it happened a while ago, but it's certainly worth another look. Just the 28th ace in U.S. Women's Open history. Amy Olsen, perfection at 16. And she went on to birdie 17, birdie the first, and that has her sitting in a tie for second at 3 under. Let's check in with Stacey Lewis at the par 4 second.
And it listened.
Nice one.
Stacey, another one of those relatively new moms who's juggling the whole family life and figuring things out. Did get a win after the birth of her child. This is Shin over at the 4th. Jenny at +1. And a good looking shot for her at the par 3. Good chance to get back to even. 2-11.
Jin Young Ko, the world #1.
You know, missed the fairway to the right here, Tom. It's very interesting. One thing you don't want to do with the breeze helping from right to left is go off that left-hand side. It drops off drastically into the penalty area. That tree up the right-hand side causes a bit of issues. I'd expect her to flight this down underneath that tree and just try to work it up toward the center of the green. That's about it here.
Guess how many birdies we've had here today, Billy Ray?
0.
You are spot on.
It ain't his first rodeo at Champions time.
Holes averaged over 4.6 as well, so playing extraordinarily difficult.
Yeah, he definitely flights it down, just trying to work it up toward the center of the green. This is a fantastic shot, Paige.
And gutsy too.
No
you
doubt.
know, to be able another 20 feet and she's in the water. That was tremendous.
Let's go over to 3.
Amy Olsen looking around her next opportunity, Bones.
Yeah, Amy, the ace maker, has got another good look at a birdie here. Very effective play from the left rough. She controlled it beautifully in terms of club selection, and she's left herself a putt she can take a swing at. It's up the hill, just turning several inches from her right to left.
Well, she's had a bit of a propensity to finish high in big championships. We mentioned the Evian Championship where she finished tied for second. She also finished second at the Women's Australian Open. Obviously a huge event. So maybe this will be her week here in the United States. We'll see. Back over at the 12th, and the birdie attempt for Suo. Making her 6th start in this championship. Made a couple cuts. Top 20 a few years ago, her best finish thus far. She was a member of the Australian women's team at the Rio Olympics, where she finished tied for 13th. 2-11.
Just a moment ago. Second shot for Danielle Kang. And that's just going to stay there. And for more on Danielle Kang, it's a great pleasure to welcome in Cara Banks.
Thank you, Tom. Yes, Danielle's got her boyfriend here this week. Many of you will know him. He's the PGA Tour player Maverick McNeely. Actually had a pretty good finish himself last week. Came off 12th place at Mayakoba. I saw him on the driving range with Danielle on Tuesday this week. I said, what's it like going from being the player to the spectator? And he said he absolutely loves it, because who wouldn't relish an opportunity to learn from a top 5 player in the world? DK is, of course, 4th on the Rolex women's rankings. And most importantly, his big job this week is carrying the snacks.
He's the beverage guy.
I'm sure her caddy Ollie is appreciating that, the extra weight of the bag.
And that was him there we just saw on the outside of the ropes. And let's go over to the 13th and the second shot here for Megan Kang over on the Jackrabbit. And this is a factor here this week. The rough is not as thick as you would normally see at a US Women's Open, purely because of the time of year. So that's the kind of shot you can play from the rough. And if it was played in June, that might not be the case. But it's the same for everybody. And Danielle, how about Megan Kang, doing a good job there, giving herself a good chance for a birdie. Let's go to 16.
Brisson Bouchard looking for birdie now. This for 2 in a row to get to 2 under. Yes. We've got another amateur making a nice little run. 3rd birdie of the day for Pauline. Kang continues to lead at 4 under, and with a USGA streaming app powered by Cisco, you can watch extended highlights from this championship. Relive iconic US Women's Opens of the past with highlights, films, entire final round telecasts, and much more. The app is free and available now in the app and channel stores on Roku, Amazon Fire, and Apple TV. Up to 10, Sophia Popov, and her second at this par 4. Good start for her at 1 under. No bogeys, the 1 birdie at the 5th. So steady start for Popov, looking for another one here.
You got to take your moments. Where the whole location is on 10 is a good opportunity. Play conservatively when you have to, and then take your moments.
We'll see if Ruffles here has one of those moments. 119, looks like it's a green lighter here.
Most definitely, Dan. She got a little assist from the maple trees on the right. They spit her ball out into the middle of the fairway, and that's a pitching wedge on way.
And we mentioned Gabby won the U.S. Women's Amateur a couple of years ago, flirted with it again this year before Rose Zhang beat her in the latest version of Woodmont Country Club. Danielle Kang won back-to-back U.S. Women's Amateur titles in 10 and 11 before embarking on a professional career. But those are the rest of the U.S. Women's Amateur champions in this field. And we've got another 2-time U.S. Women's Amateur champion in this group, and that would be Kay Cockrell. Kay, it's a pretty nice thing to follow you around for your entire career. Huh? Not just 1-time USGA winner, but do it twice, and you're legendary.
The glory days, Dan. Back when I was senior in college at UCLA, and everything was easy and new and exciting. Jung-Eun Lee 6 drove it into those right trees, had to pitch out to this point. 107 yards now for her 3rd. So a little erratic.
What's the best part of her game when she's got things going, Kay, or is she just pretty complete player?
Pretty complete, but I would say normally she's more consistent with her ball striking and quite a good putter. But her ball striking today has been a little bit off. This will just be a little wedge, actually just a little gap wedge.
And you can't help but think, Paige, you know, when you win this championship like she did last year, and you're from South Korea, and you've got all that history with Se-Ri Pak, who let them all out of the floodgates back in the late 90s. It can be, you can be under the microscope a little bit.
Oh, it's a heavy burden. I mean, it's obviously a privilege, but certainly you're going to have a lot more eyeballs on you with that title.
Over at the 7th, this is Sasso for birdie. Oh, one of those having a good day, 2 under. And it just got better. Yuka Sasso with 3 birdies in the first 7 holes. Could we see a little miracle here from the 19-year-old from the Philippines? A couple of wins for her on the Japan LPGA, but her only other Women's Open missed the cut last year. Popoff back at 10 for birdie. Give you an idea of how quick that one was. Beautiful touch by Popoff, who authored the latest great story in women's major championship play. One of the best all-timers. This is Jenny Shin for birdie at the 4th. She'll remain at +1. So that was just earlier, so now we're live on this par 3 4th tee, and Amy Olson, dare we say, eyeing this whole location, Bones?
Come on, Dan. I'd love to see a second one.
Yeah.
You kidding me?
Yeah, that would be fantastic. I'm rooting for it.
I would do a cartwheel out of this booth, Bones.
Well, looks
yeah?
pretty good from
Talk
here.
to me, Bones.
A bad first bounce. I mean,
oh, yeah.
that was a bad first bounce,
How
and she
did that
stiffed
not
it.
kick right?
Come on.
She got robbed. All right. Meanwhile, at Jackrabbit.
And Megan Kang for birdie to get it back to 5 under. No, up and out of that one early. A little bit like Dan Hicks's cartwheels, I think. Learned the game from her father, Lee Kang, who himself didn't take up the game till he was 32. And he learned his teaching skills from reading Golf Digest magazines and watching videos online. So it's an interesting backstory as we go to the 4th.
Jennifer Song off the tee at +3.
Turning a 7-iron just left of the flag. That's going to leave it that tough 2-putt we've seen earlier in the day.
10th year on tour for Jennifer. Now 30 years old. Still looking for that first win as well. Back at 11.
Danielle Kang for par.
Well, that's been the story today. After 10 straight pars, just rolled her birdie putt just past the right edge. That's for 11 in a row. A lot of work, though. Keep it inside the hole and firm.
What do you think, Paige? Could you make 72 pars here this week and be in the hunt?
Oh, yeah, you'll be in the hunt. I have a feeling the greens are going to firm out as the week goes on. We're expecting, again, a little weather. That could keep them soft if we get some rain tomorrow. But if they're able to firm them out, that's going to be some good scores, especially if the wind picks up.
All right, so you're thinking even par when it's all said and done, could be close. Who knows? The men's U.S. Open Championship at Winged Foot, even par was 2nd. But the man that won it all, Bryson DeChambeau, went 6 under. So it was a pretty good championship beyond what DeChambeau did. But we'll see how this 75th edition unfolds. So Young Yu, past champion as well, at 1 under. So many good names as our crew is hustling all over Champions Golf Club, giving you coverage on both golf courses. We're going to continue to do our best to show you everybody in this field. I know there's some big names up there, and we'll do our best to get to them. This is Lee 6 over at the 3rd. Yes. And that is a nice par save.
It's remarkable what she's been able to do without having her best ball striking today.
Mentioned some Cinderella stories and some players that have broken through in the biggest championship they play in the past. How about your first LPGA win in this event since 2005? You look at the list there, all of them from
They're from South Korea, but if you also look at Inbee Park and So Yeon-yu, Sunghyun Park, these are all #1 players in the world. So, yeah, it might have been their first win, but it's just a glimpse of what their talent is. And Jeong-eun 6 was Rookie of the Year, had come into the LPGA Tour with some real credibility playing on the KLPGA. So it wasn't a complete surprise. She didn't come out of complete nowhere. But it's pretty impressive to get your first win at a major championship, especially the one that so many, as you pointed out earlier, South Koreans really covet.
All right, Ruffles with a good look here, Kay.
Most definitely dialed in that short iron quite nicely. Shibuno missed her birdie putt, tapped in for par.
So Ruffles looking for some history here like everybody else. She has already made some history earlier this summer as one of 3 women to become the first females to play in the Jacksonville, Florida Amateur in its 59-year history. She missed the cut in the tournament, but hats off to her for giving that a shot.
She did that prior to the U.S. Women's Amateur, Dan, to kind of test herself and push the limits and get out of her comfort zone and get used to hitting a lot of longer shots into greens. And I think it was pretty good prep.
So +1, Ruffles remains the U.S. Women's Amateur Champion from 2019. And up to 12, very dangerous par 3. Another one of these holes with maybe some weather coming in. It's going to be fun to watch.
Even with the best of weather, Dan, this hole is difficult. And with that hole location in that front section, penalty area comes into play, that's for sure.
Yep, that is a pretty good shaved bank down there, and if you come up short, and I know there's a little bit of rough there along the edge, it will go in to the penalty area, the water in this case.
There's a lot of holes that have the penalty areas on the left-hand side, and for some of these players that move the ball right to left, it is very challenging to face that time and time again where that miss is on the left side, and overdrawing it when you're feeling amped is a tendency, so it can be very scary coming into some of these holes.
So Norquist is next.
Well, up to this, yeah, she is up to this point. It's played very well from tee to green. And we've seen it just not getting her approach shots as close as she'd like.
Yeah, she had that bad miss, Billy Ray, at the 7th, which cost her a double.
That was the only, that was, as she said, it was because of the mud on the ball. She said it was a good swing. A little unlucky there. Now 193 yards, and the wind just helping from the right. Little high trajectory here. Good looking line. Right at it.
Wow.
Oh.
A total of 5 feet of curve. That was dead on from the get-go.
Well, for more on the Swede, we check in again with Cara.
Thanks, Dan. Yeah, like many people, Anna has had to rearrange wedding plans this year. She's, of course, engaged to Ken McAlpine, who is the caddy for Amy Yang. You might remember he used to caddy for Lexi Thompson, which is where they first met. Now, he is Scottish, and their wedding was planned in Scotland in June of this year. They have postponed it 12 months until June of next year. She said, unfortunately, that's going to make it the week before the Evian Championship. And I said, well, that's not too bad a place to honeymoon. She said, no, particularly because I'm a past champion, I'll get to stay in the Royale Hotel.
There you go. Now that's some planning. That's some COVID planning.
Yeah, that's smart planning, that's for sure.
All right, Danielle, next. Will we see the par streak upended?
Another line here just left of the hole. And that is going to be difficult as that ball works its way to that back portion. Yeah, I tell you, to be able to two-putt from that position right there, Dan, is going to be a very difficult task.
Stay tuned for Danielle Kang's birdie putt there. Now Amy Olsen. Birdie to tie. Megan King at 4 under this at the 4th.
Just inside 15 feet. Not scary quick like so many of the putts on this green are, but as it runs out of speed, this ball will turn to the right.
Fed a little bit to the right, but not as much as Amy thought it would, but still easy tap in to remain at 3 under 1 back. Tied with Lincecum and Sasso for second. There's Moria Jutanagarn, the sister of Arya Jutanagarn, who won this championship just a few years back. And over at the 10th, Lexi Thompson for par. Not one birdie for Lexi thus far, 3 bogeys. So still looking for a spark here on this second 9 to try to get back into the conversation. Again, it's only Thursday. A lot of time left for her. As a co-founder and partner of Drive, Chip, and Putt, the USGA is proud of the impact the program has in introducing new kids to the game. This free nationwide program focuses on the 3 fundamental skills employed in golf: drive, chip, and putt. Visit drivechipandputt.com today for more information. Back over to the 4th, and Morgan Pressel just earlier for par at this par 3. There you go. Stays at +2, 6 back. Still looking for her first birdie. 211.
Second shot for Sofia Popov, who's made a nice start to the championship. Couple under par, no bogeys. Got to be careful of going left here, and that may find the water. Oh no, she didn't strike it well enough, and that's helped her out there. On that line with a bit more oomph, it would have maybe gone all the way to the penalty area, but now she's got a chip and a putt. I'll go back over to the 4th.
And Shibuno on the TK.
She's going to be the guinea pig in this group, which I'm sure the other 2 players are happy to watch this shot and see just how far it carries. Overall, it feels like the wind should be helping, but you don't really feel much right here on the tee box. And you certainly don't want to come up short. This 5-iron, she's hit it quite low. And pretty well controlled.
Yeah, if you can land the ball between the flag and the front of the green, you're in good shape.
Ball's trying to come back a little bit. Well, uninterrupted coverage of the USGA Championships on Golf Channel, again presented by Rolex. Proud to be here with our Golf Channel and NBC crew in the 75th edition of the US Women's Open. Now the defending champ.
So Dan, what club do you think Lee 6 has chosen?
Well, I think he just gave it away.
And she is a little bit longer. Shibuno probably a little bit shorter than her 2 fellow competitors in this group with iron shots. So this will be able to, she'll be able to come in higher with this 6-iron flight, and she already does hit her irons pretty tall. Yeah, trying to draw it in a little bit. This looks really good. Oh, right over it. Beautiful shot. May leave her a tough putt, but it was well struck.
Over to 12, we talked about the par streak that Danielle Kang is on, and this is going to be difficult to keep that intact from this length away, Billy Ray.
And no doubt, I got it measured at 93 feet. And Dan, if she breaks this par streak with the birdie here, I'll do backflips with you as well. I gotta tell you.
Okay,
you don't know how hard I'm hoping for that.
You can see how she placed, I believe it was a putter cover or a glove behind the ball, because walking 30 yards away, you need something to identify that ball mark.
Well, the kicker is it's not flat either. It's back downhill. She's got 2 levels to work down before she gets to the hole. It goes down one little gentle slope, then downhill, then back over ridge and then back down once again, the final quarter of this putt. I'd say you get this inside 8 feet. Hats off.
Come on, Danielle, do it for us.
That's so good. That's so good.
Paige, that is so good.
Billy Ray got a little nervous there.
I did. I thought I was going to the injured reserve list there.
Well, and what it tells me, too, is that she's playing without tension. Whenever tension starts to creep in is when you see the distance control off. And there was an opportunity there where we could have seen, you know, obviously a wide variety of distance control issues. Excellent.
Pop off over at 11, Tom.
Yeah, we saw her come up short of the green, so pitching back along the putting surface, and players have talked about this at the beginning of the week. You know, have long chip shots, long running chip shots that you wouldn't usually have. We know we're going to have long putts, but also brings the long chips into play. Let's go to 6.
The amateur Lynn Grant for birdie to get it to 2 under. And that is 3 in a span of 4 holes for Lynn Grant at Cypress Creek. Just 2 back. One of the 24 amateurs competing in the 75th U.S. Women's Open Championship. Megan King has been on top a long, long time. She's over at the Jackrabbit course. Brittany Lincecum is there as well. Amy Olsen working here at the Cypress Creek course on a 3-under round as well, along with Yuka Sasso. We've got both Jutanagarns up there at 2 under, Aria and Moria. Bianca Pagdananen, one of the longest hitters in the game. In fact, I think she leads the tour in distance.
And I was curious to see how these golf courses would separate the leaderboard, whether we would see so many long players succeed because it was playing so long in the practice rounds.
Jin Young Ko, lengthy birdie attempt on the way at 12. Good looking putt, if it has enough. If it has enough.
Wow.
Hoping for a Texas breeze right now. Back over at the 4th.
Gabby Ruffles is going to be first to putt on this green. And Paige, I'm sure you've seen this all day long, players hitting it past this hole location, and then you end up with a pretty slick downhill left to right breaking putt, or maybe almost straight, but speed's the big thing you got to focus on this birdie putt.
And one of the things that I think has impressed all of us with Gabby Ruffles and her young, amateur career is just the maturity in which she plays. She doesn't make a lot of those rookie mistakes. She comes into it and plays really smart golf.
She won a Cactus Tour event in June, and then the following week, that was in Nevada, the following week she was low amateur in another one of those events. So finding some places to play and testing her skills against all types of players.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt that she grew up with a brother who was a successful amateur and went on and is playing on the Korn Ferry Tour. Certainly helps in pushing yourself, and the fact that she has that natural curiosity to want to push and to grow to succeed.
Well, our apologies at the moment. We're not able to get over to the Jackrabbit course. We're having some technical difficulties over there with our equipment, but we are efforting to get those taken care of, and so we'll continue to update you on the players over there that are still making some noise, including Lincecum. But right now we've got Amy Olsen here out of position here at the Cypress course, Tom.
Yeah, you can't knock it down the left off the tee, can you, Bones? Because you're completely blocked out.
And that's exactly what she is, Tom. And she's got a tough pitch out here. She's got to carry it about 50 yards, but then get the ball stopped before it runs through the fairway. So if she can get this in the short grass, it'll be very well done. And appears to have done it. That's a nice play. Nice hands there.
We had a great look from behind at the shot that she had to play. And as you can see, dog legs right to left. And you got to drive it down the right to open the hole up. So go back to 4.
And Jong-Eun Lee 6 for her birdie.
Oh, she's inside 30 feet, probably a 28-footer, but going to play this like it's a 6-footer. She learned a lot from Ruffles and the speed of this putt. Yeah, just trying to trickle it down there.
That's a good-looking putt. That is, oh man, how did that not go in?
Really nice. I think buoyed a little bit by that last putt she made on the previous green, that long putt for par.
So the defending champ will remain at +1. By the way, Megan King has dropped back after a bogey over on the Jackrabbit course at 14. So we've got a 4-way tie for the lead right now at 3 under. Olsen, Lincecum, and Sasso also at that number. Jutanagarns and company just off the pace, along with a couple of amateurs. Over at 12, this for another par for Kang to make it 12 straight to start, and that is a 2-putt from 93 feet. Another deep breath for Danielle as she heads over to 13. Par 5, maybe the streak will in there with a birdie and some good news. Over at the 4th, we check in with Shibuno again, Kay.
The best of the 3 tee shots on this par 3, and she's again just struck it so beautifully. Has made 2 birdies today, one at 13 and then again after making the turn at the first hole with just 1 bogey. And she probably missed 2 or 3 other legit birdies go. So this again very fast, a little right to left movement. This to get to 2 under. Oh, and she's had several that have just burned the edges. And she doesn't look like it's gotten to her at all. She's not gotten frustrated one bit.
Well, our crew has fired up the gear across the street at the Jackrabbit, Tom Abbott. So bring us up to date.
Yeah, as soon as you mentioned it, the cameras came back into action, so that was good. This is Brittany Lincecum for a birdie, and Lincecum's been going along well. 3 pars on the back 9 to here, so a little disappointed with that, having had such a good chance for birdie. But as you can see, she is tied for the lead at 3 under, trying to edge ahead of Megan Kang. And we'll go back over to Cypress Creek and pop off for par at the 11th. We saw the chip shot just come up shy of that ridge, and just too tentative on that one. She didn't want to let it get away from her, so that's going to be her first bogey of the championship. Back over to Jackrabbit and Jarina Piller having some problems on this 13th hole. That's going to be a bogey for her, so she's going to go back to 1 under, having made a nice start with 33 on the front 9. She dropped a couple of shots, so she falls out of that first page that you can see, and 3 under leads the way. Tomorrow the wind is really supposed to blow in the afternoon, and that could make things very interesting over on that Jackrabbit course, because it is a bit tighter and the greens are tighter. So remember, the players playing Cypress Creek today will be over on Jackrabbit tomorrow, and we will go out to the 5th on Cypress Creek,
where Olsen is doing some scrambling here, Tom, right?
Yeah, this is her 3rd shot, having hit that wonderful shot through the trees.
152, and it's a tricky hole location in the back of this green, so the one thing Amy wants to do here is take the stress out of it. Get this ball within 20 or 30 feet if you can, so the 2-putt for par doesn't become that difficult.
And leaving it out to the right, she'll have a downhill putt. As we saw from earlier in our coverage, flag today cut over on the back left, and there's a bit of a ridge about 15 feet short of the hole. Let's go to 18.
Jody Ewart shot off here for birdie at 18, finishing up. And still a good day. 1 under round it'll be of 70 for Jody. 4 birdies, 3 bogeys, in position. Both pars at 71 on both courses, Jackrabbit and Cypress Creek. And Angela Stanford, who won last week and had such high hopes here at this championship, got off to that terrible start, but finishes up with a nice putt there for par. Again, started off with a double, 2 bogeys and a double in the first 4 holes. She hit the very first shot of the 75th U.S. Women's Open. Was so excited to do it. Did it with Meg Mallon's autographed visor that she got at the 1991 U.S. Women's Open Championship, the only other U.S. Women's Open to be staged here in the state of Texas in honor of Meg, and so wanted to come up with a better first round than the 80 she just shot. But she had a great week last week. It was a great win, and hats off to Angela.
Yeah, I mean, riding high off of last week. And the other thing is just so many expectations, reminiscent of Rory McIlroy playing in Royal Portrait Rush, where so many expectations. And how special is that?
Yep, there was the visor donned by Angela. She was a 7th grader when she attended that U.S. Women's Open at Colonial Country Club. Meg Mallon won. So she hung on to the visor, and when Angela became a competitor on the LPGA Tour, a fellow competitor with Meg Mallon, she went up to Meg and had her autograph it. It became one of her prized mementos, and just thought this would be the best time to take it out for the first tee shot that started this second U.S. Women's Open in Texas. So
it speaks to the fabric of the history of this event, and
Yeah.
why so many players covet playing in it, competing in it, being a part of it, and then obviously trying to win a championship.
And the pride of Texans, who are so proud to have this championship back here in the Lone Star State.
Check in with Lexi Thompson. We saw her struggle a bit on the front nine with 3 bogeys, and she's made all pars since then. As you can see, 3 over par. But if she can get it into the house with a couple of birdies, it's not going to be too bad considering the scoring we've seen so far. So this for birdie at 11. Just a little disappointed with the way that she's played. It's been a busy week. Wouldn't usually play 18 4-holes on Monday and Tuesday of a US Open week, but because of the 2 courses, a lot of players have been busy with their practice rounds, having to learn both courses in the run-up. As we go back over to 5 and tied for the lead, Amy Olsen has a birdie putt here, Bones.
Yeah, she did a nice job with that third. Got it to exactly pin high, but a good 40 feet here. And it's, again, a little bit visually intimidating that past the hole on her angle, it goes away from her. So certainly you don't want to knock something well by the hole here. So it's easy to leave this one short, knowing how glassy it is past the cup.
During the LPGA's shutdown, she worked on putting some new clubs in the bag. She has 13 new clubs from when she started the 2020 season. And that is a pretty good putt. I wanted to get away from you. Go over to the Jackrabbit course, and the 15th hole. This is the second shot for Megan Kang, a little offline from the tee. It just needs to go a little bit and she'll get away with it. So she's hit a few loose shots on this second 9. We saw her flagging it on the front 9.
Rory mentioned the USGA's efforts to continue to grow the game, and as a founding partner, the organization has helped First Tee welcome millions of kids to golf and character building programs since 1997, and that legacy continues today. For more information on how to get your kids involved, go to firsttee.org. And we've got Jennifer Song here looking to move up the leaderboard, Bones.
The green in 2, Dan, and hit a fairway just a few yards short, pitched up to this point. She was a little unlucky, and the third shot checked up quite quickly. So no downhill here for 4.
Good try there for the 30-year-old in her 10th year on tour. Go back 1 to the 4th.
And Stacey Lewis looking for birdie here to get into red figures. Never forget that 2014 U.S. Women's Open at Pinehurst number 2, and Stacey made it pretty dramatic down the stretches. That one drifts by a lot longer than she would have hoped for when Michelle Wee was trying to put away that elusive major, ended up winning, but Stacey Lewis sure put the pressure on. And those double opens at Pinehurst number 2, the men's followed by the women's back in 2014. Here's Sasso at 9. Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
It was smart, too. Tremendous angle coming into that whole location. Is very well protected by the bunker, so smart play all around.
That's going to be a birdie for Yuka Saso. 4 birdies in her opening 9, so she's going to move into sole possession of the lead. What a start for the golfer from the Philippines on the Cypress Creek course. Megan Kang, Amy Olsen, Brittany Lincecum at 3 under. Some of the first round scores beginning to trickle in. You were at Shadoff. We showed you finishing up 70 for her. Lindsay Weaver also at 1 under. She's over at the Jackrabbit course. It's going to be interesting to see how this whole thing plays out with the weather coming in tomorrow and then the field switching courses.
And certainly to see which golf course is going to be most affected by weather. The greens are smaller and have more severe drop-offs on Jackrabbit, so it makes me think that the wind might become a bigger factor on that golf course than this.
Well, here's Saso just with a little tap in to take the lead in the U.S. Women's Open. She had been recruited to play college golf at Georgia, but she turned down the scholarship to turn pro at the end of 2019. And so she's taken the professional route and is trying to hang on to the lead at the Women's Open. Lewis coming back for her par. Nicely done for Stacy to remain at even. Over to the par 5 13th, and Norquist is next. Billy Ray.
Yeah, this will be her 3rd shot from the right-hand side of the fairway. Ball is going to be just above her feet. The final par 5.
Yeah, I mean, I like probably close to that 50 number just because it is a little bit of the way. But
yeah, you like it the full picture one, too?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, even if it just goes a little bit past, exactly. That's the thing. You got 37 back edge, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, and it's definitely into the wind, so.
Yeah, off the left.
All the calculations are done. 119 yards, and I like this whole location from a player standpoint. There is a little slope to the right, will help the ball kind of funnel down to that left-hand side, but over in that left-hand little bowl area, I think it's very gettable from here, playing back, slightly back up the hill and into the wind.
And you could hear Anna mention it. Being beyond it is okay. There's a little ridge just shy of it that you want to actually be over and let it feed to the hole or beyond.
Yeah, if it goes past the hole, you definitely have a putt coming back up the hill, trying to catch that little ridge, and comes up just short of it, Paige.
Back over to Jackrabbit.
And Megan Kang with a chance for birdie. Mentioned the fact that she was taught by her father when she was 16. She met Butch Harmon, and he said to her, "Who's your swing coach?" And she said, "Well, it's my father." And he said, "Well, don't change your swing." And her father calls that his proudest moment. I think his proudest moment would be if his daughter picked up a U.S. Women's Open this week, that's for sure.
Well, that's always been the hallmark of the great Butch Harmon, right? Don't change with what he thinks
is
you
working.
Started with, that is in your DNA. Work with that, little tweaks here and there. He's always been the master of that.
And a good job of unlocking potential, and he's actually done a tremendous job with Danielle Kang.
Yeah. In fact, just followed Butch on Instagram, and he had a shot of Danielle Kang not too far before she made her travels here to Houston, and said she is ready to go. He was very confident that she was feeling good about where she was.
Okay, Dan, I'm calling it early. She's getting ready to break this par streak right here with the birdie.
Okay.
90 yards left.
If she doesn't, will you do cartwheels?
Negative.
Okay.
Trying to bring it in from the right, use a little bit of that slope.
Uh-oh, Billy Ray. It's going to take a nice one.
It is.
I have confidence.
Okay. 75th United States Women's Open Championship from Champions Golf Club in Houston, Texas is presented by Rolex. Beautiful day here today. Really chilly at the last LPGA Tour stop, about 4 hours north of here in Fort Worth area, but has warmed up nicely here at Houston. We're over at Jackrabbit for Lincecum.
Trying to get into a tie for the lead. Yes, the Thursday last week at the Volunteers of America Classic was one of the coldest days I think any of the players have ever faced on a golf course. Wind chills were down in the 20s when the first groups teed off, so they're pretty happy to be 4 hours south this week where it's very comfortable.
I do think your English blood has thinned out just
absolutely,
a bit.
I won't deny it.
Since your days in Orlando have stacked up.
I think Orlando's too chilly in the winter. I got to move further south. Brittany, of course, comes from the Tampa, St. Pete area, loves to go out onto the water, deep sea fishing. She says, if I go 30 miles offshore, my cell phone doesn't work, and then you feel relaxed and getting away from everything. Here's Christy Kerr, who has such great experience in this championship, playing for the 25th time. Played 23 straight every year since 1998. She played as an amateur in 95 and 96. Made 19 cuts, and that win, of course, in 2007 at Pine Needles, beating Lorena Ochoa and Angela Park by 2 strokes. Just missing out there. Second in 2000, she finished 5 back of Kari Webb at the Merritt Club.
You know pretty quickly off the putter face whether it's going in or not. Either she's walking it in with 6 feet left, or she gives you a pretty good reaction.
Yeah, sometimes she sort of looks away and starts walking. She just knows that it's going in about 4 or 5 feet short of the hole.
It gets very dangerous when you're playing with her or against her, excuse me, when she does that.
Yeah, certainly one of those players. When the putter gets hot, it is incredible to watch. Coming off a tough year last year, she was 80th on the money list, 2 top 10s, 13 of 21 cuts made, and Christy still majorly competitive, wants to win in her 40s and her 50s. She's 43 years of age now. As her wine business outside of golf, and the Kerr Reserve label is excellent, I can attest. Back over to Cypress Creek in the 13th.
Is the streak about ready to come to an end?
I still got that feeling. This putt comes up and over that ridge.
All you Texans get that feeling.
You know, one thing, we saw that putt on the last hole from 93 feet, the pace in which she had there, but that's been her MO throughout the day. Her pace has been fantastic.
It's a good sign. It's a good sign.
Just a bit more, right on line.
Going to be 13 in a row as Danielle Kang continues to have the nice pace on the greens, and this is what I was referring to earlier. There is a look at Danielle Kang in Las Vegas, and there is Butch Harmon, the great instructor, saying, we are ready to roll.
They've had such a tremendous relationship since they started working together a couple of years ago. And Danielle Kang, I mean, she'll go over to his house just to hang out with the dog. I mean, it's neat to see, but it also is neat to see what he's done with just kind of, like I said, unlocking the player that she always has been. When she came out on tour, wasn't as successful as we would have expected, especially with two U.S. Amateur Championships under her belt. But you can see the confidence, you can see the meticulous way in which she practices. It's pretty neat.
Over at 16, Azahara Munoz for birdie. And talk about a little streak going here. That's 3 in a row for Munoz as you look at her card. Was just kind of humming along at +2 before going 3 in a row to get to 1 under. And we've got another amateur here, Ingrid Lindblad. This for birdie. She started with 9 straight pars until that birdie fell at the 10th. So another amateur is under par. And it's Ingrid Lindblad who moves into red numbers. And back over to 13, Norquist for birdie.
We've got a fantastic read from the putt of Danielle King. Here's a little bit more pace. Oh.
Whoa.
And now it runs out. A good 6 feet now left for her par.
Yeah, we've seen a number of examples of putts running by. If you're just a little off on your speed or just a little too explosive with the stroke. And so now Norquist coming back to try to remain a +1.
And pace is the most important part. If you don't have the feel and the pace of what the green's doing, you can't pick a correct line.
Once again, we've been talking about some weather moving in tomorrow, so thus USGA and officials here have moved up the tee times about an hour and a half. The first tee time here locally will be at 8 o'clock, so we'll come on Peacock at 10 a.m. Eastern time. That's been moved up, that start time. Our usual time, 3 o'clock Eastern time on Golf Channel, stays as scheduled, but just in hopes to get as much play out of the way before the system rolls in. And they are expecting pretty good chance of scattered showers, 80% or so, but really most of them expected to come in the afternoon as everybody from the USGA and officials continue to watch the radar for Friday. Over at the 6th, got Morgan Pressel here setting up with her second.
140 yards here, Dan, and some freshening wind, which has got Morgan questioning what she's got in her hand.
If it does what it's supposed to do.
Unless you think it's more off the right and not so much
I agree. I'm just trying to make sure 100%. You like that? Just a set of trees? Okay.
I think there's got to be a little bit up there.
Okay. Straighter.
All right, the old double switcheroo there. Went back for what she initially had.
Not a lot of room around this hole. Green will fall off to the right if she's right of the hole, and only 5 paces off the left.
Yeah, tucked up against that bunker, and as we saw with Lexi earlier, you get out of position here. It's a really tough 2-putt. So good hole to get after the flag here, which Morgan hasn't done. She's blocked this out to the right. And that will leave the exact putt I think Lexi had that is very difficult to keep around the hole.
That ball will continue to move away as well. And as it does, we go back over to Jackrabbit.
Over to the 16th, par 3, playing 155 today. Megan Kang on the tee. Talked about her father as being her only coach. He has an incredible story. He's from Laos, and at the age of 7, he escaped the country by crossing the Mekong River with his family, escaped into Thailand. Her mother also escaped that country and went to Thailand, and they eventually resettled in the United States. So watch the tee shot here from Megan, finding the green. Megan didn't know their story too well at all until it was written by Randall Mell, Golf Channel writer, and she really had not that much knowledge about it. Read the story, just incredible. Let's go to 13.
Norquist for par. Pays the price. Back to +2. 6 off the lead for the 2-time major champion from Sweden. Let's see what Amy Olsen's up to again. She's over at the 6th. Looking over her second shot here. 1 back.
She's got a little higher ball flight, typically, so she might be able to sneak this in close.
There you go. Another good chance for Amy Olsen to try and tie Sasso for the lead.
Over at the 5th, Gabby Ruffles has a great chance for a birdie here. Back up the hill, and she read that well. Just a little movement in it. So Gabby going along well and adding more experience and more confidence to her game. And we'll go over to 16.
And this is another amateur. This is Katarina Don. Not having as good a day as some of the other amateurs, but that will help matters, especially after a rough stretch here of double and then 2 bogeys in a row, as you see on her card. Back to +6. As we go over to the 10th, Kay Cockrell has joined the leader, Yuka Sasso, over at the 10th.
And she certainly handled the front nine beautifully and started the back nine well with a good drive down the right side. This just a wedge, 122 yards to the hole. And she keeps it going.
Yep,
Beautiful shot.
Dialing up another possible birdie for Yuka Saso, just 19 years old, not a member of the LPGA Tour yet, but has been on a roll from the get-go. Par the first and then taking aim here at the par 4 second page with the beautiful putt for birdie.
Yeah, and when we talk about patience in the U.S. Open, it's not about always playing conservatively. It's about taking the moments that you have, those opportunities you have.
She birdied the 5th, par the 6th, and then rolled this in at the par 4 7th.
And then every now and then you may get a little luck on your side too.
And then the 3rd at the par 5 9th, which set up her latest birdie.
Yeah, and this was a smart play, good angle to come into this hole location and able to take advantage.
Yuka Saso, who won several events in the Philippines as a junior and an amateur, including the Philippine Ladies Open, back-to-back Philippine Ladies Amateur. I mean, she is the deal in the Philippines.
And she was highly recruited. You mentioned that she was looking at going to Georgia before she decided to turn pro. A very well-known player at a very young age. So she had an accomplished career before ultimately turning pro.
Also was the individual champion at the World Junior Girls Championship in 2016 and helped her team from the Philippines win the team championship in that competition. So you're right, Paige, she's been on the radar, but when you come from the Philippines, you're really going to make your mark if you do something in the biggest championship in the world. And right now she is doing it. How long can she last? And this is Jennifer Songbones just on the surface at the 6 for birdie.
Yeah, well, Paige made a great point when she talked about Amy Olsen's very high ball flight in terms of getting the ball stopped. Song hit an equally as good an iron shot here, but because it was flighted just a little bit lower, it ran out to this point.
And that's what a lot of people are talking about, Paige, coming in. It helps to hit a high, soft ball here on these greens with the firm surfaces.
And a straight ball flight. To be able to work it both directions as well.
Tom?
At the 15th on Jackrabbit is the second shot for Brittany Lincecum. We've been watching Brittany today because she's been putting together a nice round of golf, and she's given herself a chance there to get it to 4 under par. Back over to Cyprus in the 6th.
And Amy Olsen, Bones.
Well, what can you say? This young lady is playing a fantastic round of golf. Obviously, her score reflects that, but I'm just so impressed with her demeanor and her swing. She stepped up on this 6th tee, took out driver, the whole dog legs from right to left, and she hit this beautiful draw just inside the dog leg, leaving herself, you know, just a wedge that she hit to this point. She's very impressive. Very makeable look here. Back up the hill, just a hint of left to right break.
And this is the time for the lead. Nope, it was right all the way. She stays at 3 under, and we're back to Jackrabbit.
And we saw that tee shot from Megan Kang at the 16th. She's left herself a longish putt here. Chance to get it back to 4 under. Ease it down the slope, and really well done. So that should be a par for Megan Kang. Couple of holes to play. And we'll go back over to the Cypress Creek course, the main course.
And we pick up Ayaka Watanabe. This was a moment ago at the 2nd. 405-yard par 4. Watanabe just into her 2nd 9, and after opening up with a 37, at the 2nd drops for birdie, her first of the day.
And taking advantage of getting in the field. She got in the field late due to the Andrea Lee withdrawal, which was a positive COVID test. So taking full advantage of this late notice.
14.
Looking back from behind the screen, pretty looking hole, and Danielle Kang is in the fairway.
Yeah, tough driving hole here. There's no fairway bunkers, so not much for the player to gauge off the tee, but drive it down that left-hand side, which is set up a beautiful angle with that hole location on the right.
I think she could break the par streak here, Billy Ray.
Yeah, she's got 165 yards and only needs to land this ball. This green pretty firm in the front. right around 160 yards.
She was worried that wasn't going to make it over the water.
Yeah, that actually the penalty is really not in play at all. That was a bad miss, and now another tough 2-putt for Kang coming up.
Felt like she could get a little frustrated with all these pars, but in fact it's a good round of golf. Just hasn't managed to get anything to drop. Level par today wouldn't be too bad. I just feel like there's a little frustration there. And Brittany Lincecum over on the Jackrabbit course. This to tie the lead at 4 under. Brittany being given a special exemption into the field this week along with Sarah Jane Smith as part of the maternity policy as a new mum.
Well, the PGA Tour continues in Naples, Florida. It's another QBE shootout Friday at 11 a.m. Eastern Time on Golf Channel. Over to the 10th, the leader Yuka Sassoke.
Boy, she nailed that distance perfectly, hole high right, but this does have some swing to it, right to left, and it'll be on the quick side. No, and she just was a little tentative, fearing perhaps a power lip out or just having to face a 3 or 4 footer coming back.
Back to Jackrabbit.
And Christy Kerr has this for a birdie. It's at the 15th, playing alongside Brittany Lincecum and Jarina Piller. Easing it down the slope, and looked good, didn't it? Even Christy, with all her knowledge, knew it wasn't necessarily going to drop. We didn't see the early walk. So she will remain at even par.
We're talking about the maternity new policy. Tom, we got 3 moms in this group.
That's right.
And there was a day and age on the LPGA Tour page where it was not easy to have a family and be out here and play competitively.
No, it's tremendous what the support coming from the daycare that's out here, the women that travel with the LPGA Tour give the moms, and a ton of credit to the moms that are out here playing. It takes so much energy to not only be a mom, but then to try to go and compete at the highest level against players that is their one and only focus.
Now Jarina Piller has their son AJ, married to Martin Piller, who plays on the Corn Ferry in the PGA Tour, and a good putt there from Jarina.
And they all look up at Julie Inkster, right, as the
superhuman
role model,
yes.
super mom, superstar, who somehow got it done and fashioned out a Hall of Fame career while raising a couple of girls. Back at 7, this is the amateur Garvey looking for another birdie. Yes. This has been an impressive day for Amelia Garvey.
I had a chance to watch her play back in February, and it wasn't just the swing that was impressive. It was how she approached things on the driving range. She was so focused, hit each shot, practice swing before each shot, and went through her pre-shot routine. It was disciplined. It was something I did not see amongst the other college players. So I've been anxious to see her play again, just taking good advantage of her start in the U.S. Open.
Yeah, we were talking about that loaded USC team. She was a junior at USC in the spring, closed the pandemic-shortened season with 3 straight top 5 finishes, honorable mention All-American, and Amelia Garvey at the age of 20 is high up on the leaderboard as an amateur at 2 under. As you take a look at some of the other scores and the host of players that are at even on a packed opening round Thursday. And back over to Jackrabbit. Tom at the 16th.
Yeah, the par 3, pretty hole with the water that shouldn't come into play, but certainly is looming left of the flagstick. And back there on the tee, Brittany Lincecum should be first to play.
Yeah, the difficulty here is just over the bunker, kind of in line with just right of the pin for these players. It's a bit of a downslope, so it makes it a little challenging to approach this hole location. I think Brittany will like the shot shape because a draw would be nice into this hole. And the greens are receptive enough. We shouldn't get too big of a kick, but it's something to pay attention to as you're picking out your landing spot on this hole.
Speaking of Julie Inkster, she said earlier this year, Brittany Lincecum, when we were at the ShopRite LPGA Classic, she said when she was a rookie on the LPGA, she would always go and try and hit balls next to Julie Inkster, and if that spot wasn't available, she would try and hit balls next to Arnica. Get a chance to see them up close and how they strike the ball. Only 3 birdies today on this 16th hole of the Jackrabbit course, so it's not an easy par 3. That one out to the right, and that penalty area isn't usually in play. A mistake there from Brittany. Back over to Cypress Creek and the 11th hole. Sasso. Straight hole and a fairly narrow fairway. Narrowest part, it's only 20 paces wide, but the rough is not that bad. And could have a little bit of tree trouble down there as we go back over to the Jackrabbit course and Christy Kerr on the tee.
You know, we were talking about the moms and playing out here on tour time. One of the all-time great lines, I think, walking up 18 to win a U.S. Women's Open in this case was Julie Inkster, right? She goes, "Mom's bringing home a trophy. It's a really big one." At Old Waverly, and we were on the call for that championship, and that was some performance by Inkster.
Yeah, back in 1999.
Yep.
Christy taking her time here. Sixteenth hole, playing as the 7th hardest hole on the course. .55% of the field have hit the green here, so you would expect maybe that to be a little higher, but on the other golf course where the greens are so large, you're going to see a higher percentage of greens hit. But here on the Jackrabbit, smaller greens, tighter shots at the players face. And tomorrow the wind is expected to gust up over sort of 20, even as high as 25 miles an hour, and that will make it very, very difficult. Now it could be that the players will play early in the morning, there won't be a delay, and they won't have to face those kind of gusts, but there certainly could be some very tricky conditions. These players getting the easiest of the conditions at the moment, and that one is going to be okay for Christy Kerr.
Well, just a couple days ago, speaking of Christy Kerr and moms, it was Mason who celebrated his 7th birthday, one of 2 children for Christy Kerr and Eric Stevens, Christy's husband. Happy 7th to my love. Christy put on her Instagram, "Time goes by so fast, does it ever? Cherish every moment." Wonder if, yeah, he did get some ice cream. That is quite a load there in that cone. Griffin, the other child for Christy and Eric.
Yeah, Griffin just a couple of years old. Man, there Mason, who takes after me with his ice cream.
One of your only weaknesses now?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
I call it a strength.
Can't refuse it. Even the tiramisu at lunch today, I couldn't not have it. Now, Jarena Pillar. Trying to work that one towards the flag. More aggressive line. And right at it. Really good shot there from Jarena. And you would think she would make that to get to a couple under par. And we'll go back over to Cypress Creek to the 14th and Danielle Kang for par. Remember, we saw her just pull it a little too far to the left, and the par streak continues with a very good 2-putt there for Danielle Kang on a big green at 14. Go over to the front 9 now. We'll go to the 6th.
And Shibuno from just off the surface for birdie. Trying to get within 1. Tracking nicely for Shibuno. Wow, what a putt to get to 3 under. That's 3 birdies in the first 6 holes on this second 9 for Shibuno. And moves into that tie for second with Kang, Olsen, Lincecum, and Kim. So the leaderboard bunching up, and we remind you that if you want to learn more about how to obtain a USGA handicap, golf volunteer opportunities within your community, or where to compete against other local AMs, contact the Allied Golf Association within your state or region to locate or for more information go to usga.org and click playing. Well, we had an ace earlier in the day from Amy Olsen at the 16th. Yoo-Jin at the 4th, 169 yards at Cypress Creek. You like one? How about another one?
Oh my God, congrats. That's crazy. Here. Isn't that here? Yes.
Yeah. Yardage. It was we got 153. 153 and 5.
So good.
Oh, what a great reaction.
He's got it for you.
There is a souvenir to be had there for Yoo-Jin, 20-year-old from Korea, championship debut, first U.S. Women's Open. She cannot believe what she just did.
On one of the most intimidating shots, on the golf course.
Yeah, take it over one of the signature holes here, right?
It's right, and doesn't move from the flag. Look at this. On a string. I don't know if there was any curve whatsoever. Looked good the whole way.
Yeah, go in. Good.
And so we've had the 28th and 29th hole-in-one in U.S. Women's Open history. And I know we missed the spectators here, but you would never have heard that little exchange in that intimate group had we had spectators. So that was kind of nice to hear them celebrate. Yoo-Jin, little history at the U.S. Women's Open.
That's fabulous.
32nd on the Korean LPGA money list and 7th in scoring average. Just helped her U.S. Women's Open scoring average there to 11.
Second shot for Yuka Saso with an 8-iron. Not happy with the contact. Got to be careful it doesn't go too far left. Easy. That could end up in the penalty area.
There's a tiny little piece.
Yep, there's
longer
a
grass. There's just tiny that may hold it up, but nope.
It's going to find the water. So that's the problem with missing the fairway here. Just turned it over. You're not quite sure what kind of lie you're going to get and how the ball is going to come out of that rough. So a big mistake there for the leader. Let's go to the 12th.
Ingrid Lindblad from Sweden, just 20 years old. All pars, a birdie and a bogey in the last 2 holes. She did have it to red figures, and man, almost saw another one there.
Talk about bringing it in high, too.
I think we need to take a breath here, Paige. Check out some leaderboards. 75th edition of the U.S. Women's Open Championship from Champions Golf Club. Yuka Saso in trouble at the 11th after finding the penalty area, so that 400 number is going to come off the board. Megan King, Amy Olsen with that ace. Lincecum, Shibuno, Kim round out the group at -3. And the rest of the players under par so far here in Houston. Again, some weather moving into the area tomorrow, so they expect some 15 to 20 mile an hour winds. And we'll see how that affects the golfers in particular on what course they get.
Yeah, and you're seeing a variety of different styles on the top of the leaderboard too, which I think is just an indication of how good this facility is. We knew it was going to play long, so you're going to have a couple of those long hitters at the top of the leaderboard like Lincecum, but you have some other more precision players up there too.
Back over to Jack Rabbit.
And Lincecum missing the green to the right. Lovely tempo on that little pitch shot. And she will have that to save par. To remain at 3 under. Hasn't had a bogey yet today, Brittany. Going along well. Not too much breeze out there at the moment. There was a bit of a breeze that kicked up earlier. Certainly not too much of a factor. Beautiful day here in the Houston area. Megan Kang has reached the 17th at the Jackrabbit. Second shot. Dogleg hole from right to left. And one of the bigger greens here at Jackrabbit, 41 paces from front to back here. And she will have a long birdie putt. Go back over to Brittany Linscomb, trying to save par, remain at 3 under. Likely to be tied for the lead here shortly because of Sasso's problems at the 11th. Back over to Cypress Creek at number 7.
And Amy Olsen taking aim at 7, Bones.
Dead center of the fairway again, 138. Hit 3/4 8-iron back into the wind. And she caught a gust, I believe.
Yeah, it's going to be a delicate little attempt at an up and down there to stay at 3 under. 1 back of Sasso at the moment, but Sasso in trouble, as we mentioned.
It took a drop from the penalty area, now pulling out a very lofted wedge, or her lob wedge, to hit it up to the elevated green. Just has to make sure she catches it cleanly. Little 20-yard shot.
Oh, wonderful touch, Kay.
Excellent. That's a way to not compound mistakes, but make up for a mistake.
Player who plays on the JLPGA, the Japanese tour. She's 50th in the world. Certainly not well known over in the US, but has been playing well in Asia.
But she topped their money list in Japan by virtue of winning twice and having a total of 8 top 10 finishes. So strong play in her first year as a pro.
Back over to the Jackrabbit course, and remember Jarena Piller hit it close at the 16th, and we'd almost given her a birdie putt. Just going to tap it in and get to 2 under, so she's going to be 1 off the lead here very shortly when Yuka Sasso posts her bogey on that 11th. And we'll go back over to Cypress Creek.
And Lindblad eyeing for birdie.
This is quick.
Yep, and the amateur is back into red figures. So a little birdie, bogey, birdie streak here to start Lindblad's second 9.
This is Alison Corpus for a birdie here at the 11th.
Tom's still looking for her first birdie today. A couple bogeys on the card. We talk about the great Trojans that are in this field. She's one of them, one of the 3 that's currently playing for USC.
And I know it hurts you to say that, Kay.
I know, but she's a sweet kid. I got to tip a nod to her and tip a nod to that great birdie. Well done.
Okay,
she hails from Hawaii.
We were walking the golf course earlier this week and we ran into Corpus, and you said you would respect USC if we saw her play well. So.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, many, many years ago, Alison Corpus shot a picture of her and Morgan Pressel at a golf championship. There she is with her brother and Morgan posing. And then she brought it up to date and posted the present day shot. That was it, just there for a brief second, but trust us, she got a shot, updated it with Morgan Pressel all these years later as a fellow participant in the U.S. Women's Open. There she is sporting her USC shirt. Senior there, had 3 top 10 finishes there, but that's the kind of cool stuff you see here. I remember you remember well going to golf tournaments as a youngster and hoping that you'd see your idol.
Annika looked directly at me when I was in the crowd. I was 13 years old, and I thought it was the coolest thing ever. And then my rookie year, I got to play with her. It was so special, you know. And I think each one of these women out here know and understand that. And I think that's why it's such a fan-friendly tour, because they know just paying it forward could inspire another young girl.
Back over to Jackrabbit.
Yeah, penultimate hole of the day for Megan Kang. She's been right there at the top, or just behind the lead for most of the day with the way that she's played. Long putt here, got to be careful of the speed. And she's not judged the speed well, so a bit of work to do for Megan Kang as we go back over to the 11th. And Sasso, having found the penalty area, has this for bogey.
Really impressed with her not getting flustered when she made that mistake and just coolly going about getting it up and down for that bogey.
And I think that's the point, Kay. You know, mistakes are going to happen. It's how you respond to them. You know, you're not going to go out here and play bogey-free at a U.S. Open, and being able to have the recovery shot that she did and getting up and down, super important to keeping that round going.
Second shot at 15 for Danielle Kang from 162. the par streak intact for now. Be good. Man, it could be over. And that just trickled off toward the back edge. That was a strange reaction from Danielle. Didn't seem like she hit it the way she wanted, but all of a sudden it got good in a hurry.
Sophia Popov for a par at the 14th to remain 1 under. She's a player who is fighting to qualify for next week's CME Group Tour Championship. Of course, won the major before she was a member, so did not gain any points for that win. Back over to 17 and this all-important par putt. We talked about it already today and earlier in the week because of the size of the greens here. Mostly on the other golf course, but a few of these greens on Jackrabbit need to make these. And that is well done. A good 2-putt. And 1 hole to play for Megan Kang with a chance to lead the US Women's Open overnight.
Well, we've been talking all week here about, using inspiring stories for the young women, especially who aspire to maybe be in a US Women's Open one day. And I know, Paige, you're doing your own part of that as well.
I did a Q&A for On Her Turf, which is a multimedia landing spot for all things women's sports under the NBC Sports umbrella. Sat down for a Q&A about this event, but there's a ton of things on there about not just women's golf, but women's sports in general. There's a great article actually about a marathoner that just announced her pregnancy who's still planning on competing in the Tokyo Olympics. So be sure to check that out for all things golf as well as all things women's sports.
Yep. Again, NBCSports.com/onherturf, or follow On Her Turf on Twitter and Instagram. Now Amy Olsen here for par, Bones.
Yeah, the first sign of stress that Amy's had to deal with in quite a long time today. Back down the hill. 3rd shot got away from her just a bit. Rock solid.
Man.
She's fun to watch, right, Bones?
She really is. I'm enjoying this.
Her only bogey of the day, Bones, came at her 2nd hole, the 11th on Cyprus, as she made the turn with that ace and a birdie at 16 and 17, and then opened with that birdie at the 1st hole, and then has continued with all par since. So this is quite a performance from Amy Olsen, who's never won on the LPGA Tour, tied for the lead. Now Jennifer Song.
Jennifer hit a flyer with her 2nd shot. Boy, it had to be close to 100 feet behind this whole location, up on the staircase in the back part of this green. Hit a really good putt down to this point. And we'll have got a bit of a teach from Amy Olsen's putt.
Well done by Song. Veteran group here with Amy Olsen and Morgan Pressel. Song, 30 years old now, again in her 10th year out here. She's never won. Stays at +4. Hee-Young Park over at the 12th now.
In her 13th year on the LPGA Tour, and a relatively recent winner down at the Honda Vic Open. That was a 4 hybrid, safely just off the edge of the green.
Yeah, 3 wins for the 33-year-old veteran Hee-Young Park.
Yeah, you kind of forget about her from time to time, and she just pops up and knows how to win when she gets it all going.
Well, Sasso, coming off her lone bogey, is next.
I think you guys are going to see why she dominated in Japan when you watch this golf swing. It's powerful, and she makes a lot of birdies. In fact, she led birdies per round average in Japan en route to doing all those wonderful things this year on the season. She also carries a 73% green hit average, so a lot of birdie opportunities, and that was well struck. Just releases a little further than she would have liked.
Yeah, for a player like her, these greens must seem like gigantic. And as Sasso walks up to the green at 12, we remind you that Golf Channel's coverage of the 75th U.S. Women's Open Championship is sponsored by American Express. This holiday season, share joy and shop small. Lexus, what amazing ideas will you inspire next? And by Deloitte, proud sponsor of the U.S. Women's Open and the USGA. Golf's final major of the year being played here, one of 4 USGA championships. And Danielle Kang has a birdie attempt, and we will see if the streak continues here at 15, Billy Ray.
It doesn't look much easier than this. This is back up the hill. First putt she's had in quite some time she can be aggressive with. It's going to move from right to left. You couldn't ask for a better opportunity.
Uphill right to left for a right-handed putter.
Yeah, this is the one you want right here.
So you're saying there's a chance, Paige?
There's a chance.
Well, we've got 15 in a row.
We all misread it, Billy Ray.
Sometimes the golf gods just want to see 18 straight pars. Jack Rabbit.
Second shot at the 17th for Brittany Lincecum. Trying to turn it over from right to left. And that's going to be okay right in the middle of the green. Yeah, it's going to work out well. And she'll have a good chance to get it to 4 under par as we go back over to Cypress Creek.
And Sarah Schmelzel. This was just earlier. Had gone the entire day without a birdie. Came here to 18. And have I given it away already?
I think you did.
Okay.
But I still want to see it.
Let's just watch and enjoy. Schmelzel's finishing birdie putt at the last to get it even. Hey, this was a good round.
It's a great round.
26-year-old missed the cut last year in the Women's Open, but what a finish for her, and definitely in the thick of it after day 1 she will be. 15 Norquist for par. Stays at +2. Let's go to 12 and go to Corpuz out of the bunker.
Pretty straightforward bunker shot with a good lie. She's got a good flat lie in the middle of the bunker. And Dan, I gotta say that she is one smart cookie. Got her undergraduate degree in business administration, and she just completed a master's in global chain supply management. She stayed on at UCLA as a 5th-year senior to play golf in the spring. Because of COVID and everything, she really couldn't go to Q School. She's going to give Q School a try later on and see how it goes, but I have a feeling she's got a lot of other job options available.
If this golf thing doesn't work out, Kay,
wow,
I think she's probably going to do fine. Got the top-ranked player in the world, Jin Young Ko, getting ready here. Billy Ray.
Well, you stand back on the tee, you look at, okay, this is one I can take advantage of. 139 yards, exposed hole location, right in the front of the green. Pretty flat in that front section of the green. Just a bit of wind back into their face.
Settled down after those 2 bogeys in the first 3 holes. Has played 1 under golf since, 1 birdie and the rest pars, so it's been a solid day.
Yeah, one of the things that changed throughout that round, she started putting the ball in the fairway, where she missed 4 of her first 5 fairways to start the day off. Started putting the ball in the fairway. That helps quite a bit.
Yep. And we'll keep it right here. And it's Danielle Kang next to go.
After 15 straight pars, you know, I don't care, Paige. You're aware of it as a player. You know, okay, all right, what do I have to do here? You don't want to try to force the issue and make a mishap and make a bogey, but there's some point in time in the back of a player's mind, okay, this starts to eat at you a bit.
And this is the opportunity, Billy Ray. You mentioned an exposed hole location. There's no other hole location on this green that you can actually see the bottom of the cup. Short iron in hand. Like, this is the time.
Bringing this ball in. Ooh, very high.
Staring at it like she likes it.
Oh, and well should.
Stay tuned. Back over to Sasso at the 12th. Can she bounce back from her lone bogey of the day after the water shot at 11? Pretty speedy putt.
Wow.
Respecting that speed. She'll stay at 3 under. Tied for the lead. Over at the 7th, can Shibuno break out of the logjam at the top? Not yet. That was a bid for 3 in a row, but she'll stay tied up there with Olsten and Lincecum and Kim, Sasso. So there's the big logjam at the top. 3 under is the number right now. The Jutanagarn sisters still holding at 2 under. They're at the Jackrabbit course. Lynn Grant, one of the amateurs, one of several who have played very well in this opening round. Pauline Roussan-Bouchard in with a 1 under 70 here at Cypress Creek. 2 more amateurs there you see on that page under par. Back to Jackrabbit.
And Megan Kang coming towards the end of her first round. Maybe not quite happy here with the breeze in the club selection. Just coming out of that rough, the ball you can see sitting down slightly from what we can see here. Megan has struggled a little bit in the opening rounds this year. In 2020, she's only had 2 rounds sub 70 on the opening day of the LPGA Tour this year, but she did have a 65 at the Marathon LPGA Classic.
It's a small target into this green, elevated, narrow in the front.
Yeah, maybe the lie wasn't great. There's the rise up onto the green. It sits up high, and that ball's run a long way back down the hill there as we go over to Cypress Creek.
And the pride of North Dakota, Amy Olsen.
Yeah, on the tee at the 8th.
7 iron in hand, a little wind at her back, certainly short and left of this front left hole location is bad news. Water will come into play, so you would expect a conservative play. This cutting towards the center of the green.
Safe play, good shot.
Nice play.
As you mentioned, had a great chance to win an Evian 2018, hadn't looked at a leaderboard throughout the day on the final day, but then walking down the 72nd hole, she asked her caddy where she stood, and she was out in front. Ended up making a double bogey to lose to Angela Stamford.
We'll see if Corpuz can save this par at 12. Good putt, but drops one there. Back to even goes the amateur. Back over to Jackrabbit.
Brindley Lincecum try and take the solo lead. You remember back at Aronimink a few months ago, she was tied for the lead after the opening day with Kelly Tan. Shot 67 there in the KPMG Women's PGA. Ended up finishing in a tie for 9th. And has had the lead after the opening round of a US Women's Open. She was tied with Christy Kerr and Lizette Salas at Black Wolf Run in 2012 after the opening day, as we go over to 16 at Cypress Creek.
Jin Young Ko just off the green for birdie.
Yeah, good luck here, putting back up the hill. Move a little bit left at the end.
Never got it going. So the #1 player in the world taps in. Still kind of waiting to get ignited. But in a championship like this, you got to wait for it to come to you just as much as you try to put any kind of aggressive play in there.
That's a great point there, Dan.
Morgan Pressel on the tee at the 8th.
Soft.
Whoa. Wasn't far away. Morgan was speaking like it was going to go miles, but there's no problem at all there. Let's go to the 16th.
And Anna Norquist looking for a birdie to kind of boost her day.
Well, one person will be interested spectator here will be Daniel Kang. His putt coming down the hill, she'll definitely watch the pace of this putt as it works its way back down the hill from the left of the hole.
A little left there, not much for Norquist to remain at +2. And we'll see what kind of advantage that gave Kang to try and break the streak.
And this putt's going to be coming down the hill, and we saw the putt of Nordquist. Well, definitely it doesn't move as much as I anticipated. The putt, watching Nordquist putt, just kind of stay there.
Well, King certainly felt prepared coming in here. She, as we mentioned earlier, had a chance to play Champions 3 rounds here during the Houston Open and got herself familiar with champions, both Cypress and Jackrabbit.
One of the things that she's revealed over the course of this year is just kind of the meticulous preparation that she goes through. She looks at Google Maps ahead of time to see the course layout. She gets the tee times the night before and goes through and in her yardage book and plays the golf course with those hole locations. So you get a sense of how meticulous she is in her preparation. It's neat that she's sharing that information. I don't know if a lot of players kind of give up their preparation.
Somehow I don't think Brintley Lincecum is doing the
I
same
don't think
thing.
so. To each his own.
You know, sometimes it's good to take a little break from the course, not be 24/7.
All right, after 15 straight pars, this for birdie to get within 2 of the lead. Oh, the tension built. Back to Jackrabbit, Tom.
Yeah, tough shot from down here below the level of the... And not a good strike there. And that ball... You see how it just gets rejected by the slope? And
it's just hard when it's in that choppy Bermuda, dormant Bermuda. There's nothing you can do. It's hard to anticipate how the ball's going to come out of it.
Is that your ride over to the course, Tom, every day?
Yes, my driver has it
great parking spot.
Perfectly cooled, and will be dry tomorrow. Bring it all the way to the tower at 17.
Well, they're bunched up at the top at 3 under. And so we're already seeing on this opening day of the U.S. Women's Open that leaderboard that kind of shrinks down as the play just continues on and the pressure ratchets up. As we look ahead to the weekend, now Kang, after that poor play.
There's just not a lot of green to work with here, Paige. It looks like she's going to try and hit a high one.
Yeah. And I think this is just a good indication how one poor swing can compound pretty quickly. It's a golf course that is very much in front of you and very fair, but if you have one bad swing, all of a sudden you're in a terrible position.
Well, Saganda just earlier at the 15th. Coming off 2 birdies to get back to +2. And dialing up another beauty. So Carlota Ciganda, when the round looked like it was really getting away from her, +4 to the first 12 holes for 3 in a row. And just like that, she's back in it, 4 back at +1. A lot of talent. And if you were listening to the Peacock TV coverage earlier, you heard Judy Rankin talk about how she just needs to learn how to close. And that's been one of the points that has left her from the winner's circle. This is Ingrid Lindblad at 13 from long range and finding the bottom of the cup. 3 birdies in her first 4 holes of this second 9. Back to 16 for Ciganda. Okay, it'll be a bid from there for 4 in a row. Let's go to 17.
And Danielle Kang on the tee, going with the driver.
Yeah, very difficult driving hole. That penalty down the left-hand side comes into play at 257 yards. She has driven the ball beautifully up to this point.
Maybe a little gust of wind there or something. Looked over her shoulder as if to say maybe the breeze had just kicked up.
And it did, Tom. That would be the case. Actually, a little fade here. Starts it down the left-hand side. Control fade to get this ball in the fairway. Very well done.
After the LPGA's drive-on championship at Reynolds, she said the ball wasn't carrying as far as it usually does. It needed a bit of work to get the ball carrying on a normal distance for her. And we'll go back over to Jackrabbit and Megan Kang trying to finish off this round with a bogey. It's been a good day today. 14 of 17 greens, no 3 putts. But it would be a great disappointment to finish with a 6 here after all the hard work she's done. Just drove it in the rough. And although the rough is not a big factor this week, you can get some dodgy lies. And maybe that was the case over there for Megan Kang, because it certainly wasn't the sort of shot that we've seen, the quality of shot that we've seen from her today, that approach shot short of the green. Yeah, it's a great shame, but that's what happens at a major championship when you start hitting it offline. And she will finish with a double. And Megan Kang not happy with that. Round of 70 should have been so much better. Got it to 5 under par through 10 holes and finishes at 1 under. To 16.
Sophia Popov right there, 1 under. Oh, beautiful shot by Popov. Good chance to get to 2 under within 1. So Popov, after winning the AIG Women's Open, lurking here at the biggest one of all, the 75th U.S. Women's Open. You've got 5 players tied for the lead at 3 under. Jutanagarn sisters still at 2 under. We've got the lead in the clubhouse at 2 under with a few 69s already in. Again, the first time ever that this championship has been competed on 2 courses, Cypress Creek and Jackrabbit. And of course, after this U.S. Women's Open was moved from the beginning of the summer to the last major of the year due to the pandemic. And it's now time for another Legendary Champions presented by Rolex as we look back at Paula Creamer's title 10 years ago, which was largely unexpected due to an injury she was still recovering from.
In February, I hit the shot in this par 3 in Thailand. I can feel it to this day, just went straight down to the ground, torn a ligament in my thumb, and ended up getting surgery 2 weeks later. US Open was my 4th tournament back. That walk was one of my all-time favorite moments of my golf career. Because 7 weeks ago, I had no expectations of being in the last group of the US Open. So much of what I did that week was mind over matter, and my mental game was the winner.
Paula Creamer has broken through with a US Women's Open title.
It was by far one of the greatest moments of my golf career, and I hope that I get to feel that way again. But if I don't ever get to feel that, you can't ever take it away from me.
Popular win, to say the least, for the Pink Panther, Paula Creamer, back in 2010 at Oakmont. And I know that you had a chance to chat with Paula yesterday on another one of our WebEx interviews, and we hope to see her next year, maybe?
Yeah, she looked really, really good, optimistic about teeing it up again on the LPGA Tour next year. We haven't seen her in a year.
Amy Olsen for the outright lead. Looks good, looks very good now. Good 2 there at the 8th, and Amy Olsen to 4 under par. What a great day it's been, including that hole-in-one. Left the flag stick in without the breeze. That is something players have been doing, although we haven't seen it too much today. That was right in the heart.
We're starting to get some longer shadows out there, and anytime the greens are shadowed a little bit, makes it that much harder to see the back of the cup.
We'll go over to the 17th hole and the second shot for Danielle Kang.
Well, continues to put the ball in great positions off the tee. 172 yards, just a light breeze back in our face. That whole location positioned in that back portion today. And that's not bad for a one-arm finish there.
Yeah, it's better than you would have thought with the reaction. Better than being long of the flag. That brings the penalty area into play. Go over to the Jackrabbit course and the final hole for Brittany Lincecum, who's not driven in a great position here. Having to come up over those trees. And again, missing the fairway over on that left side.
It's going to leave a very similar chip shot to what we just saw from Megan Kang.
We got Garvey the amateur here at the 9th for birdie to get to 2 under. And so she will wrap up a 1 under round of 70. Excellent round for Amelia Garvey, just 20 years old. And she's got some playing credentials already in her resume, which she's been building on as a young amateur player. 2015 became the 2nd youngest player to win a professional tournament in New Zealand behind Lydia Ko after she won a tournament there. So on the leaderboard here at the Open, Lexi Thompson at 15, earlier with her 2nd. Asking it to go a little bit, and Lexi lined up for what she hopes is her very first birdie of the day.
Yeah, a little bit of a rough start, but it doesn't take more than a couple holes to turn things around, get a little positive momentum.
18th hole over at Jackrabbit. I mean, it's not playing as one of the most difficult holes on the course. It's ranked 12th, so we've seen Megan Kang struggle, and now Lincecum has a tricky pitch shot just because the green sits so much above the level of where her golf ball is. Remember, the camera tends to flatten out the topography of the hole. And she's made the same mistake there that we saw from Megan Kang. And that's where the ball ends up. It's almost rejected by that slope. And that one's not going to be very easy either. Let's go to 16 again on Cypress Creek.
Excellent birdie look for Popov. Takes advantage. 3rd birdie of the day, 2 under now. Looking like she likes life atop major championship leaderboards.
She's not shied away since winning the AIG Women's Open.
Lexi for birdie, first of the day at 15. Yep, finally it happens for Lexi Thompson to +2, and she's back within 6. Kind of a half smile there with her caddy Tim Tucker, who of course caddy for Bryson DeChambeau in his U.S. Open win at Wingfoot. Sasso over at the par 5 13th, 3rd shot.
Yep, laid up to where she has just under 90 yards for her 3rd. Gonna go right at it.
Yeah.
A little bit of suck back that takes it further away from the hole, but all in all, decent.
That'll be a chance for Sasso to join Olsen, who's all alone on top at 4 under. Back to you, Tom, at the other course.
And Brittany Lincecum trying to get it in the house here. Almost an identical shot to the one we saw from Megan Kang. She bumped it into the bank. Is still going to leave an awkward length for the bogey for Lincecum to post 2 under. That would be a round of 69. It's par 71 here on both courses. And we'll go back over to the other course, the Cypress Creek.
Jessica Korda for birdie at +3, finishing up on this front 9 at Cypress. And Jessica rolling it in. She and her sister Nellie, same exact tee times on, of course, different courses, but Nellie in the field as well. Jessica at +2. And there they are, on the cover of Golf Digest, the Korda sisters. And if you read the article in there, it's worth a read as well. They have one athletic family. Peter Korda, of course, a fantastic tennis player in his day, got the girls going. Their brother Seb is a heck of a tennis player who reached the 4th round of the French Open at Roland Garros earlier this year before losing to Rafa Nadal as they tried to monitor that tournament while they were playing. This is Amy Olsen off the tee. and out of the dormant rough at the par 5 ninth for Olsen. So she's got a chance for another finishing birdie, perhaps, to even push it to 5 under, where Megan Kang was at one point. And as you look at Danielle Kang, we'll remind you that our uninterrupted coverage of the USGA Championships on Golf Channel is presented by Rolex. And this, the 75th U.S. Women's Open Championship, which Danielle Kang would love dearly to put on her resume.
May need to make a birdie if she's going to win the championship at some stage. This is for a birdie at 17.
And that would be a good point there. Now this putt comes up the ridge, then back downhill the last quarter of the putt, putting through the shadows. And we've documented our pace has been spot on throughout the day.
This one does tend to roll away, but not that much, so she'll have that to keep this Nick Faldo-like round going. Of course, 18 pars at Muirfield to win the Open in '87. And it's going to be another tester there for Kang. And we will go over to the Jackrabbit course, where Brittany Lincecum is working hard on this bogey putt to finish her round. She struggled with a thumb injury earlier this year. Talk about Paula Creamer with the surgery on her thumb. I don't think Brittany's was as severe, but still it was certainly an issue for her. And you can see it's wrapped up there on her left hand. And that's going to be a double bogey. So we've seen a couple of doubles there, one from Megan Kang and now Brittany Lincecum on a hole which, looking at the stats, has not been one of the more difficult holes on the course.
Well, it's because when you hit the green, it's not that difficult. It's a small portion, so those players that hit the green have a good look at birdie, a good opportunity. But if you miss the green, it is such a severe slope. Call it like a little pumpkin top. It actually kind of has a ridge up and then back down towards the center.
Jurina Piller working on her par putt. Went to Goddard High School, which was where Nancy Lopez went to school. And earlier this year, she was talking about growing up and going into the school cafeteria. There was a sign there that said, "Nancy Lopez ate here." Of course, Nancy, 3 runners-up finishes in the US Women's Open, was never able to get her hands on this trophy. Jurina Piller would dearly love to win her national Open. Growing up in New Mexico, Roswell, New Mexico. Now living in the Dallas area. And that's a good par and a round of 69. A nice way to start the week.
Avoids the curse at 18 of
Yeah,
Jackrabbit.
we thought we were creating something here with the way that we've seen players play the final hole on Jackrabbit. Lincecum just to finish off. So a disappointing way to finish the day for Brittany Lincecum. Could have been so much better. Got it to 3 under par, and then that double bogey on the final hole. And the third member of the mums group is Christy Kerr. Christy's not had a great year. She did play well before the COVID shutdown in Australia, finished 6th at the ISPS Handler Women's Australian Open. But since then, really nothing to celebrate. So if she can turn her game around this week, then certainly she'll be happy with that round of 71.
Pretty impressive, Tom, after that golf cart accident. Man, really impressive.
Didn't even know if she was going to play this week.
All right, Yuka Sasso over 13 for birdie, Kay.
This for her 5th birdie today. Tricky little putt, uphill initially, then downhill. So it's about getting the speed right.
Tatai Olsen at the top at 4 under.
Oh, she's really rolled that one beautifully.
Got a little work coming back to remain 1 back at 3 under. Back at 17.
Danielle Kang working hard on this par putt.
Yeah, good 6.5, maybe 7 feet. There's enough break. You have to play this ball outside the hole left. She has been spot on throughout the day from this distance.
Been working on her putting with Pat Goss. No. So the run of pars ends not with a birdie, but with a bogey. Likely to be a bogey anyway. I don't think she'll have much trouble with this one, and she shouldn't anyway.
This is when it starts to get frustrating.
Yeah.
It wasn't the par streak, it's the fact that the first non-par is a drop shot when you've given yourself so many opportunities.
Yeah, all those birdie looks to break that par streak, and it ends up like this.
But knowing Danielle the way we do, wouldn't surprise me if she makes a birdie on the final hole. So as we take a look at the first page of the leaderboard, Amy Olsen, who came so close to winning a major championship a few years ago in Evian, leads by 1, and there really is an international feel to this championship, and that is shown in the first page of the leaderboard. 24 amateurs here to start the week, and we have a few that are under par. Such a big stage, and a massive opportunity for the amateur players. Well, Bones, you were out there watching Amy Olsen. It's been impressive.
Yeah, and all of a sudden she's grabbed the club here, Tom. She's going to lay it up, which is very surprising. She's only got 218 front. So I think this should just be a pretty basic play. But my question I have for Paige is, you know, if we do indeed get this poor weather that is forecast to come in tomorrow, which of the 2 courses would you rather play? Because I'm thinking that if we get a lot of wind, these already dangerous greens out here at Cypress Creek could become very, very difficult. And Amy Olsen is in a position going to Jackrabbit to really make a statement in this tournament.
I could make the argument both ways, Bones. I think you're correct in that assessment, but I'd also say that Jackrabbit's greens become that much more difficult to hit, and they're more penalizing if you miss your targets due to their fall-offs than the Cypress course. So I think I could make the argument both ways. I think I'd rather be playing Cypress tomorrow, though.
And that goes Shibuno for par at the 8th. She was walking that in about a foot from the hole. And Hanako Shibuno off to a very nice start, 3 under. Let's go to 13.
And Sasso with a little more than a little cleanup, but this for par to remain at 3 under. So the excellent Thursday continues for Yuka Sasso, tie for 2nd with Shibuno and Kim. Well, as your daughter aged 6 to 17, you can enroll her in LPGA USGA Girls Golf, a program that the USGA has supported for a long time, in fact more than 25 years now. Help empower them and energize them in golf by visiting girlsgolf.org today. Nelly Korda for birdie at 16, coaxes that one in. First birdie of the day for Nelly. Highest ranked American in the world. Puts a smile on her face right there, +2. She heads over to the 17th.
Talked about how this championship actually inspired her to turn pro. Played as a young 14-year-old back in 2013. Said, this is what I want to do, and turn pro at 17 years old.
Over at the par 5 9th, as we saw Amy Olsen's layup there, it ended up in a divot, Bones, so that's what she's faced with her 3rd after taking the conservative approach.
Yeah, you know, fortunately for her, it's a sand-filled divot, and whoever filled it in did a heck of a good job. But that being said, it's a divot nonetheless, 74 yards over sand. So she's got a little bit of stress here for her last full shot of the day.
So as Olsen gets a little closer look, Pressel will play before Amy.
88 yards, but very little space between the front edge of the green and the flag on her angle. So this is going to be very difficult to get close. You can hear her caddy rock there saying to go a little bit left of it, which is great advice given the fact that it'll give her just a little bit more green to work with. just takes care of the front bunker.
How about that?
All right, Morgan, nice play.
Dialed it in.
It's all good now.
Yeah, it's tough to get a good angle to this whole location at all, Bones. It's pretty well protected.
Certainly is. I think they're probably a little happy about the fact there's a little wind in their face right now, but boy, I'm sure Morgan has no idea how close that came to being a sandy fourth for her.
Song is next.
76 yards. Similar angle that Pressel had. It's been a tough last hour for Song. Hit it in the penalty area on the previous hole and just hasn't gotten much of anything out of this round.
Yeah, had a bad mistake earlier, Bones, at 8 with a triple. But
hey,
nice way to finish up.
Boy, how about the spin on that one?
Yeah, that parked right in front in a hurry. Here's the lie. We're taking a close look at it, and that well-done sand-filled divot that Bones described.
74 yards, and golf is just that kind of game, isn't it? She's played a near perfect round of golf. Lays it up into the center of the fairway, but dealing with this now, so certainly something of a descending blow coming up. Caught very cleanly. Well done.
nice. You just have to tell yourself in that situation, I always hit ball first anyway when I have wedge in hand, because it can definitely mess with your mind a little bit watching the sand in front of you, and you can see just here how descending she is hitting into it. Look how deep that divot is. Bones mentioned it. You were expecting to see it come in pretty sharp angle, and it did.
Yeah, so keeping this round intact to the very end. We'll even have a chance for a birdie to increase the lead at 5 under. Back at 17.
Second for Sophia Popov. Looks to be a pretty good line. Yes, a really nice approach. One of the best we've seen here today. And that should lead to a birdie for Popov. Let's go over to the Jackrabbit course. This was just earlier. Minjee Lee for birdie. This was just a little bit earlier, and in it goes. So Minjee Lee, one of the best players in the world not to have won a major championship, 8th in the Rolex rankings, finishing with a birdie for a round of 74. And we'll go back over to Cypress Creek.
To the par 5, which is the finishing hole for this group, including Amy Olsen, who is trying to finish off a spectacular day. Just the 4th U.S. Women's Open appearance for her. Best she's ever done is a tie for 52nd 4 years ago. Has not played in a lot of these, but as Tom and some of us were mentioning, she has had her moments in big championships. And if she's able to sleep on a U.S. Women's Open lead in the first round, that'll give her another layer of experience to deal with, and perhaps chasing down one of these big titles.
Well, Dan, watching her play today, I never would have guessed that would have been her best finish in the ladies' U.S. Open. She has been some kind of impressive. She's got to be careful here. This is very quick right around the hole. It's late in the day. These greens are getting quite shiny, so I imagine this to be quite the lag putt here. Downhill right to left.
Never on that right side, Bones. It's trying to come back to the right, but it'll be a tap-in par for Amy Olsen. Again, from North Dakota, to facilitate her golf in the cold climate, her dad Mark installed a 12 by 15-foot artificial turf putting green in the basement of the family home. In the living room, which had an 18-foot ceiling, they displaced a couple dining room tables, made room for Amy to practice her putting and her swing. And so when you're parents, that's what you do when you're living in North Dakota in a sport that is outdoors for the most part. So Amy Olsen wondering if 4 under is going to hold up for the first round lead. Still a lot of players left. Morgan Pressel now hoping for a Thursday ending birdie.
Straight up the hill. She certainly thought her third shot had gone in the bunker. She was really excited to see that she had that kind of putt for a birdie, but just didn't quite get the break right.
Jin Young Ko coming down here at 18 with her second.
Well, 164 yards in this 18th hole is all you want in a finishing hole. Tough driving hole with those bunkers down the left. Hole location positioned again in the back portion of this green.
A little deep into the dormant rough. Well, just a couple of moments ago, our crack social media staff discovered that Rory McIlroy, with the U.S. Women's Open Championship on the telly, said, "Major championship golf in December. I love it. Hashtag women worth watching," which is the hashtag that a lot of the PGA Tour players have been using, and others around the country and the world promoting the spotlight on women's golf at this unique championship. This is Sasso.
She didn't like that at the 14th, did she?
Yeah, I think little mishit and maybe wrong club too, because she had a good lie in the rough.
Rory McIlroy's pretty good at dressing a Christmas tree, isn't he? That was quite impressive in the background there, Rory.
You think he did that?
Yeah, of course he did.
All right, Kang at 18, coming home. 402-yard par 4, and I know you have a lot of respect for this as a championship finishing hole, Paige.
And it can be lengthened, so it'll be interesting to see how the USGA plays it, because it will become a monster of a par 4 if they do lengthen it. And I kind of like Tom's call early that it might be the bogey that spurs her on to finally getting a birdie on the 18th, so that's a good look there.
Well, that's a tight lip look there, as if she's still stinging a bit from that lone bogey. 17.
Carlota Segunda for a par. Remember, we saw that run of 3 birdies in a row, so that keeps the momentum going. That was just a moment ago. And Sophia Popov playing alongside Segunda now, live with the German star, is to get it to 3 under. I think she gained so much confidence from the way that she played at the AIG Women's Open. Of course, you would, but she's taken that confidence and she seems to be comfortable with it.
And the way she shared her story, Tom, I just think if you didn't get emotional about that and have a huge respect for what she's been through, then, you know, you're just not human. She just persevered through health problems and did a spectacular job of explaining what she's gone through. And here's the amateur again, just in the rough at 15, Lindblad. At even par, 4 back. Freshman at LSU in the spring and was named the SEC Golfer of the Year and the Freshman of the Year in 2020. Comes up well short there. It's going to have about a 75-footer. Back over at 18. Number 1 player, Billy Ray.
Well, this is the lie you're looking at. I think from mindset here, you take a run at this one here.
She did.
Oh. Now a lot of work left. The ball sitting up nicely, pitching back up the hill now. Good 8 to 10 feet left to save her par.
Yeah, for players not familiar with dormant Bermuda, it can be a bit of a challenge. A lot of players not used to playing this time of year, that type of grass. And you'll be surprised at how quickly it can hop off the club face.
Yeah, it's just trying to the club face, especially when you're trying to use the balance. It actually picks up speed in that dry, dormant grass.
Women here may want to not only get a lesson from Jackie Burke Jr., but from Houston native Billy Ray Brown, member of that spectacular Houston golf team. Come on, Billy, I'll sing your praises here. I know you're not going to say much.
But I can tell you, I know about missing greens and pitching out of this dormant rough.
It's true, though. I mean, I grew up in the Northwest, and we played one kind of grass, and it was a pretty big shock to the system to travel the world and play all the different grasses. And dormant Bermuda was one that reacts very differently than the normal Bermuda or any other type of grass.
So used to playing that rough that's got, you know, a lot of moisture in it where it slows the club face down, and a lot of times you start trying to use the leading edge, and this not the case. You have to use the bounce, and the club actually, like as I said, speeds up through it and ball comes out hot more times than not.
All right, drifts a little by for Norquist. Not her best stuff today, but +2, 73 for her. Back over to Jackrabbit.
This is Lim Kim from South Korea, who has a couple of wins on the KLPGA. She's inside the top 100 in the world, 94th in the Rolex rankings, and going along very well here at the US Women's Open. This is the first time she's ever played in the championship. Let's go back over to Cypress Creek.
Sung-Yu Park with her second at even. Always a dangerous player.
Yeah, she likes to lurk, and she has that high ball flight, has the power.
Well, she's got a couple of major championships under her belt. She won the KPMG Women's PGA Championship, and then in 2017, before that big victory, she took the US Women's Open title as a part of her 7 wins on her resume. From Seoul, South Korea, signaling that she was here to stay as a factor on the LPGA Tour. She began this latest season rehabbing her injured left shoulder and was expected to return in February until COVID hit and scuttled those plans, but she has a lot of talent. This is Sasso.
Yeah, third shot at 14, trying to get it up and down for a par. And not happy. Let's go to 18.
And Danielle Kang. Let's just see if she can erase the bogey at the last.
Well, this is another good look here. Pretty flat putt. Overall, I don't see a lot of break in this putt. There's just a shoulder to the left that might try to influence the putt at the end and move a little right, but I don't see much movement at all.
Yeah, you're right, Billy Ray. Just kind of stayed on course. Danielle thought it might come back to the right, so it appears it's going to be 17 pars and 1 bogey for Danielle Kang to get in at +172.
This is Lydia Ko on the 9th at the Jackrabbit course, her final hole of the day. And yeah, that's a nice way to finish for Lydia, who is round in 71. Oh, we have a moment. Let's go down to Cara Banks.
Thanks, Tom. Well, I'm here alongside the leader. What a round it was. I'll get to that moment on 16 in just a minute, Amy. But you've walked off your first 18 holes at your national championship leading the US Women's Open. How satisfied are you with today's round?
Yeah, I'm definitely pleased with how I played. I made some really good putts, made a key par save on my, I guess it was my 16th hole, hole 7 out here. And I think that was pretty crucial, and a nice birdie right on top of that on my 17th hole. So really pleased with how I was putting today.
Well, Bones nicknamed you Amy the Ace Maker, so let's waste no time. Let's take a look at it. I know you're excited to know that we do indeed have this on camera. Talk us through it. What a moment at 16.
Yeah, the wind was kind of coming off my right a little bit, and the pin's on the right, so I hit a little cut to hold the breeze, and it was literally perfect. I was so excited.
Just your second one in competition, you told me, and of course your first at a US Women's Open. But explain a bit the attitude you need to have here this week. You were 1 over through your first 2 holes. How important is it to stay in the grind? Because look at what you did around the turn, 4 under through 4 holes.
Yeah, I mean, it's the US Open. You're going to have some bogeys, and so it's obviously very important to just stay in it and never give up. You know, there's birdies out there, but you can't go at every pin, so you kind of got to take your medicine on a few of the holes. You know, hit it at the middle of the green, and then the ones that you can attack, obviously make an aggressive swing, and sometimes it works out.
And what changes for tomorrow in your preparation for the other course at Jackrabbit?
Yeah, it's definitely from my practice, I kind of noticed that Jackrabbit was a little bit shorter, maybe a few more wedges in, but it's going to play so different. I think we've got some rain in the forecast, so that's going to impact things. For the most part, just kind of doing what I did today.
Fantastic playing today, Amy. Well done, and we'll go out to 18.
And Jin Young Ko, after putting it by here with a birdie attempt for par, as an aggressive little chip she made. So trying to get in at +1. Instead, it'll be 3 bogeys and a lone birdie for the #1 player in the world, Jin Young Ko, who broke through with her 2 majors last season. Part of her ascendance to the top-ranked player in the world, +2 round for Jin Young Ko. To 14.
And this for par for Sasso.
Pretty critical putt in her round. Had such great momentum on the front. Lost a shot at the 11th. This A little right to left breaking putt for par. Oh, sneaks it in.
Yeah.
Well done.
Caught enough for the hole. Yeah, loose second shot at the 11th. Not a good second shot here, but she got away with it this time. And in that group at 3 under, 1 behind Amy Olsen. And we will go over to the 9th.
And Shibuno finishing up, hoping it's a birdie. Just not quite enough pace, but it is an excellent second 9 for Hanako Shibuno. Comes home in 3 under 33 after the first 9 of 35, 68, and right there indeed. Shibuno after the first round. And back over at 18, Kang for par. So indeed it is 17 pars in the lone bogey at 17.
Just hard. Just walking off. I mean, it's
because
hard
she
to be
knows she had her
disappointing.
opportunities.
Yeah, but she played better than that.
And you know it's good weather, and you know you got to go over to the Jackrabbit course tomorrow, and you know there's some weather coming in, as you said, could be even more difficult over there tomorrow with smaller greens. So we'll see how Danielle makes out tomorrow and the rest of the field over at Jackrabbit. Now Popoff coming in with 2 birdies in a row. It's 16 and 17, 4 total for the day, just 1 back of Olsen. Wow. That will be a touch shot.
Everything about approaching a U.S. Open golf course is knowing where to miss it as well. And that was a short-sighted long miss that she shouldn't have made. It's going to leave a pretty delicate pitch shot coming up. But a lot of the U.S. Open is avoiding mistakes and not so much, low scores.
All right, so Amy Olsen is in, the leader in the clubhouse at 4 under. Popoff can catch her, but not likely now, especially after going over the green at 18. Shibuno is in, next best with a 3 under 68. Grant the amateur and several amateurs under par. Pauline Roussan-Bouchard, one of them at Cypress. Amelia Garvey also at Cypress Creek, getting in red figures. And Siganda with her second now at 18.
Keep an eye on her. We've seen a nice little run today, but she hits it really high, which again, if the golf course is able to firm out over the weekend, gives a little advantage.
Okay, below the hole. Back over to the other course.
And Imby Park. This was a moment ago at the 9th, final hole of the day for the 7-time major champion. 2 of those here at the US Women's Open. And that almost pitched in the hole, didn't it? It's going to be below the flag. And she's playing alongside Arya Jutanagan, who's knocked it over on the left of the green, almost flag high. And she's got the whole of the putting green to deal with, and there's a ridge that runs through the middle. So it'll be down, uphill at the beginning, and then downhill from about then onwards. And has judged it pretty well. And we'll go back over to the Cypress Creek course,
where Stacey Lewis, one of the locals here, is finishing up at this par 5. And a good chance to finish up with a birdie for Stacey, who lives just about 45 minutes away from here. Grew up at the Woodlands. Member champions, and a reminder that we've moved up our Peacock starting time tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern time because they've moved up the tee times with inclement weather expected. Showers in the forecast, some winds as well along with it, and we'll be on our regularly scheduled 3 o'clock p.m. Eastern time Golf Channel start, but the Peacock time 10 a.m. Eastern time. Again, the first local tee time here at 8 o'clock in the morning. They'll be going off both courses. If you play Cypress today, you'll go over to Jackrabbit tomorrow.
And what's interesting, Dan, is they won't change the tee times. The tee times remain the same, even though they're going earlier. The players are not getting swapped around. So if you went out in the first group yesterday, you go out. You went out in the first group today. You're going to go out in the first group tomorrow. So the earlier starters could have an advantage. There's 2 hours and 12 minutes between the first tee time and the last tee time. So if the wind kicks up later in the day, those players that are earlier in the draw, you would think, may have a bit of an advantage. But we will see. Double bogey for Area Jutanagan at the 8th, which was her 17th hole, and bounces back with a birdie on the final hole. So it's going to be a round of 70 for Area, the winner of the championship at Shoal Creek 2 years ago. And then over on the 18th, Maria Jutanagan, her sister, elder sister.
You know, you were mentioning the tee times. What's cool is that across the board you got Nelly and Jessica Korda both at 10:59. Then you got the Jutanagans at 10:59, the same exact time.
They get creative with
the
tee times.
They just thought I would throw that out.
Yeah. Well, it's also easier if they're staying together. They're very accommodating, the USGA. Inbee Park knocking that in for a birdie on the final hole. So it's back-to-back birdies to finish the day for Inbee Park in a round of 71. High hopes for Inbee coming in to the championship this year. Let's get back over to Cypress Creek.
And this little delicate pitch from Popov after letting that second shot get away. Well, you can't play around with it. You got to get it up there, but it's going to be a long attempt for par for Popov to remain at 3 under. That big winner at the AIG Women's Open. And Segunda will be going for this birdie next. Carlota from Pamplona, Spain. Been out here a while. Powerful, impressive player, Paige.
Yeah, and she's really creative, which I think differentiates her from other players. She's got great hands. She has a lot of great short game shots in her arsenal. Oftentimes nicknamed kind of the Seve of the LPGA right now.
Well, she looks that over. We head over to 15 for Sasso's second, Kay.
After a beautiful drive, just 151 yards left. This hole 35 paces on. Back toward the back part of the screen.
And Sasso could be moving herself into a tie with Olsen if that drops. And back to Segunda at 18. Won the 2 times on the Cactus Tour during the tour's hiatus, including once in February, another victory on the Cactus Tour in May. She tested positive for COVID in June and suffered symptoms for about a month before recovering. She said, I was fine after like 2 weeks, but still a little tired. Said she was forgetting things, her memory wasn't great, but then started working out slowly and finally made her way back out of it. But she said it was tough on my body for sure. Finished tied for 3rd at the KPMG Women's PGA Championship.
And on top of that, Dan, she actually has the most strokes gained total per round at the U.S. Open in the last 3 years.
Man.
There's something about this championship that brings out some of the great things in Carlota.
And she just improved on that with a bomb at the last for a birdie. That's 4 birdies in the last 6 holes for the Spaniard to get in at even. What a great start, +3 opening 9, and then bam.
The other point to make is that Sophia Popov also won on the Cactus Tour during the COVID break and played well mini tours in that time, leaned on those wins, in fact, during her AIG Women's Open win. So you never know. Getting W's and wins can translate no matter where you get them.
Well, you mentioned Popov winning that Women's Open, just a huge inspirational win. Won $675,000 for the first place money prize. She said when the funds were deposited in her bank account a few days later, she said, it feels like something illegal is happening on my account. when you think about quitting the game because you don't have enough funds to travel and chase your dreams anymore, and then that happens, and then you get a deposit like that for 6 figures, you're thinking, is it really happening? It's kind of when it was for her. And here she is at the biggest championship of all, right there again, at least after the opening day.
Well, and that's the thing, too. It's not been just 4 impressive days from Sophia. She's translated that onto full-time on the LPGA Tour and played well.
That was tracking, too. Oh, man, was that close. So, unfortunately, a bogey for Popoff, but still, birdies at 16, 17, and then nearly the par save. But yeah, you don't want to be, you know, you don't want to like realize your dream and then be one of those flash in the pans, right?
No, and a lot of times it's just the moment's so big, and all of a sudden the expectations have changed, and you look at yourself differently, and people look at you differently. And she's been grounded in such a way that she always believed that about herself. So she's been able to transition very well into being a major champion.
Well, we've been telling you that Peacock is going to start at 10 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow, and in case you're a little bit technically challenged, you thought we'd give you a little bit of help. So, again, the coverage will continue on Peacock tomorrow. It's the NBC Universal's new streaming service. You go to peacocktv.com/golf to learn more. You sign up for free. Then you find the coverage tomorrow by going to the Sports tab in Browse and clicking on the U.S. Women's Open.
It's actually really easy. I downloaded the app on my phone. Very easy to use.
Okay. Endorsed by Paige McKenzie. This is Lexi Thompson, second at 18 from the bunker.
It'd be great if the pin was over there.
And that's what these big greens are all about, quadrants, right?
Yes.
So I'm sure it'll be there one of these rounds, but not today. All right, so Hee-Jong Lim is next. She's had a rough go of it on the second 9 after she made 11 straight pars. She's played since then at +6.
Oof.
And that'll go back there where we've seen a number of players who get a little too aggressive. All right, Nelly Korda is next. Really one of the rising superstars in this game. Mentioned that she's the highest ranked American in the Rolex rankings at #3. But not happy with this approach.
Sit.
And that will be interesting. Probably a little wedge coming up for Nelly. And now we've got Sasso over at 15 for birdie to tie Amy Olsen on top.
Yeah, this is no more than 12 feet, not much break. Oh, boy, she rolled that beautifully again. But that went by a good 2.5 feet. No gimme.
Over to Tom and his Jackrabbit course.
This is Mario Jutanagan for birdie. Coming back down the hill and just needs to ease up the pace, but it's going to be fine. I had a tweet earlier, Dan. Somebody said to me, why does he keep calling you Jackrabbit?
Could be your new nickname. Back here at 15, got Corpus, the amateur for par.
Yeah, this she had hit a good bunker shot from the green that's short, or from the bunker short of this green. Just a few too many mistakes on this back 9. She's played a lot of USGA championships in her young years, a lot of girls juniors, women's am, pub links.
Yeah, she played in the 2008 U.S. Women's Amateur Pub Links K at age 10. My goodness.
What were you doing at 10, Dan?
Oh, I wasn't playing in any big golf tournaments. Korda for birdie at 9. Nicely done. That's Jessica. In at +1. Back over to 15 for par now. She got by the hole a little bit. Sasso safely in.
Dan, interesting, I found out from one of the commentators, Japanese commentators, she's been working with Jumbo Ozaki on her game. He helps a lot of the young players, not only on the full game, but also on the mental side, how to become tougher mentally.
So Sasso staying at 3 under and back over to Jack Rabbit Abbott.
Knew that was coming. Maria Jutana going to finish up her round. And it's a good way to start the championship for the player ranked 48th in the world. Couldn't play in the Pelican Women's Championship a few weeks ago because she tested positive for COVID-19. So good to see her back healthy and playing well.
All right, here's the wedge we were talking about that Nelly would be forced to play from her angle at 18. And look at this.
So good. You know, she had a WD from the KPMG Women's PGA 8 weeks ago because of the back injury. But leading into that, she'd been playing so good. 3 top 5 finishes. It was on such positive momentum.
Yeah, moral of the story, don't try to loosen up your back by getting it cracked on the golf course, what she said she did. Her back was a little stiff. She tried to crack her back, or I don't know if somebody else did it or not. And then she like tweaks it and she's out.
And it just lingered.
A freak kind of thing.
You know, her mom was a fabulous tennis player as well. We talked about her father, Peter. Her mom, Regina, also was, but did have a back injury. So I know that family-wise, she was being cautious.
So just started practicing 12 days ago, but she said it's great to be pain-free again. And there's that little dormant, rough lie for Hee-Jong Lim. That looks like it's... I didn't quite have enough on it. It had the right idea. Because it will run by if you get a little bit too frisky. Back at 16 for Sasso. Just 139 yards again, the par 3, the hole that Amy Olsen aced earlier. That looks like a pretty good line right there. Dialed in.
That'll work. It'll leave a little tricky putt, but really dialed in nicely.
And back over at 18, a combination of Tim Tucker and Lexi Thompson looking over this long birdie attempt. +2 Lexi is, got off to the rough start. Has really played some pretty good golf since then, 1 under.
And Bones noted early, and you're seeing it right there, how much she's bringing in Tim on these reads. That is just a tremendous amount of trust to have that second set of eyes, somebody that you've never worked with before in a professional event.
I guess Lexi will have her brother back on the bag.
Correct. Next week, Curtis.
Next week, yep.
And she is in the search for a long-term caddy. Her previous caddy went on to a bag on the PGA Tour, which is why she's been searching.
Yeah, she says it's just been kind of one of those years where she's had like 5 different caddies, and you know that the caddies will be raising their hands to get on the bag of Lexi Thompson as we go down to Cara again.
Dan, thank you. Here alongside Sophia Popov, and this is your first round in the US Women's Open since becoming a major champion. Took just 69 strokes today. What were you most pleased with?
I think just my scrambling. I was hitting it fairly well. I had 2 or 3 shots that I wasn't very happy with overall, but I was putting really well and made some good chips here and there. So I think just the scrambling towards the end of the round was very good, and then making key putts.
How much has your life changed since winning the AIG Women's Open, both on and off the golf course?
Obviously a lot. You know, my schedule changed completely. I have decisions are to be made that I've never made before. So it's just interesting. You know, obviously I haven't dealt with certain situations the way I have to now, and it's just been a lot more busy. So if I, you know, haven't texted someone back, it's because it's something I haven't dealt with before.
Well, it's fun to watch you keep up the good play. Well done today. And we will go out to 18.
All right. Good to see Popov follow up a major championship win with a good showing here so far in this Women's Open in the first round. Now, Lexi Thompson with a lot of work left here. 1 3-putt today. That came back at the 6th, and it is easy to 3-putt these mammoth greens at Champions. That 3-putt at 6 provided one of the 3 bogeys, and that one is going to be another one. at the last. So a disappointing finish here for Lexi. Over at the ninth, the par 5. This was just earlier Ryan O'Toole's third shot. Coming off a rough stretch of 3 bogeys in the last 3 holes until that nice shot there, which put her into birdie position to get in at +2. And now back over at 18, limb for par. All right. Nice hole out there to kind of limit the damage coming home after those 2 doubles and a pair of bogeys on this second 9. And this one just got in on these well-manicured greens, Paige.
Yeah, and they said they won't have to likely replace any of the hole locations. Again, the players that played Jackrabbit will be back on this golf course tomorrow. But you can see the edges of the cups still in good shape. This whole golf course in great shape.
Yeah, how about a shout out to the staff here and Chris Ortmeyer and his group. He addressed our Golf Channel, NBC, and production team yesterday and talked about the challenges of getting a championship going here in the month of December. He said one of the good things is we don't have to, we're cutting less grass. You get all that dormant rough, which isn't growing, obviously, so they don't have to deal with that. But still, just fabulous condition, and you're doing 2 golf courses for the first time ever in this championship.
Yeah, they took on a massive bunker renovation on the Jackrabbit course in order to get that course ready, since it was added late to the rotation due to the daylight changes.
Yeah, the bunker restoration and some of the green restorations on the Cypress course done a couple of years ago, but they just did the Jackrabbit earlier this summer. As Nelly Corda is in with her opening round of +273. So within striking distance. And back over to 16 for Sasso, who has a good chance here for another one.
Dan, I talked about her connection to Japan, working with Jumbo Ozaki. Her father is Japanese. His name is Maza Kazu, and her mother is from the Philippines, so she actually has dual citizenship.
And again, another reminder, this U.S. Women's Open Championship is being presented by Rolex. Big shout out for their support, uninterrupted coverage. You like watching a lot of golf and you like watching it continuously, this is your spot this week. Golf Channel the first couple days in Peacock, and then NBC over the weekend. Sasso with a golden opportunity there to join Olsen on top.
Gently slammed that putter down, which is an indication of a little frustration. 2 good birdie opportunities in a row she let slip by.
You could hear it, though, Kay. There's a very distinct U.S. Open sound. It's the hollow ground. You drop a ball, you put your putter down. It's such a distinct sound that you get at this major championship.
Tom.
This is Ali Ewing, formerly Ali McDonald, but started using her married name last week at the Volunteers of America Classic and knocking that one in for a birdie. And she's around in 73, which isn't too bad. 73 and a decent day tomorrow, and in with a chance to make an attack over the weekend. So as we take a look at the first page of the leaderboard, you'll notice Moria Jutanagan has had her scoring corrected there. We thought she was 2 under par. In fact, she posts a round of 3 under, so just gets better for Moria Jutanagan there. She's only 1 behind Amy Olsen. As we look further down, Jarina Piller, Charlie Hull on the first page of the leaderboard. Just heard from Sophia Popov and what an incredible year it has been for her, and it continues here at a major championship. Jodie Hewitt-Shadoff struggling with some injuries this year, but off to a good start. In B Park lurking away after a 71 alongside Christy Kerr. Question marks over whether Christy was even going to tee it up in the championship this year, and she's rounding level par after that nasty golf cart accident last week in the Colony, Texas. So certainly storylines brewing, and also maybe a tough day tomorrow with the conditions. Back out to Mel Reid, a winner this year on the tour. This for a bogey at the 18th, so it's going to be a round of 75 for Mel Reid.
Pretty popular win that was, breakthrough, huh?
Yeah, she's a very popular player with everything that she's gone through off the golf course, the injury problems, and of course her mother passing away a number of years ago.
And back at Cyprus, Naren on with a beautiful approach, and you could hear that sound again, Paige, that hollow firmness on the green, which says this is a U.S. Open, and we've got major championship conditions. Back at the amateur here.
Lindblad at the 17th. 20-year-old from Sweden. You'd never guess, would you?
No.
Freshman at LSU in the spring of this year. He's the SEC Golfer of the Year and Freshman of the Year. First player from LSU to win both honors in the same year. Take a look at the amateur leaderboard. 3 amateurs from France in the field here, led at the moment by Pauline Roussine-Bouchard. And Gabby Ruffles, certainly a famous name among the amateurs there on the first page. Rose Zhang, 73 today. And we'll go back out to the 17th. And Young Park on the tee.
She grabbed the honor by virtue of making a nice little 2 at the 16th. And that was a low bullet of a drive down the right side, trying to stay away from that penalty area on the left.
That's right, the penalty area could come into play down the left side. And now a player that's been very impressive today, Yuka Sasso.
I remember watching her when she played in a few girls' juniors and U.S. women's amateurs, got to quarters and semis in each of those, and just being impressed with her, you know, her strength, even 3-4 years ago.
Got a good chance to see it there, some speed.
Yeah, that was a big, long, high drive. Gorgeous.
One of the longest we've seen down there today. I thought after hitting that ball in the water at 11, she might struggle a little bit, but she's kept it together, especially making that par at the 14th. Now, Alison Corpuz,
who hails from Kapi'ole, Hawaii, close, Tom, to where the LPGA plays the Lotte Championship. She grew up a product of Hawaii State Junior Golf Association, which Mary B. Porter King, a wonderful person who was very involved with the USGA back in the day on the executive committee. She's done a lot to help bring status to Hawaii golf, get more Hawaiians playing, and also have qualifiers over in the state of Hawaii so that they didn't have to travel to the mainland to try to get into USGA championships.
Let's go over to the 9th.
Ryan O'Toole has this for birdie. And a good finish for the veteran. In at +2. Staying in touch.
I had a little inside knowledge this week. Was out in a practice round with one of the members, Gary Durbin, getting all the inside insight on these golf courses.
This is Gabby Lopez from the greenside bunker at 18. Trying to get in at +2 as well. And we'll have a crack at it if she makes that. Ran into problems at that water hole 7th, where we've seen a few players have some problems. Made a triple bogey there. Other than that, Gabby Lopez has had a very good first day.
This is Ji Young Kim 2. Seen Jong Eun Lee 6. Oh, there are a couple of players named Ji Young Kim, so they are differentiated by a number. That's why they have the number alongside their names.
And here comes Sawanapura up at 18 for birdie. Jasmine had a rough start. Four bogeys in the first 5 holes for her before she kind of settled down and should be able to coax that in for par for an opening round 76. And back at the 9th, this is Anna Belatz finishing up at this par 5.
Wow.
That's a good way to fit. It's a good way to finish. From Slovenia, just 23 years old, playing in her first U.S. Women's Open. We mentioned it earlier, 41 first-timers, Paige, in this event. So you figure the all-exempt field that they had to go with here because of the lack of qualifying for this year's championship had a large degree to do with that. But that's a lot of players tasting this championship for the very first time.
And it does have a different flavor than other events, whether it be amateur or professional events. It has a unique identity, and I think that's one of the things that the USGA has done so well with this championship, is that they push the players, they push the golf course, they make you think, and they certainly maximize every error that you make.
And one of those first-timers right here, Na Renan from Korea, 24 years old, who's got a couple of wins on the Korean LPGA Tour.
It's for all those reasons, Dan. I think it's only been 4 first-time, like, rookie players that have gone on to win their very first U.S. Open. It's a difficult test, and usually takes multiple times playing it to get used to it.
Well, Na Renan, as we've seen a number of players at 18 just propelling it by the pin, so she'll have a tester coming back to 17.
And Alison Corpus with her approach coming up here.
Yeah, 3 good drives out of this threesome, but
the, red shirt is right at the pin. I like that one.
Allison almost 30 yards behind Yuka Sasso's enormous drive of nearly 300 yards. Ooh. So yes, she did tag that one. Allison has 170 yards to this well, back-ish hole location. A little bit of wind hurting from the right. Pulled that one a bit.
Careful, you don't want to go too far left here. There's a penalty area there. That is going to find the penalty area. There it is.
And you can't see that from the fairway.
You can't. You think, well, it might be okay, and then you get up there and there's no ball to be seen. So we haven't seen too many in there today. There's been a few, but it is a little bit of danger lurking behind the green. Young Park.
6-iron for Hee Young, and it's going right at it. Aggressive play.
Yeah, that's going to run to the edge of the green, but it's not going to have enough pace to flirt with the penalty area. So good look at birdie back up the hill. And now Yuka Sasso.
Like I said, nearly basically a 300-yard drive, 109 yards to the front, 141 to the hole. And she is a birdie-making machine. As I mentioned earlier, led the birdie average on the JLPGA Tour, and she's been sticking it pretty tight on this back 9, but hasn't made too many birdies.
Yeah, par's a premium, as always, at the U.S. Women's Open, and you take your birdie opportunities when they present themselves. The 75th United States Women's Open Championship continued to be presented by Rolex. Champions Golf Club welcoming its 5th USGA Championship, its very first U.S. Women's Open. Back over to Jack Rabbit.
Lim Kim for par. It's going to be a good round of 68 today. And we go back over to Cypress Creek.
And hole high here is Gabby Lopez for par, trying to get it up and down from that bunker. Been a lot of quizzical looks at this 18th hole location. Players seem to be confused on where it's going to break. And then from relatively short range, this is a birdie attempt by Anna Belot. So very nicely done by the Slovenian.
And it is purple. You can tell that the hair is purple.
Okay,
and that is
yeah.
intentional. She is moved from purple to blue, but purple was luckier.
Well,
so
I would know that because I got 3 girls. There's a lot of intention to that. All right, Lopez now for bogey. And again, just a couple of bad holes for Gabby's kind of took the sails out of her, but still +3. I mean, if couple 3 over par is not going to kill you at a U.S. Women's Open. Amy Olsen had the best day of everybody so far. Still got Sasso out there on the golf course trying to catch her, who's one back. But Amy Olsen with an ace at 16 had a dreamlike first round of the U.S. Women's Open. Oldest major championship they play, being contested for the first time on 2 courses in the month of December. So happy holidays from Champions Golf Club at the U.S. Women's Open. Different kind of year, different kind of feel, but the same old U.S. Women's Open championship grind and the pressure of winning the biggest championship they play. Christy Kerr had a yeoman-like effort today, 71 after that golf cart accident when she didn't even know she was going to play. Former champion in this event. And a number of amateurs have also performed well. And a number of moms, including Jarena Pillar, have put some good scores up as well. But a costly mistake over there for Corpuz coming out for the drop here, Tom.
Yeah, you can see where that penalty area just cuts in and how easy it is for the ball to release down in their case. So now this is her 4th shot.
That's so vicious of this golf course. You know,
Yeah.
It really takes some course knowledge to know where these little areas of penalty areas sneak in. You know, she got a good drop out onto the first cut. And looks like she's got a pretty lofted club. Gonna try to lob it up there to the edge of the green. Oh, and it just, that Bermuda edge just stopped it.
See how that just gets stopped up there. Great camera work watching that ball just, yeah, into the fringe grass.
It's like throwing it onto Velcro, isn't it?
Man, good stuff there. By the way, shout out to our crew here working the 2 courses, jumping back and forth from Cypress to Jackrabbit. Our announcers, our cameramen and women, and our folks in the production truck.
Yeah, some of our folks were in at 2:45 this morning. Beatrice Wallen here with her approach at the 9th. And that is a really good one. So she may finish with a birdie, get it back to 4 over. The player from Gothenburg in Sweden. Back over to the 17th at Cypress Creek. And Sasso for birdie.
And this is a lot farther away than I would have thought she'd hit it. She has to be careful with this putt, Tom. It gathers quite a bit of speed.
Yeah, I've seen a few players be just a little bit too tentative. That one's not too bad. That should be a 4 for Yuka Sasso. But the greens are a lot quicker today than they were at the beginning of the week. The USGA speeding them up as the championship begins. Let's go to 18.
Ingrid Lindblad, the amateur, coming home. 2nd shot, drawing to the left.
Popular place today.
Yeah. And that's been a difficult up and down.
It has been. A lot of it has to do with just that stayed out of the Dormant Bermuda, but that Dormant Bermuda, you need to keep up a little bit of pace when you're going through it, and it makes it just that much harder when you're only using a very short stroke.
Back at 17.
Hee Young Park coming off birdie at 16, looking for back-to-back here, Kay.
Yeah, she hit a beautiful shot in. It just released out a little bit onto the fringe, but it shouldn't impede her ability to get this rolling nicely and perhaps make a putt. And more importantly, Tom, she's putting slightly uphill so she can be aggressive with this and not worry about it getting away from her. Maybe just a little right to left movement as well.
Just missed out there. She spent the COVID shutdown in California. She made a hole-in-one at Wilshire Country Club on the 16th of June. And she said she was really glad that the clubhouse was closed and the bar was closed. Of course, Wilshire Country Club is where the LPGA plays their event in the Los Angeles area, one of the gems of that part of the world. Now,
and
go ahead, Gabe.
Tom, well, players that play for USC and UCLA both are familiar with that course as they both play it during, you know, their regular practice when they're at home. Of course, nothing's been very regular about this year.
No.
In fact, USC is looking to play in their first tournament in February. They just started practicing last week. And most of the players aren't even on campus. They're doing virtual college classes.
Yeah, certainly a very different experience at the moment for collegiate athletes and all students, really. So that's going to be a double bogey over on the Jackrabbit course. While in for birdie. Her father, Christopher, represented Sweden in men's swimming in the 88, 92 and 96 Olympic Games.
And yes.
Were you doing that?
My first Olympic swimming foray was 96, and I remember her father. So, yes, I've been around for a while now. It's crazy. That was in Atlanta, the Atlanta Games.
Yuka Sasso over at 17 for par.
He was a silver medalist in the freestyle relay, by the way.
That's right. You have a wonderful memory for these things.
Well, you know, we've got some great research at our fingertips as well, Tom. Just full disclosure here. Actually, Rowdy Gaines just texted me.
He's getting ready for next year. Now, leaving the flag stick in for par.
It's a little complicated. Oh, goodness. A little complicated for the caddies to juggle the flag stick in and out. Who wants it in, who wants it out. Now, that was rather careless.
Yeah, that stings, doesn't it? Because not one you should miss.
When we mentioned we had a scoring change for Moria Jutanagarn, it occurred on the second. She changed her only bogey was changed to a par. So with that, Jutanagarn has the only bogey-free round today on either course. A 3-under 68. Flawless, not a drop shot. That is some good playing for Moria Jutanagarn on the Jackrabbit course. She'll be at Cyprus, of course, tomorrow. And by the way, if you're wondering how the courses are playing today, comparatively, Cyprus playing about a little more than a shot harder than Jackrabbit. But again, got some other weather moving in tomorrow, so we'll see what happens. And Sharp's ball trying to drift a little closer at 18. But tough play out of that fried egg lie. Back on the tee. Sasso trying to finish this off, Kay.
Yeah, let's see if she can duplicate the drive that she hit at the 17th. But her action is really good. It's a simple, strong swing. Oh, she went after that one hard.
That is a good-looking swing.
It's so fun to watch.
Great rhythm to it as well, even though she's generating all that clubhead speed.
Yeah, I'm seeing like a little bit of Rory McIlroy in his lower body transition, very similar to this, but watch how far her head and chest is behind the ball. That's where you're going to get the launch. And then watch this transition. See how she's using this lower body first? That's what's driving, almost a squat position, and then release. But look how far behind the ball she's staying. That's where she's getting that launch from.
I think that's a great point. That is very reminiscent of Rory. Powerful, and that is a gorgeous golf swing.
Fun.
Is that the next U.S. Women's Open champion? Boy, sure seems like she's got some action that could get it done.
And we've just seen the first of her as a pro this year as a 19-year-old. Now Allison Corpuz not going to have quite that same kind of dynamic swing that we just saw out of Sasso, but a really nice player in her own right. But as I mentioned, has pursued an extra degree and really going to give professional golf a try. But she has a master's degree to fall back on.
It's actually reminiscent of Amy Olsen, who went out and got her accounting degree, took all the tests to get a CPA license, but didn't do the practical because she was out here playing golf. Has a nice backup plan either way, but I think she'd rather be leading the U.S. Open than doing somebody's taxes.
To Jackrabbit.
And this is Emma Spitz, the amateur, for par at the 18th. It's for around a 75. Be nice to finish it off with this, wouldn't it? Well done. The 20-year-old from Austria. We mentioned Anna Belac from Slovenia. Well, Spitz won the Slovenian amateur last year. Plays her collegiate golf at UCLA. She's very happy to make that.
And while we're on the swimming subject, no relation to Mark Spitz.
Thanks for the clarification.
Couldn't resist that. Lindblad at 18
Different
putting.
choice. Yeah, different choice.
Seen a lot of players go well by trying to judge that distance and the run out. So now we're live with Elena Sharp, who had that fried egg lie here, trying to save it and stay at +3. She's on a streak of a lot of pars in a row, 9 in a row, in fact, dating back to the 9th hole. So wants to make it 10 in a row to end her first round and get in with a +374. By the way, some other notables today, in case you're just joining us and haven't had a chance to look up some of the other scores. Maria Fassi, who many think is a star in the making, shot 83 today, so a rough first round for her. Georgia Hall shot 81. We've documented already Angela Stanford's 80 that she shot earlier today after a rough start, and Sharp is still not in for bogey. But some other players with some credentials did well. We talked about Kerr 71, Stacy Lewis 72, So Yun Yu, past champion 72, 1 under round or 1 over round. And Se Young Kim, who many think is the best golfer right now at this time, 1 over round 72 for her. So lots of players still right there who want to add to their own major championship resumes. And this is a bogey attempt for Young Kim 2, Ji Young Kim 2, and +3. So this to get in at +4. Another one of those first timers, 41 in all, and a nice way to end it, even though she dropped one. But bogey putt falls for the 24-year-old from South Korea, who's got a couple of wins over there on the Korean LPGA Tour, but making her U.S. Women's Open debut. And we'll keep it right here for the amateur Lindblad. This to get in with a 1 over round 72. And a good day for the LSU Tiger, SEC Golfer of the Year. High up on that amateur leaderboard. And Elena Sharp coming back here for bogey.
Yeah, and a lot of this first day, especially for the amateurs, the first timers, is about getting a feel for how this golf course is going to play. A lot of times it can speed up from early in the week when they would have played their practice rounds, especially if you played a practice round at Jackrabbit and then you're playing your first round at Cypress. There can be some course changes. So getting your feet under you, shooting 1 over, getting in the clubhouse at a score that's still reachable, knowing you got 3 more days and some tough conditions moving forward is very important. Good cleanup.
And Elena Sharp says she's been working with a new mental coach, as she describes herself as not always being her own best friend. This golf game can beat you up. Here he is, Corpus.
Yeah, just trying to hit a punch shot up there to get it back into play. Really didn't have much of anything to work with.
Allison working on a +7 rounds. Really gotten away from her really in the last 5 holes, Kay, with a couple doubles and the bogey. She was hanging in there for a while.
Major championship golf will do that to you, won't it?
Hee Young Park is next at +4, coming off her latest bogey.
One of my U.S. Opens, Black Wolf Run, it was just brutal conditions, and this championship can produce such brutal days. Remember, I got off the golf course, drove straight to a gas station, grabbed a 6-pack of beer, and I cracked it before I got to the hotel room door.
Was this after the first round?
No, it's after the third round.
Oh, okay.
It was difficult conditions, and that's what this championship can do, though. I mean, it really, it can leave you scratching your head and feeling pretty poorly about yourself. The beer made it feel better.
I'm just having this vision of a young Paige McKenzie pull the car over. We're making a stop. That was a tough championship.
That was well struck. Maybe a little bit too far left. Just catches that edge of the green. And last to hit, Dan, again, taking advantage of that big drive. Talking things over with her caddy, Lionel Matichuk, who caddied for a long time on the LPGA Tour back in the early 90s. 164 yards, and she can go ahead. She needs to play this right of the flag stick, because if you go at that flag stick and pull it a little bit, it'll release off the back of the green. Wind picking up and hurting. Yep, bailing out to the right. Not happy with that hit.
Yep, not her best. By the way, the play is concluded over at Jackrabbit. So we're sad to see that Tom Abbott will not have that portion of the telecast to negotiate for the rest of this first round. But still involved over here at Cypress Creek, you know. Time now for Only See Possible, brought to you by Deloitte. And why wouldn't we go to the Ace Girls, Amy Olsen, at the 16th at Cypress. Perfection. And part of a first round U.S. Women's Open lead at the moment. Also at Cypress Creek, but at the 4th, across one of the signature holes, across the creek, Yoo-Jin Sung. Asking it to go, and it did, and it went in. I gotta hand it to Yoo-Jin Sung. An even better celebration than Amy Olsen. Those brought to you by Deloitte. It's been that kind of day where we've seen some good play. Couple of aces there. We've seen some players under par. There was a lot of people that thought, prognosticated that perhaps by Sunday maybe the winning score would be even. You're kind of in that category. You still feel the same way?
A lot of it's going to depend on course conditions throughout what we expect to be some weather tomorrow. If the course stays soft, then you're still going to see some birdies like we saw today. If it's able to firm out, then even par is going to be a great score.
All right, so go back out to the course, and the last group to finish up here at Cypress, the amateur Corpus from the rough with her third. All right, that is a fine shot by the amateur. All right, and again, we've got some weather moving in, so officials have gone ahead and moved up the tee times to try to avoid the weather, which we expect. The most of it is going to be coming in the afternoon with some winds and some rain possible. So Peacock gets you going for the second round of this U.S. Women's Open 75th edition at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. We're back with you on Golf Channel at 3 o'clock Eastern Time. Grant Boone, Judy Rankin leading the troops on the Peacock coverage to get you started on your Friday morning at the biggest championship in women's golf. And in this final major of the year, Hee Young Park looking over her next opportunity in final one here of her opening Thursday round K. I apologize. Some technical problems for Kay Cockrell.
You can see there's not a ton of green that she's got to work with in this bunker. It's going to require a really fast swing and a shallow impact likely will be the style of shot. If you lower your hands a little bit in the stance, shallows out the shaft, shallows out the swing. Nice.
Yep, well done.
Good shot.
And again, well done by the USGA with these tee times, both courses. You don't want to take any chances with less daylight in this month of December. This is the final group on the course, so even with a little more cushion of daylight, but no chances taken, as again we'll go off both Cypress and Jackrabbit again tomorrow. Again, hoping that the weather doesn't impede on it, but moved up the times to give the field an even bigger cushion to get it on track and on schedule as we head into the weekend, where again all the play will be held at Cypress Creek.
They've done a great job of getting this championship in year 2020. Very well could have pushed it off, as some of the other events on the schedule they did, or on the LPGA Tour schedule were pushed off. But great to be here in December. I actually really appreciate the visual of the green fairway in the dormant Bermuda rough. It provides a different dynamic than we're used to seeing.
Definitely defines it. So now Sasso, the final chance for anybody to join Amy Olsen at the top. Long birdie putt on the way. Beautiful pace, and again it runs out a bit, so a little work left for Yuka Sasso to remain in that tie for second with Jutanagarn, Shibuno, and Kim. One back of Amy Olsen, who indeed is going to be the first round leader in the 75th U.S. Women's Open.
You mentioned that Jackrabbit played one shot easier than Cypress, but you're seeing a variety at the very top of the leaderboard. Amy Olsen actually played the Cypress course. So did Shibuno. Moria was over at Jackrabbit, as was Lim. But you're getting the players kind of an equal distribution, at least at the top of the leaderboard, on both of those golf courses, which I think provides a more fair competition, making sure that they're trying to provide equal scoring on both courses.
As you see that board there, Jennifer Kupcho, a part of the 1 under scores. Faring a lot better than Maria Fassi did, who she beat at Augusta and the National Women's Amateur.
Yeah, Kupcho's done well in major championships right out of the gate. Her rookie season, which was truncated because she chose to stay amateur, finished third, I believe, at Evian. So unintimidated by the big stage.
And a rough ride home for Corpus. Yeah, and she knows it.
It's a great experience for a lot of these amateurs. I mentioned earlier that Nelly Korda, this is where she decided that she wanted to play professional golf, was competing in this event. I would say the same for myself in the 2005 U.S. Open. I played as an amateur and decided this is what I wanted to do for a living. So it may not be the best day for Allison, but you get a feel for what it's like to be playing at the biggest stage in women's golf.
Well, Yuka Sasso has shown us a game today that very well could end up being in the mix late Sunday. This for par. Oh, it's an unfortunate ending for Sasso, who's going to pick up just her second bogey of the day. She had it to 4 under on the front. All 4 birdies coming in the opening 9. A bogey at 11 and then one last bogey at 18 has her drop to 2 under. So a disappointing finish for her. Yet just 2 back. Comes home at 37. Now Corpus for bogey. She's seen enough bogeys and drop shots in this second 9 after going out in +2. Actually had it to +1 in the back 9 with a birdie at 11, but then that's when she started falling off the pace big time. But as you mentioned, what a great experience. Final group finishing up in this opening round. And the amateurs have fared well.
It's a little bit like moving from high school to college or college to the NBA in that the speed of the game's different. So you see it in other sports when you move up that level. The same is true in golf. Where it is still hitting the ball from tee to green, the speed of the course is different and it plays differently and your errors are amplified. So it is a big learning curve when you do compete at this level.
Hee-Young Park, 33 years old, playing in her 11th U.S. Women's Open. The last putt of the opening round of this championship, plus 475 for Hee-Young Park, and we've got the first round in the books. From Champions Golf Club in Houston, Texas, where Amy Olson, powered by an ace at 16, has the first round lead in the championship. Jutanagar Moria, the only bogey-free round of anyone on either course. Uninterrupted coverage of the 75th U.S. Women's Open Championship was presented by Rolex. And then a reminder that coming your way next on Golf Channel, it is Golf Central. Another reminder, join us tomorrow, second round of this championship. It all starts again at 10 a.m. Eastern Time on Peacock. The times have been moved up, and continuing at 3 o'clock on Golf Channel. For our entire crew, great job managing both courses at the Cypress and Jackrabbit. I'm Dan Hicks saying so long from Houston, Texas, where Amy Olson is your first round leader in the United States Women's Open.